What if everything you thought you knew about the ancient world was only half the story? We often picture history as a series of separate, isolated civilizations, the Romans building their aqueducts, the Han Dynasty forging its empire in the east, the Maya charting the stars in splendid isolation. But what if, hidden just beneath the surface of our textbooks, there existed a secret web of connections, a series of quiet meetings and unrecorded exchanges that fundamentally shaped the course of human progress? It's a thrilling thought, isn't it, to consider that a Roman glassmaker's technique might have inspired a Chinese artisan, or that a Viking trader's journey could have introduced new ideas to a Middle Eastern marketplace, all without a single official chronicler ever taking note. This is the silent, parallel history of our world, a narrative written not in grand declarations, but in the subtle language of traded goods, shared technologies, and whispered ideas passed along the world's oldest highways. This video is an expedition into that very shadow realm. We are about to uncover 42 unlikely crossroads where ancient worlds secretly collided. These aren't the famous battles or the well-documented treaties. These are the chance encounters, the covert trade agreements, the cultural fusions that happened in the margins, leaving behind clues for us to piece together centuries later. We will see how a simple bowl, a forgotten coin, or the genetic marker in an ancient crop can unravel a story of contact that defies our conventional timelines and geographical boundaries. This is about seeing the strands of a global web that existed long before the term globalization was ever coined, a web that connected humanity in profound and surprising ways, fostering innovation and shaping identities in the process. So prepare to journey with us into the depths of the past, to a place where every artifact holds a mystery and every meeting of cultures reveals a new layer of our shared human story. By the end of our exploration, you will never look at history the same way again. You will see it not as a collection of isolated events, but as a magnificent, interconnected tapestry, woven from threads of commerce, migration, and the innate human desire to reach beyond the horizon. The shadows of the past are calling, filled with secrets waiting to be told. Let's begin our journey at the very first crossroad, a discovery that challenges everything we thought we knew about the ancient world's timelines. In a tomb from China's Han Dynasty dating back over 2,000 years, archaeologists made a stunning find, a delicate glass bowl beautifully crafted that was not of local design. Chemical analysis revealed its origin was the Roman Empire, a civilization separated from China by vast deserts and towering mountain ranges. This single artifact, resting in a place it seemingly should not have been, shatters the illusion of ancient isolation. It whispers of a hidden world of exchange, a conduit of contact that operated in the shadows of the official record books. We often picture the Silk Road as a well-defined highway for silk, spices, and other luxury goods, and while that is true, its deeper story is far more intriguing. It was a network of silent partners, of middlemen and clandestine deals, through which ideas and technologies flowed as stealthily as any merchant's caravan. Historian Peter Francas points out that such artifacts are not mere anomalies. They are evidence of direct, unrecorded contact between Rome and China long before the famous journeys of Marco Polo. These were not necessarily state-sponsored missions, but rather the work of countless individuals whose names are lost to history, creating a web of cultural exchange that would subtly reshape both ends of the Eurasian continent. This silent dialogue manifested most beautifully in the realm of art and craftsmanship, On pottery shards found along the route, we see a fascinating fusion of styles. A Chinese ceramic might carry a Hellenistic floral motif, a design that traveled thousands of miles from the Mediterranean world, while Roman artisans began to experiment with forms and decorative patterns that echoed the sensibilities of the distant East. But the exchange was far more than skin deep. It involved the very secrets of technology. The Romans had perfected the art of glassblowing, a revolutionary technique that allowed for the creation of complex and delicate vessels like the bowl found in that Chinese tomb. Evidence suggests that this knowledge began to trickle eastward, influencing Chinese glass production, which had previously relied on different methods. This wasn't a simple case of imitation, but an adaptation where a new technology was absorbed and reinterpreted within a different cultural and artistic framework. The movement of such a specialized skill hints at a level of interaction far beyond the casual trade of finished goods, suggesting that artisans themselves, or at least their core knowledge, were on the move. Perhaps one of the most telling examples of this deep, systemic exchange comes not from a piece of art but from currency. In Central Asia, archaeologists have uncovered Chinese coins that are clear imitations of Roman denarii. These coins copy the weight, the size, and even the portrait of the Roman emperor, though the features are often blurred and stylized in a way that reflects local artistic traditions. This is profoundly significant. A coin is not just a piece of metal, it is a symbol of a state's authority and its economic system. The fact that Chinese authorities or local rulers along the Silk Road saw value in mimicking Roman currency speaks volumes about the level of economic integration and mutual recognition. It suggests that these silent partners weren't just trading goods. They were, in a very real sense, merging their understanding of value and commerce to facilitate a smoother, more efficient flow of trade across cultural boundaries. This convergence of economic systems created a kind of informal, international monetary language that enabled commerce to flourish. When you step back and consider the implications of these silent partnerships, it forces a radical rethinking of ancient economic history. We often study the Roman and Han Chinese empires as separate, parallel entities, each with its own isolated rise and fall. But the glass bowl, the hybrid pottery, and the imitative coins tell a different story. They reveal an interconnected economic zone, a nascent form of globalization where demand in one part of the world could stimulate production and innovation in another, all through a chain of contacts that official historians never bothered to document. The wealth of Rome, fueled by its appetite for Chinese silk, didn't just vanish into a black hole. It circulated, fostering intermediate economies and transferring technologies along the way. This hidden network of exchange means that the fortunes of these great empires were far more intertwined than we once believed, their economic destinies subtly linked by the countless footsteps of traders moving along the Silk routes. This first crossroad, therefore, establishes a foundational truth for our entire journey, that the most profound historical connections are often the ones that left the faintest footprints, waiting for us to decipher their quiet but world-changing story. From the sun-baked deserts of the Silk Road, we now travel north to the misty shores of Scandinavia, where another hidden corridor of history reveals itself in a most unexpected place, a Viking woman's grave in Birka, Sweden. Among the typical grave goods of brooches and beads, archaeologists discovered a singular, stunning artifact, a ring made of silver alloy, and set into it a vibrant violet-colored stone inscribed with the Arabic words for Allah or to Allah. This isn't a piece of looted treasure. Microscopic analysis revealed minimal wear, suggesting it was passed directly from the maker to the wearer, a personal token acquired through direct contact. This single piece of jewelry, resting in the cold Scandinavian soil, opens a window into a world of astonishing distances and covert journeys, painting a picture of Norse traders and explorers not as mere raiders of European coasts, but as international merchants navigating the river highways of the East to reach the dazzling metropolis of Baghdad and beyond. These were not official diplomatic missions recorded in chronicles, but rather secret deals and private enterprises that deliberately bypassed the traditional, well-worn trade routes controlled by powerful intermediaries. The Vikings' master sailors discovered that the river systems of Eastern Europe, the Dnieper, the Volga, and the Don functioned as liquid superhighways leading directly to the Caspian Sea and the heart of the Islamic Caliphate. This eastern trade axis, often called the Volga trade route, became a parallel world of commerce, operating in the shadows of the more famous routes to Constantinople. Here, the Norse traded goods that were commonplace in the north but were luxuries in the south: thick furs from pine martens and beavers, amber from the Baltic coast, and even captured slaves. In return, they received what they coveted most: silver. Vast quantities of Islamic dirhams, these beautifully inscribed silver coins, flowed northward, so much so that they became the foundational currency of the early Viking economy, with over 500,000 of these coins found in hoards across Scandinavia and Eastern Europe. The scale of this interaction was so profound that it left a permanent mark on Scandinavian society, visible not just in their coinage but in their very DNA. Archaeologist Neil Price points to groundbreaking genetic evidence that reveals a fascinating story of integration, not just transaction. In studies of Viking-era burials, we find individuals with mixed Scandinavian and Middle Eastern ancestry, proving that these were not fleeting visits. Vikings settled, formed families, and became part of the social fabric in trading hubs from the Baltic to the Black Sea. This deep level of personal connection explains the more subtle cultural exchanges that took place. Scandinavian metalwork began to show distinct Eastern influences: the intricate animal styles of Norse art, the swirling beasts of the urn style, began to incorporate elements of arabesque patterns and geometric designs seen on imported textiles and metalware. A Viking craftsman might reinterpret a motif from a piece of silk or a silver bowl from the East, creating a new, hybrid artistic language that spoke of a world far wider than the fjords of his homeland. To truly grasp the scale of this economic relationship, one needs only to look at the Curedale hoard, discovered in England but filled with the wealth of the Eastern trade. This massive collection, buried in the early 10th century, contained over 7,000 Islamic coins, alongside hack silver and jewelry from as far afield as Samarkand and Kabul. This wasn't just a personal savings, it was a commercial treasury, a testament to the immense volume of silver moving from the mines of Central Asia, through the hands of Muslim merchants, and into the strongboxes of Norse traders who had successfully navigated the river routes of the East. The hoard illustrates a sophisticated, long-distance economic network that connected the silver mines of the Caliphate directly to the emerging kingdoms of the Viking world, a financial circuit that powered political development and social change in the north. What drove these daring voyages into such unknown and often dangerous territories? It was a powerful combination of push and pull factors. In Scandinavia, a tradition of primogeniture, where the eldest son inherited the family farm, pushed younger sons to seek their fortune abroad. This created a class of ambitious, mobile young men with the seafaring skills to undertake such journeys. They were pulled by the almost mythical reputation of the wealth of the East, of cities like Baghdad, a cosmopolitan center of learning and commerce that was, at its peak, the largest city in the world. The lure of silver was irresistible in a society where wealth was the primary measure of status and power, enabling a chieftain to reward his followers, build a great hall and secure his legacy. The Vikings who embarked on these eastern voyages were the ultimate opportunists, leveraging their unique maritime technology and martial reputation to insert themselves into the lucrative trade networks of the East, creating a hidden corridor of cultural exchange that would shape Scandinavia for centuries and forever change our understanding of the Viking Age. Now, let's push our investigation even further across the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean to a crossroad that stands as one of history's most tantalizing and fiercely debated mysteries. In the 1990s, a German toxicologist made a discovery that sent shockwaves through the world of archaeology. While analyzing the hair and soft tissues of ancient Egyptian mummies, he found traces of nicotine and cocaine plants that were, according to all conventional wisdom, native exclusively to the Americas and thought to be completely unknown in the Old World until after Christopher Columbus. The implications were staggering. How could these substances have found their way into the bodies of Egyptian nobility centuries, even millennia before European ships ever reached the New World? This controversial finding opens the door to our third unlikely crossroad, the possibility of pre-Columbian transoceanic contacts, secret voyages that may have connected the civilizations of Africa and Europe with those of the Americas, weaving a hidden thread across the sea long before the history books say it was possible. This idea was championed by adventurous scholars like Thor Heyerdahl, who famously built the reed boat Ra and the balsa wood raft Kon-Tiki to demonstrate that ancient mariners, using technology available to them, could have harnessed ocean currents to make these incredible journeys. Heyerdahl proved that the Canary Current and the North Equatorial Current could carry a vessel from the coast of North Africa to the Americas, while the Humboldt Current off South America could sweep a raft westward into the Polynesian islands. His successful voyages didn't prove that such contacts did happen, but they shattered the long-held assumption that they couldn't. They showed that the Atlantic and Pacific were not impenetrable barriers, but potential highways, with currents that could facilitate accidental drift voyages or even intentional exploration by skilled seafarers who understood the patterns of the wind and waves. The evidence for this hidden connection extends far beyond a few chemical traces. When we look at the plant world, genetics tells a fascinating story. The bottle gourd, one of the earliest domesticated plants, was used on both sides of the Atlantic for containers and musical instruments. For a long time, it was assumed it must have floated across the ocean, but recent genetic studies suggest a more complex history, possibly involving human transport. Then there's the sweet potato, a crop that originated in South America. Its ancient presence in Polynesia has been confirmed through both archaeological remains and linguistic evidence. The Polynesian word for the plant, kumara, is strikingly similar to its name in some Andean languages. This is a powerful clue, as it's very difficult to explain this shared name without some form of human contact, suggesting that Polynesian voyagers, the greatest navigators of the ancient world, may have reached the South American coast and returned home with this vital food source. Perhaps the most visually compelling parallels lie in the realm of architecture. The sight of a stepped pyramid rising from the landscape is iconic, but we associate it with two very different and supposedly separate worlds: the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the pyramids of Egypt, and the towering temples of the Maya and Aztecs in Mesoamerica. While their functions differed, tombs for pharaohs in Egypt, platforms for temples to the gods in Mesoamerica, the fundamental architectural principle, the concept of building a massive, imposing structure by stacking progressively smaller levels or steps, appears with a frequency that begs for an explanation. Could this be a case of independent invention? A solution that different cultures arrived at separately when they wanted to build something grand and close to the heavens? Or does it hint at a much older, shared idea that somehow traveled across the world, being adapted and reinterpreted by each civilization that encountered it. The sheer scale and mathematical precision involved in these constructions make the possibility of a completely isolated Genesis a fascinating puzzle. This potential for knowledge transfer becomes even more intimate when we examine the cultural practices surrounding death. In both ancient Egypt and among the Chinchorro people of Peru and Chile, we find sophisticated traditions of mummification. The Egyptians are, of course, world famous for their elaborate processes of organ removal, desiccation with natron salt, and linen wrapping to preserve the body for the afterlife. Astonishingly, the Chinchorro culture developed its own complex mummification practices, and they did so even earlier than the Egyptians, with the oldest Chinchorro mummies dating back over 7,000 years. Their techniques involved evisceration, treating the skin, and often completely reconstructing the body with sticks and clay before painting it. While the specific methods and religious beliefs differed, the core concept of artificially preserving the human body against decay is such a specialized and profound cultural practice that its independent emergence in two distant continents raises profound questions about the flow of ancient ideas. So, what might the world have looked like if such fleeting contacts did occur? Consider the agricultural revolution. A single exchange of a viable plant cutting or a pouch of seeds could have transformed entire societies. If a ship from Africa or the Mediterranean had reached the Americas, even by accident, the travelers might have introduced old world crops like wheat or barley. Conversely, they could have returned with New World staples like maize or potatoes, which would have then spread across Europe and Africa centuries before they actually did, potentially altering population growth, trade routes, and the very balance of power between civilizations. The discovery of a few cocaine molecules in an Egyptian mummy might be a scientific anomaly, but when combined with the architectural echoes, the botanical evidence, and the testimony of the ocean currents, it compels us to look at the ancient world not as a collection of isolated islands of civilization, but as a planet where determined explorers, driven by curiosity, trade, or the whims of sea, could have created moments of connection that flickered briefly in the darkness before being lost to time, leaving behind only the faintest of clues for us to decipher. While our previous crossroads revealed connections of trade and travel, our fourth crossroad illuminates a hidden world of intellectual exchange, one that shatters the myth of the isolated Renaissance. Deep within the ancient city of Timbuktu in modern-day Mali lie countless leather-bound manuscripts, their pages filled with Arabic script. But within one of these texts, a scholar might find a detailed commentary on the works of Aristotle, while another contains complex astronomical charts that reference both Ptolemy and Middle Eastern star catalogues. These are not mere copies, they are original works of scholarship produced in the heart of West Africa during the 15th and 16th centuries, a period when Europe was itself reawakening to classical learning. This discovery reveals Timbuktu not as a remote desert outpost, but as a brilliant, clandestine node in a global network of thought, where West African scholars were actively engaging with the same intellectual currents that were thrilling thinkers in Florence and Baghdad. The city of Timbuktu, at the crossroads of the trans-Saharan trade routes, became a university city without walls, a place where the salt from the north was traded for the gold from the south, and where ideas were the most precious commodity of all. The survival and flourishing of this intellectual tradition were made possible by the very trade networks we've explored before. The camel caravans that crossed the Sahara did not only carry slabs of salt, gold dust, and luxury goods, they also transported paper, ink, and most importantly, books. Merchants, who were often literate and devout Muslims themselves, acted as the unsung couriers of knowledge, bringing texts on Islamic law, philosophy, medicine, and astronomy from the intellectual centers of Cairo, Fez, and Baghdad to the rising universities or madrasas of Timbuktu, Janay, and Gao. As historian Dr. Shamil Jeppe of the University of Cape Town explains, the libraries of Timbuktu contained a staggering range of subjects. We have texts on astronomy used for timekeeping and navigation, medical treatises that detail surgical procedures and herbal remedies, and philosophical works that engage deeply with Greek logic and metaphysics, he notes. This was not a passive reception of knowledge, it was an active, dynamic engagement. West African scholars wrote marginalia, produced their own critiques, and synthesized Greek, Arab, and local African knowledge to create a unique and sophisticated intellectual tradition that was very much their own. A crucial part of this story is the Great Translation movement that had occurred centuries earlier in the Middle East, a process that was absolutely vital for the preservation of classical knowledge. When Europe was in the so-called Dark Ages, Muslim caliphs in Baghdad established the House of Wisdom, a massive library and academic center where teams of scholars translated the entire body of Greek scientific and philosophical thought. The works of Plato, Aristotle, Galen, and Hippocrates into Arabic. These Arabic translations, now enriched with new commentaries and discoveries from Persian and Indian scholars, became the foundational textbooks for higher learning across the Islamic world. It was this vast corpus of translated knowledge that eventually traveled south across the Sahara to Timbuktu. So, when a scholar in Mali studied Aristotle, he was likely reading him in Arabic from a text that had been carefully preserved and expanded upon while the original Greek works were largely forgotten in Europe. This creates a fascinating intellectual lineage. Greek ideas were saved by Arab scholars, then studied and reinterpreted by African scholars, creating a continuous chain of learning that completely bypassed the European continent for centuries. The practical application of this shared knowledge is powerfully illustrated in the field of medicine. Manuscripts from Timbuktu describe treatments for ailments like malaria and digestive disorders that bear a striking resemblance to those found in medieval European and Arabic medical compendiums. For instance, the use of the willow tree bark for pain and fever appears in both West African traditions and in European folk medicine, a practice we now know was effective because the bark contains salicin, a chemical precursor to aspirin. This wasn't mere coincidence. It was the result of a shared pharmacological knowledge that had been circulating across the Mediterranean and Sahara for generations. A Timbuktu doctor might have a recipe for a poultice that was nearly identical to one used by a physician in Salerno or Damascus, demonstrating a global, if hidden, consensus on certain medical practices long before the age of modern science. These were not isolated intellectual hubs operating in a vacuum. They were drawing from a common, albeit decentralized, pool of human understanding. When you step back and consider the full picture, the existence of Timbuktu's scholarly tradition fundamentally challenges the traditional Western narrative of the Renaissance. We are often taught that the rediscovery of classical learning was a uniquely European phenomenon, sparked when scholars fleeing the fall of Constantinople brought Greek texts back to Italy. But the manuscripts of Timbuktu tell a different, more inclusive story. They reveal that the flame of Greek philosophy and science was never extinguished. It was merely kept burning in different hearths around the world, from Baghdad to Mali. This forces us to reconceive the intellectual landscape of the medieval and early modern period, not as Europe suddenly waking up, but as a planet already humming with interconnected centers of learning, each contributing to a global conversation. The scholars of Timbuktu were not passive recipients. They were active participants in the Renaissance, their ink-stained fingers tracing the same constellations and pondering the same philosophical questions as their counterparts in Oxford and Bologna, proving that the pursuit of knowledge has always been a borderless human endeavor. Our journey now takes us to the vast, blue expanse of the Pacific Ocean, where the most audacious seafaring story in human history was written not on parchment, but in the currents and the stars. The humble sweet potato, a crop that indisputably originated in the highlands of South America, presents us with a historical puzzle that has long confounded scholars. For centuries before any European caravel ever sighted the Americas, this nutritious root vegetable was already an established staple food across the Polynesian islands, from Hawaii to New Zealand. How did a plant from the Andes find its way across thousands of miles of open ocean to take root in the most remote islands on Earth? This is the fifth crossroad, a testament to the incredible skill and bravery of Polynesian navigators who may have successfully completed the final leg of humanity's epic dispersal, secretly connecting the islands of the Pacific with the continents of the New World. These voyages were not matters of chance or despert Chinese letter. They were feats of intentional exploration and sophisticated science. Without compasses or sextants, Polynesian navigators relied on a deep, generational understanding of the natural world. As Master Navigator Nainoa Thompson of the Polynesian Voyaging Society explains, they used a complex system of wayfinding. They memorized the paths of hundreds of stars, knowing exactly which one would pass directly over their intended destination island. They read the subtle patterns of ocean swells, feeling how the waves reflected off distant islands, a skill as precise as reading a map. They observed the flight paths of birds and the presence of specific cloud formations that gathered over unseen land. Aboard their massive, double-hulled voyaging canoes, which were marvels of maritime engineering capable of carrying dozens of people, plants, and animals, these explorers set out across the unknown, not as victims of the sea, but as its masters, navigating with a confidence that came from centuries of accumulated knowledge. The evidence for this contact is not just botanical, it is etched into the very words used by these cultures. The linguistic connection is startlingly clear. Throughout Polynesia, the word for the sweet potato is remarkably similar. In Hawaii, it is Uola. In Maori, it is Kumara. In Rapa Nui, it is Kumara. This word bears a striking resemblance to the name for the vegetable in the Quechua language of the Andean region Cayuma. For a word to be shared across such a vast linguistic divide, especially for a specific domesticated plant, strongly suggests that the word traveled with the plant itself through human contact. It is incredibly difficult to explain this shared terminology without Polynesian voyagers having reached the South American coast, interacting with local people, and returning home with both the precious tubers and the name for them, which then spread across their island world. Perhaps the most compelling archaeological evidence emerged from a dig at El Arenal on the coast of Chile. Here, researchers uncovered chicken bones that were radiocarbon dated to a period between 1300 and 1425, a full century before the arrival of Spanish conquistadors. This in itself was revolutionary, as chickens were thought to have been introduced to the Americas by Europeans. But the story didn't end there. Genetic analysis of these ancient bones revealed that the chickens were not of European descent. Their DNA matched the unique haplogroup of chickens found in Polynesia. This discovery turns the traditional narrative on its head. It wasn't just a one-way journey of Polynesians reaching South America and returning with sweet potatoes. It suggests a two-way exchange. The Polynesians likely brought their prized chickens with them on their voyages, and these animals were left in the Americas, creating a biological marker of their visit that would remain buried in the soil for over 600 years, waiting for science to uncover it. When we reflect on the sheer scale of these voyages, the human bravery involved is almost beyond comprehension. To set sail from a small, safe island into the emptiness of the open Pacific, with no guarantee of ever finding land again, required a level of courage and faith that defines the human spirit. These navigators were pushing the boundaries of their known world, driven by a powerful mix of curiosity, resource-seeking, and perhaps a deep-seated cultural imperative to explore. Their success had a monumental impact on global agriculture. The transfer of the sweet potato to Polynesia provided a reliable, high-calorie crop that supported population growth and sustained complex societies on islands with limited natural resources. This single biological exchange, facilitated by the most unlikely of maritime connections, fundamentally altered the nutritional and cultural landscape of the entire Pacific, proving that a single encounter between distant worlds could sow the seeds for future civilizations. The aromatic allure of spices did far more than just season food. It wove together the spiritual and cultural fabric of entire civilizations in ways that often went completely unrecorded. Consider the clove, a small, dried flower bud native exclusively to a few tiny islands in the Maluku archipelago of Indonesia. To find this exact same spice, thousands of years ago, tucked within the linen wrappings of an Egyptian mummy is to stumble upon a profound mystery. How did a product from the farthest reaches of Southeast Asia end up playing a role in the sacred death rituals of the Nile Valley? The answer lies in a shadowy, multi-stage relay race of commerce and culture. Historian John Key emphasizes that the spice trade was almost never a case of a single merchant traveling from point A to point B. Instead, it was a chain of intermediaries, Arab sailors, Indian merchants, Persian caravan leaders, each passing the precious cargo along and obscuring its ultimate origin. This system of layered exchange didn't just hide geographic knowledge, it actively fostered cultural fusion, as each group that handled the spices imbued them with their own meanings and uses before passing them on to the next link in the chain. This hidden network of exchange had a revolutionary impact on something as universal as food. In medieval Europe, pepper was more than a luxury. It was a status symbol of immense value, often used as collateral for loans or given as tribute. But its influence went far beyond the economic. The introduction of black pepper, along with other spices like cinnamon, ginger, and saffron, fundamentally altered European cuisine, which had been relatively bland and reliant on local herbs. These exotic flavors from the East created a culinary revolution, inspiring the complex spiced sauces and meats that would come to define aristocratic feasting. This demand then rippled into the world of art. In countless Renaissance paintings, we see lavish still-life compositions, known as vanitas paintings, which often feature a scattered handful of peppercorns or a nutmeg next with a grater. These spices weren't just included for their beauty, they were powerful symbols of wealth, global trade, and the transience of worldly possessions. A single painting could silently testify to a vast, invisible network that stretched all the way to the Spice Islands, a connection the artist and patron understood, even if the average viewer did not. Perhaps the most profound fusion occurred not in the kitchen but in the realm of the spirit. The use of incense provides a stunning example of this spiritual cross-pollination. Frankincense and myrrh, resins harvested from trees in the arid regions of Oman, Yemen, and Somalia, were burned in the temples of ancient Egypt, Rome, and Greece. This same practice of using aromatic smoke to carry prayers heavenward was deeply embedded in Buddhist ceremonies across Asia, where sandalwood and aloeswood incense became central to meditation and ritual. And of course, incense holds a sacred place in Christian liturgy, used in churches for centuries to sanctify space and represent the prayers of the faithful rising to God. This is not a case of one religion copying another, but rather a powerful demonstration of a shared human impulse, the connection between pleasing scent and spiritual reverence, that was transmitted and adapted along the very same trade routes that carried the physical resins. A Buddhist monk in a Chinese temple and a Catholic priest in a European cathedral, though separated by a continent and entirely different theologies, were participating in a ritual practice united by a common, invisible thread of commerce and cultural exchange. These aromatic blends fundamentally reshaped daily life in ways we seldom consider. In the Middle East, the tradition of the coffee house, which would later sweep into Europe, began as a social institution built around a stimulant that traveled along trade routes from Ethiopia. In Southeast Asia, the use of spices like turmeric and galangal was not just culinary but also medicinal, and this knowledge of their healing properties filtered westward into the Arabic and European medical traditions, recorded in pharmacopoeias that blended local wisdom with knowledge from distant lands. The desire for these exotic flavors created a demand that altered global economics, spurred exploration, and even dictated foreign policy. Yet for most people living at the time, a sprinkle of pepper on their food or the scent of incense in their place of worship was simply a normal part of life. They were completely unaware of the incredible, secret journeys these substances had taken, or the ways in which their own daily rituals were, in fact, a quiet testament to a world that was far more interconnected than anyone could have possibly imagined. Now let's turn our gaze to the rugged region of Gandhara, in what is now modern-day Pakistan and Afghanistan, where one of history's most visually striking cultural fusions was born. In the museums of Islamabad and Peshawar, you will find serene stone statues of the Buddha, but with a remarkable twist. Instead of the simple robes of an Indian ascetic, these figures are draped in intricately carved, heavy cloaks that fall in soft, realistic folds, a style unmistakably borrowed from classical Greek sculpture. Their faces often possess the balanced, idealized features of a Greek god, with wavy hair tied in a topknot that resembles the hairstyle of the sun god Apollo. This is not a case of simple artistic borrowing. It is the birth of an entirely new aesthetic, a profound synthesis of Hellenistic and Buddhist traditions that emerged in the wake of one of history's most famous conquerors. The campaigns of Alexander the Great did not just carve out a short-lived empire. They planted the seeds of Greek culture deep in the heart of Asia, seeds that would quietly germinate and intertwine with local spiritual traditions, creating a unique philosophical and artistic crossroads that would resonate for centuries. The initial spark for this fusion was, of course, Alexander's invasion of the Indian subcontinent in the 4th century before the Common Era. Though his army soon withdrew, he left behind Greek veterans and administrators in newly founded cities with names like Alexandria on the Caucasus. These outposts evolved into a series of Greco-Bactrian and Indo-Greek kingdoms that thrived for hundreds of years, acting as a permanent bridge between the Mediterranean and the Indian worlds. Isolated from their Hellenistic homeland, these Greek rulers and their descendants did not simply impose their culture. They gradually absorbed the local customs, intermarried with the population, and significantly began to adopt Buddhism. This was not a hostile takeover, but a slow, organic process of cultural negotiation. The Greek king Menander I, known in Indian sources as Milinda, became a celebrated figure in Buddhist literature. The Milinda Panha, or The Questions of King Milinda, is a core Buddhist text that takes the form of a dialogue between the Greek king and the sage Nagasena, exploring deep philosophical concepts like the nature of the self and karma. This text stands as a powerful testament to a genuine intellectual engagement, showing that the exchange was happening not just in stone, but in the realm of ideas. This cultural dialogue had a transformative impact on Buddhist art itself. Before this period, the Buddha was never depicted in human form. Early Indian art represented him through symbols alone: an empty throne, a pair of footprints, or the Bodhi tree. The anthropomorphic tradition, the creation of statues of the Buddha as a human figure, seems to have first flourished in the Gandhara region under Greek influence. Greek sculptors, or local artisans trained in Greek techniques, took the fundamental concepts of Buddhist iconography and rendered them using the realistic, human-centered approach of Hellenistic art. They gave the Buddha a recognizable, compassionate human face and a solid, noble body, making the divine accessible in a way that resonated with the local population and travelers alike. This revolutionary artistic development did not just stay in Gandhara. It became the template that spread along the Silk Road into Central Asia, China, and eventually the rest of the Buddhist world, fundamentally shaping how billions of people would envision their object of veneration for the next 2 millennia. The fusion extended beyond mere representation into the very architecture of spirituality. Stupas, the mound-like structures that house Buddhist relics, began to incorporate classical architectural elements. Pilasters, Corinthian capitals, and friezes depicting scenes from the Buddha's life, all carved in a distinctly Hellenistic style, adorned these sacred monuments. In places like the monastic complex of Taxila, one can see the clear integration of Greek and Indian planning principles. But perhaps the most significant philosophical exchange concerns the development of Mahayana Buddhism, the great vehicle tradition that emphasizes compassion and the ideal of the Bodhisattva, an enlightened being who delays their own nirvana to help all sentient beings. Historian Richard Stoneman and others have suggested that the Greek philosophical concept of the hero, a semi-divine figure who performs great deeds for humanity, may have provided a cultural framework that helped the Bodhisattva ideal gain traction. The notion of a benevolent, supernatural figure who aids humanity feels more aligned with the Greek pantheon than with the earlier, more austere Buddhist focus on individual enlightenment. This doesn't mean Mahayana Buddhism is Greek Buddhism, but rather that the cultural environment fostered by Greco-Buddhist interaction provided fertile ground for these revolutionary ideas to grow and flourish, demonstrating how the collision of two worldviews can give birth to a third, entirely new one. A fascinating case study of this syncretism in action is the Bactrian Kingdom, a remarkably wealthy and powerful Hellenistic state that ruled Central Asia for centuries. The city of Ai Khanum, excavated on the border between Afghanistan and Tajikistan, was a full-fledged Greek city, complete with a gymnasium, a theater, and Corinthian temples. Yet, within this thoroughly Hellenistic urban landscape, archaeologists have also found Indian-style ivory carvings and indications of Buddhist worship. The Greek rulers of Bactria issued magnificent coins that are a perfect metaphor for their hybrid identity. On one side, you have the portrait of the king, like Eucratides I, depicted with the royal diadem and features of a Greek monarch. On the reverse, however, you find the Greek gods Zeus or Apollo alongside inscriptions in Greek script, but sometimes also incorporating symbols like the elephant, a clear nod to Indian culture and a practical necessity for a currency that needed to be accepted in a multi-ethnic kingdom. These rulers were masters of cultural code switching, leveraging their Greek heritage for legitimacy among their elite, while adopting local symbols to govern their diverse subjects effectively. When we reflect on the profound legacy of Greco-Buddhist syncretism, we see a powerful blueprint for how cultures can meet and merge to create something entirely new and enduring. This was not a relationship of dominance and submission, but one of mutual adaptation and creative inspiration. The Greek settlers, far from home, found spiritual meaning in Buddhism, while the local Buddhist community found powerful new artistic and conceptual tools in Greek culture to express and propagate their faith. This fusion gave the world its first human images of the Buddha. It may have influenced the philosophical direction of one of the world's major religions, and it created a unique aesthetic that still captivates us today. It stands as a timeless reminder that the most powerful and lasting innovations often occur not in isolation, but at the busy, vibrant crossroads where different worlds secretly collide, blending their strengths to forge a new path forward for all of humanity. Beneath the shimmering surface of the Indian Ocean lies a submerged museum of ancient globalization, a watery graveyard that holds the secrets of the world's first truly international marketplace. Imagine the ghostly remains of a merchant vessel resting on the seabed off the coast of India, its wooden hull long since eaten away, but its cargo still telling a silent, spectacular story. In the same layer of silt, archaeologists might find a Roman glass vase nestled against a stack of Chinese Han Dynasty bronze mirrors, while a handful of East African cowrie shells and Persian silver coins scatter nearby. This isn't a random collection of lost items. It is the tangible evidence of a sophisticated, submerged network that connected the hemispheres, a crossroad where the maritime silk and spice routes converged into a single, pulsating artery of commerce. The true engine of this secret maritime highway wasn't just human ambition. It was the relentless, predictable power of the monsoon winds. For centuries, sailors from Arabia, India, and Southeast Asia learned to read the sky and the sea, harnessing these seasonal weather patterns that functioned like a celestial clockwork. From around April to September, the southwestern monsoon would blow steadily toward India, filling the sails of ships departing from the Arabian Peninsula and the coast of East Africa. Then, as the year turned, the winds would reverse, with the northeastern monsoon from October to March carrying those same vessels, now laden with new goods, back home from India and beyond. This natural, cyclical engine meant that a trader could plan a round trip with remarkable precision, creating a rhythm of exchange that bound the rim of the Indian Ocean into a single, interdependent economic zone, long before the concept of a global economy ever existed. The proof of this interconnectedness is literally washing up on shorelines and being hauled up from the deep. Dr. Sunil Gupta, an expert in Indian Ocean archaeology, emphasizes that the most telling finds are not the rare, spectacular treasures, but the everyday assemblages. When you excavate a port site like Pattanam in Kerala or a shipwreck like the one at Godavaya in Sri Lanka, he explains, you don't find separate layers of Roman, Indian, and Chinese goods. You find them all mixed together in the same stratum, a shattered Indian rouleted-ware pottery bowl lying next to a Roman amphora fragment and a shard of Chinese celadon. This commingling of common ceramics is far more revealing than a hoard of gold coins. It speaks to a level of routine, sustained contact where goods from the entire known world were being unloaded, traded, and reloaded in a single, bustling port, creating a cultural and economic melting pot that operated continuously for centuries. The coins tell a similar story. A Roman denarius might be found pierced and worn as jewelry in South India, while imitations of Roman coins were minted locally to facilitate this complex multi-currency trade, demonstrating a fluid and pragmatic financial system that evolved to meet the needs of this international seafaring community. This exchange was not limited to finished goods. It extended to the very means of transportation, in a silent transfer of technology that revolutionized maritime travel. The most iconic vessel of the Indian Ocean was the Howe, with its distinctive triangular lateen sail. This brilliant design was perfectly adapted to the monsoon winds, allowing ships to sail efficiently against the wind, a capability that square-rigged ships of the Mediterranean often lack. The D-house design likely originated with Arab or Indian shipwrights, but its utility was so profound that its core principles were adopted and adapted by cultures from East Africa to Southeast Asia. Similarly, shipbuilding techniques traveled along these routes. The practice of sewing hulls together with coir rope, a technique known as stitched plank construction, was common in the Indian Ocean and is a testament to the shared nautical knowledge across the region. Meanwhile, Chinese junks with their massive size, watertight bulkheads, and stern-mounted rudders represented another technological peak. While these designs largely remained distinct, the knowledge of their existence and their respective advantages surely circulated among the sailors and merchants in cosmopolitan ports, creating a shared repository of naval architecture that different cultures could draw upon to improve their own vessels. The complexity and sheer distance of these networks is perfectly captured by the story of a single shipwreck, like the Belitung wreck discovered in the waters of Indonesia. This 9th century Arabian dhow was a time capsule of global trade. Its main cargo was a staggering collection of over 60,000 Chinese artifacts, including mass-produced bowls, exquisite gilt silver boxes, and tons of finely potted Changsha ware, all destined for the wealthy markets of the Abbasid Caliphate. But within the same hold, archaeologists found resins from Arabian frankincense and myrrh. Here was a single ship built in the Arab world, stocked with luxury goods from China and carrying aromatic treasures from its own homeland, all lost on a journey through Southeast Asian waters. This one wreck encapsulates the entire, breathtaking loop of Indian Ocean commerce. It reveals a supply chain that could respond to Middle Eastern demand for Chinese ceramics by commissioning specific designs and quantities from kilns in Hunan province, then organizing the maritime logistics to transport them halfway across the world. The presence of the incense shows the two-way nature of the trade, with the Middle East exporting its own high-value goods back along the same routes. Embarking on one of these voyages was an act of immense courage and a tremendous gamble. A merchant would invest his entire fortune in a cargo of goods, then entrust it to a ship captain whose navigation relied on oral tradition, the stars at night, and the color of the water by day. The risks were omnipresent. A missed monsoon could mean being stranded in a foreign port for 6 months, bankrupting the merchant as he waited for the winds to change. Pirates lurked in strategic choke points like the Strait of Malacca, ready to pounce on heavily laden vessels. And then there was the sea itself, sudden squalls, hidden reefs, and the ever-present threat of shipwreck. A single storm could send a ship and all its wealth to the bottom, wiping out the fortunes of multiple investors and families. The sailors who manned these ships faced disease, malnutrition, and the possibility of never seeing home again. Yet, the potential rewards were so colossal that generation after generation of traders was willing to take these risks, driven by the lure of profit and the promise of connecting worlds. Their collective bravery, navigating by the stars and the seasons, wove a web of connection across the Indian Ocean that was far more extensive and resilient than any land-based empire, creating a submerged history of globalization that we are only now beginning to fully appreciate. Picture a European merchant in the 13th century, standing in the bustling marketplace of Tabriz, needing to send an urgent message about market prices or a shipment of goods all the way to his business partner in Konbalik, modern-day Beijing. For anyone else, this would have been an impossible task, a journey of many months fraught with bandits, conflicting borders, and unreliable messengers. But this merchant held a small, powerful object, a paisa, a passport-like tablet made of gold or silver, often inscribed with the Great Khan's seal. With this credential, he could approach a station master of the Yam, the Mongol Empire's legendary postal relay system, and entrust his message to a rider who would begin a breathtakingly efficient journey across the largest contiguous land empire the world has ever known. This was not just a mail service, it was the internet of the medieval world, a secret communication superhighway that silently wove together Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, collapsing distances and accelerating the flow of everything from royal decrees to world-changing ideas. Historian Jack Weatherford powerfully argues that this system did more than just move messages. It moved civilization itself, creating an unprecedented environment for the transfer of technologies like gunpowder, printing, and advanced mathematics that would fundamentally reshape the continents it connected. The sheer mechanics of the yam were a marvel of logistical genius, a system of breathtaking scale and efficiency. At its heart was a continent-spanning network of relay stations, known as yam, strategically placed about 20 to 30 miles apart, a distance a horseman could cover at a full gallop before his mount was exhausted. Conservative estimates suggest there were over 10,000 of these stations across the empire, each stocked with fresh horses, fodder, food, and lodging. A messenger carrying his paser would ride into a station, immediately swap his tired horse for a fresh one, and if necessary, hand his dispatches to a new, rested rider, all without a moment's pause. This relay race of communication meant that urgent messages could travel up to 200 miles in a single day, a speed that would not be consistently matched in Europe until the 19th century. The system was so effective that Marco Polo, who witnessed it firsthand, reported with astonishment that the Great Khan could have fresh fruit delivered to his court from over 1,000 miles away, a testament to the speed and reliability of this imperial supply chain. This infrastructure was not built for public use. It was the nervous system of the Mongol state, allowing the Khans in their capital to maintain real-time control over their vast domains, from the steppes of Russia to the coasts of Korea. But the genius of the yam extended beyond its physical stations to its sophisticated system of access and control, the passport and credential system. The paser was more than a simple pass. It was a tangible representation of the bearer's authority and the urgency of their mission. These tablets came in different materials denoting different levels of priority. A silver paser for important officials, a gold one for imperial ambassadors, and some accounts even mention a tiger head paser for the most critical, top priority missions. Presenting this token to a station master guaranteed immediate compliance, granting the holder access to the empire's best resources, the strongest horses, the most experienced guides, and provisions for their journey. This system of credentialed access prevented abuse and ensured the network's resources were reserved for official state business, diplomatic envoys, and, crucially, the merchants and scholars who carried the lifeblood of cultural exchange. It was a powerful tool of integration, creating a standardized, secure, and efficient method of movement across dozens of previously warring kingdoms and cultures, effectively turning the Silk Road into a safe, regulated, and incredibly fast corridor for the first time in history. This unprecedented connectivity became the primary vector for one of the most significant technological transfers in human history, the movement of gunpowder and printing from east to west. While gunpowder had been invented in China centuries earlier, it was primarily used for fireworks and rudimentary incendiary devices. It was the Mongols, with their relentless focus on military innovation, who recognized its potential as a world-shattering weapon. As they conquered and conscripted Chinese engineers, the knowledge of gunpowder recipes and early cannon and grenade technology traveled westward along the yam routes, carried by soldiers, engineers, and traders. By the time of the Mongol invasions of Eastern Europe, these terrifying new weapons were being deployed on the battlefield, forever changing the nature of warfare and castle construction. Similarly, the technology of block printing and later movable type traveled these same roads, while the full impact of movable type would be realized later in Europe with Gutenberg. The foundational concepts and examples of printed paper money, playing cards, and religious texts from China flowed westward, carried by merchants and monks who had seen the technology in action in the East. The yam didn't invent these technologies, but it acted as the ultimate accelerator, compressing a process of cultural diffusion that might have taken centuries into a matter of decades. The exchange was not merely one-way, nor was it limited to weaponry. Some of the most profound and peaceful collaborations occurred in the fields of medicine and astronomy, facilitated by the same network. The Mongol Khans, particularly Kublai Khan, were famously pragmatic and curious about different forms of knowledge. They established institutions that brought together the greatest minds from their conquered territories. There are accounts of Persian doctors from the Ilkhanate, steeped in the Greco-Arabic medical traditions of Avicenna, traveling to the Yuan court in China and engaging in direct dialogue with Chinese physicians. Through these exchanges, Persian doctors learned of Chinese pulse diagnosis and herbal remedies, while Chinese medical texts began to incorporate knowledge of surgical techniques and medicinal substances from the Middle East. This cross-pollination of medical wisdom, made possible by the safe passage guaranteed by the yam, created a more holistic and advanced body of medical knowledge that benefited both cultures. Astronomers from Maragha in Persia collaborated with Chinese scholars, sharing star charts and observational data that refined calendars and navigation techniques across Eurasia. When we reflect on the legacy of the yam, its influence on later communication systems is undeniable. The concept of a state-run, relay-based postal service became the model for future empires. The Russian yamshchik system, which persisted for centuries, was a direct descendant of the Mongol yam. Even the Pony Express of the American West, though short-lived, operated on the same fundamental principle of fresh horses and riders at relay stations to achieve maximum speed over long distances. The Mongol innovation demonstrated a universal truth that the speed of information is directly proportional to the pace of progress. By creating a system where ideas could travel faster than people, the Mongols inadvertently laid the groundwork for the Renaissance in Europe and scientific golden ages in the Middle East and China. They proved that when a continent is woven together with threads of reliable communication, the isolated sparks of innovation in one region can quickly ignite a fire of progress across the entire world, demonstrating that connectivity itself is one of the most powerful catalysts for human advancement ever devised. Now let's travel to the lush, tropical coast of Kerala in South India, where a community of faith has preserved a story of ancient connection for nearly 2,000 years. Here, among the swaying coconut palms, you will find the St. Thomas Christians, a community whose very identity is a living tapestry woven from threads of Syrian liturgy and deeply rooted Indian customs. According to their enduring tradition, their faith was first brought to these shores by the Apostle Thomas himself, one of the 12 disciples of Jesus, who is said to have arrived by boat in the year 52 of the Common Era. While historians often debate the specifics of such apostolic journeys, the existence of this ancient community is an undeniable historical fact, a remarkable crossroad where a Middle Eastern religion sailed across the Indian Ocean on the same monsoon winds that carried pepper and pearls, taking root in the rich soil of Hindu India and creating one of the most resilient and unique Christian traditions in the world. This was not a conversion by conquest or colonization. It was a quiet, organic absorption along the bustling trade routes that linked the Malabar coast with the Roman Empire and the Persian Gulf. The earliest Christian communities in India were likely established by Jewish traders who had already settled in port cities like Kodungallur, a thriving international emporium. These merchants were part of a diaspora that stretched from Alexandria to Yemen, and they would have been the first to receive Christian teachings from traders and missionaries arriving from the West. The spice trade was the invisible engine of this spiritual diffusion. The same ships that carried priceless black pepper, cardamom, and cinnamon from Kerala to the markets of Rome and Antioch also carried ideas, including the revolutionary message of Christianity. A Syrian Christian merchant, for instance, traveling on a vessel laden with pepper, would have found a receptive audience among the local population and the existing Jewish settlements, leading to the establishment of small, house-based churches that grew slowly over generations, their faith nurtured by the constant coming and going of ships from the Christian world of the Middle East. The unique character of these Indian Christians is most vividly expressed in their worship. For centuries, their liturgical language was Syriac, a dialect of Aramaic, the very language spoken by Jesus. This connected them theologically to the ancient Christian heartlands of Antioch and Edessa, a spiritual lineage they guarded fiercely. Yet within the walls of their churches, this foreign tongue was not a barrier to integration. Religious scholars point out that these communities masterfully incorporated the social and cultural fabric of their Hindu surroundings. They adopted the Indian tradition of sitting on mats on the floor during services. They used native brass lamps in their rituals, and their church architecture often mirrored the design of local Hindu temples, with sloping tiled roofs and an open courtyard. Their clergy lived much like Hindu ascetics, and their family law and social customs were indistinguishable from those of their Hindu neighbors. This was not a faith existing in a ghetto. It was a seamless blend, where the chants of Syriac hymns would have felt as natural in the Indian landscape as the Sanskrit slokas from a nearby temple. This cultural fusion is set in stone and wood in the architecture of their ancient churches. Take the St. Mary's Church in Kottayam, home to incredible copper plates that record royal grants from Hindu rulers to the Christian community. These plates, inscribed in the local Vatteluttu script, demonstrate that the Christians were not seen as foreigners, but as an integral part of the social and economic order, receiving honors and responsibilities from Hindu kings. The churches themselves, like the famous St. Thomas Syro-Malabar Church in Palayur, often feature structures that are outwardly similar to Kerala's temple architecture, preventing them from standing out as alien impositions. Inside, however, the sanctuary would be adorned with Syriac crosses and inscriptions, and the liturgy would follow the East Syrian rite, creating a sacred space that was at once authentically Indian and profoundly connected to a global Christian network. This architectural harmony was a physical manifestation of a successful social contract, a silent agreement between faiths that allowed each to flourish without threatening the other. Perhaps no event better illustrates the fierce resilience of this cross-cultural faith than the dramatic episode known as the Coonan Cross Oath of 1653. For over a millennium, the St. Thomas Christians had been under the ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the Church of the East, with their bishops arriving from Persia. However, the arrival of Portuguese colonizers in the 16th century brought a new, militant form of Catholicism that viewed the ancient Indian Christian practices as heretical. The Portuguese padres, backed by the power of the Inquisition, attempted to forcibly Latinize the community, demanding they abandon their Syriac liturgy, their married clergy, and their distinctive customs. The tension reached a breaking point when a community leader was publicly humiliated by a Portuguese bishop. In response, thousands of St. Thomas Christians gathered at Matancherry, coiled a long rope around a large stone cross, and swore a collective oath that they would never again submit to the Portuguese Archbishop of Goa. This Coonan Cross Oath, or Leaning Cross Oath, was a defiant act of spiritual independence, a declaration that their unique, centuries-old blend of Syrian and Indian Christianity was non-negotiable. The aftermath of the oath was a schism that permanently shaped the community, but it also solidified their identity. While a portion of the community eventually reconciled with Rome under certain conditions, forming what is now the Syro-Malabar Catholic Church, a significant group broke away entirely, seeking to re-establish their ancient connection to the Syriac Orthodox Church of Antioch. This painful period tested the community to its core, but it ultimately proved the incredible durability of a faith that had been forged at a crossroads. They had survived not by isolating themselves, but by integrating so deeply into the Indian cultural landscape that they could draw upon immense social cohesion to resist external pressure. Their faith was not a fragile import. It had become a native pillar of the community, as resilient as the teak wood in their churches, and as enduring as the spice trade that first brought their ancestors to those shores. The story of the St. Thomas Christians is a powerful testament to the fact that the most profound spiritual connections are those that can bend without breaking, absorbing the best of new worlds while holding fast to an ancient heart. The frozen shores of Greenland hold the secrets of a centuries-long encounter between two peoples from opposite ends of the medieval world. Scattered across the remains of ancient Inuit winter settlements, archaeologists have unearthed objects that seem startlingly out of place: wrought iron nails, fragments of chain mail, and pieces of woolen cloth woven in a style unmistakably Norse. These artifacts are not the detritus of a single, violent raid. They are the quiet, material evidence of a complex and prolonged relationship, a crossroad of covert trade, cultural exchange, and likely conflict, unfolding in one of the most challenging environments on Earth. For over 400 years, the Norse, who had established their eastern and western settlements on Greenland's southwestern coast, and the ancestors of the modern Inuit, known to archaeology as the Thule culture, shared this immense icy island. Theirs was not a story of one culture replacing the other, but a fascinating and often tense dance of coexistence, where the exchange of technology and survival strategies could mean the difference between life and death in the face of a rapidly changing climate. The nature of their interaction is pieced together from two very different types of evidence: the silent testimony of garbage heaps and the embellished tales of sagas. The archaeological record, particularly the study of Midden's ancient refuse piles, provides a clear, unvarnished account of daily life. In Thule sites, we find those telltale Norse metal objects, often repurposed by Inuit smiths. A broken iron knife blade might be resharpened and fitted into a new handle carved from walrus ivory, creating a hybrid tool that combined the best available materials. Conversely, in the ruins of Norse farms, archaeologists have discovered artifacts of unmistakable Inuit origin: small carvings of polar bears from walrus tusk, and most tellingly, fragments of walrus skulls with the telltale marks showing the valuable tusks had been removed. This suggests the Norse were acquiring these tusks, a primary source of their wealth through trade with Europe, directly from the Inuit hunters who were far more skilled at hunting the massive sea mammals in the treacherous Arctic pack ice. The sagas, on the other hand, offer a more mythologized view. The Greenlander's saga and the saga of Eric the Red speak briefly of encounters with people they called Skraelings, a term they used for all indigenous peoples they encountered, from the Sami of Scandinavia to the Beothuk of Newfoundland. These accounts are sparse and often hostile, describing brief, violent clashes. Yet, the very fact that these encounters were recorded at all hints at their significance to the isolated Norse communities, for whom the Skraelings represented both a threat and a potential source of valuable knowledge. The single greatest factor shaping this centuries-long encounter was the relentless force of climate change. When the Norse first settled Greenland in the late 10th century, they arrived during a period known as the medieval warm period. Temperatures were slightly higher than average, allowing them to establish a pastoral economy based on cattle, sheep, and goats, much like the one they had left behind in Iceland and Norway. They could grow hay in sheltered fjords and even some barley, and the surrounding seas were rich with cod and seal. However, by the 13th century, the climate began to shift. The Little Ice Age was descending, bringing progressively colder temperatures, longer winters, and expanding sea ice. This climatic shift had a double-edged effect on the relationship between the two cultures. For the Norse, whose entire way of life was tied to European-style farming, the cooling weather was a catastrophe. Their pastures failed, their livestock starved, and the sea ice made it increasingly difficult for the supply ships from Norway to reach them, cutting them off from vital trade and ecclesiastical support. For the Thule Inuit, however, who had migrated eastward from Alaska, this was their moment. Their entire culture and technology were exquisitely adapted to life in the extreme cold. The expanding sea ice was not a barrier but a highway, allowing their dog sleds to travel vast distances and providing a stable platform from which to hunt seals at their breathing holes. As the Norse struggled, the Thule thrived, and the power dynamic on the island inevitably began to shift. This shift in fortune created a powerful incentive for the exchange of survival technologies, and the most significant transfer was almost certainly in the realm of maritime travel. The Norse relied on their iconic clinker-built wooden ships, which were magnificent for crossing the open North Atlantic, but were dangerously vulnerable in the icy waters around Greenland. Their heavy oak vessels could be easily hauled by pack ice, and they were not designed for the nimble maneuvering required to hunt seals and whales amidst the flows. The Inuit, by contrast, were masters of the kayak and the larger umiak, boats with frames of driftwood or whalebone covered in stitched sealskins. These skin boats were lightweight, incredibly resilient, and if damaged, could be easily repaired with materials readily at hand. It is almost unthinkable that the Norse, watching the Inuit hunt with such efficiency from these vessels, would not have attempted to adopt or adapt the technology. While direct archaeological evidence is elusive, the sagas hint at this adoption. There are accounts of Norse explorers using skin boats for their voyages farther north along the coast, a practical necessity that would have required either trade with the Inuit or direct observation of their techniques. This potential adoption of the skin boat represents a profound moment of pragmatic adaptation, where a proud seafaring culture, facing extinction, was willing to learn from those they had once considered primitive. When we reflect on the ultimate fate of the Norse Greenlanders, who vanished from the island by the mid-15th century, their story becomes a powerful lesson in the limits of cultural adaptation. The evidence suggests that they had opportunities to learn from the Inuit that they ultimately failed to fully embrace. They traded for small items and perhaps adopted specific technologies like the skin boat for specific journeys, but they seem to have clung tenaciously to their core identity as European Christians and farmers. They continued to wear woolen clothing in a climate where layered sealskin and caribou fur were far warmer. They continued to build stone churches in the European style while their farms failed. They did not, as far as we know, fully adopt the Inuit hunting methods that would have allowed them to tap into the rich marine resources of the Arctic, perhaps due to cultural taboos or a simple lack of the specialized skills required. The Thule Inuit, on the other hand, possessed a fluid and opportunistic technology perfectly suited to their environment. Their ability to hunt the great bowhead whale from their umiaks, to survive on the sea ice, and to utilize every part of their prey gave them a resilience that the Norse lacked. The disappearance of the Norse settlements is a tragic story. but the 400-year crossroad itself stands as a testament to the fact that when cultures meet, the ability to adapt is not just about adopting new tools, but about the far more difficult task of transforming one's entire world to survive in a changing world. Now, let's trace the journey of one of humanity's most transformative inventions, the alphabet, on the sun-baked coast of southern Spain, at a site once known as a Phoenician trading post called Doña Blanca. Archaeologists unearthed a broken piece of pottery with a few characters scratched into its surface. To the untrained eye, it was little more than ancient graffiti, but to a linguist, it was a revolutionary message. The script was Phoenician, but it was found far from the Levant, and the context suggested it was being used by local Iberians. This humble shard is a fossilized moment of cultural transmission, a secret crossroad where a writing system designed for one language was quietly adopted and adapted by another, setting off a chain reaction that would eventually give the world the letters you are reading right now. The story of the alphabet is not one of a single genius inventor, but of countless anonymous merchants and sailors who carried this powerful technology across the Mediterranean, where it was constantly reinvented to capture the sounds of new tongues, from the rocky shores of Greece to the rolling hills of Italy. The Phoenicians, a seafaring people from the coast of modern-day Lebanon, were the ideal agents for this diffusion. They were not empire builders in the style of the Egyptians or Hittites. They were the master traders of the ancient world, their ships laden with precious purple dye, glass, and cedar wood. What they needed was not a complex script for religious inscriptions or royal proclamations, but a simple, efficient system for keeping commercial records, invoices, cargo lists, and contracts. Their revolutionary innovation was a fully phonetic alphabet. Unlike the thousands of hieroglyphs in Egypt or the hundreds of cuneiform signs in Mesopotamia, the Phoenician system used just about 24 symbols, each representing a single consonant sound. This made it incredibly easy to learn and use, a democratization of writing that moved it from the exclusive domain of priestly scribes to the practical world of the merchant's ledger. As these Phoenician traders established colonies from Cyprus to Carthage to Spain, their script traveled with them, not as a cultural imposition, but as a practical tool that local peoples encountered in the bustling, multilingual ports where business was done. It was in one such trading post, likely on the island of Crete or the coast of modern-day Syria, that the Greeks encountered this revolutionary writing system. The meeting was a linguistic epiphany. The Greek language had sounds that the Phoenician alphabet did not, most notably vowel sounds. The Phoenician letter aleph represented a glottal stop, a consonant. But the Greeks, hearing this character, repurposed it to represent their vowel a, creating the letter alpha. Similarly, the Phoenician became the Greek vowel epsilon, representing the e sound. This was a monumental intellectual leap. By dedicating specific letters to vowels, the Greeks transformed the Phoenician consonantary into a true alphabet, a system capable of representing the full range of human speech with unparalleled precision. This adaptation, as scholar Barry Powell has argued, was perhaps one of the most significant cultural borrowings in history. It turned writing into a flexible instrument perfectly suited for recording the rhythmic complexities of Homeric epic poetry, the precise arguments of Platonic philosophy, and the foundational texts of Western literature and science. The evolution of individual letters tells a fascinating story of its own, a process of simplification and abstraction over centuries. Take the letter A. Its origin lies in the Phoenician letter aleph, which meant ox. Its original shape was a crude pictogram of an ox's head turned on its side. You can still see the horns at the top of our capital A. The Greeks streamlined this symbol, naming it alpha and standardizing its form. The Romans later adopted it from the Greeks, angling it further into the symmetrical we recognize today. This process repeated across the alphabet. The letter B derives from Beth, meaning house, which began as a simple square floor plan. M comes from Mem, meaning water, and its wavy lines still echo the aquatic origin. As the script moved from culture to culture, the connection to the original Semitic meanings was lost, but the skeletal forms of the letters remained, a silent, abstract code that had been stripped of its pictorial past to become a pure vehicle for sound. A powerful case study of this adaptive process is the Etruscan civilization of central Italy. The Etruscans were a major power in the region long before Rome rose to prominence, and they were voracious consumers of Greek culture, importing vast quantities of Greek pottery and art. Along with these goods came the Greek alphabet. The Etruscans borrowed it directly, but they faced the same challenge all adopters did. Their language was different. Etruscan had sounds that Greek did not, and it lacked others. So they tweaked the script to fit their needs. They retained the Greek letters for the sounds they used, but they repurposed or discarded others. For example, the Etruscan language had no use for the voiced consonant B or the vowel O, so the letters beta and omicron in their alphabet were used for different sounds or not used at all. This Etruscan version of the Greek alphabet then became a new conduit. It was, in turn, passed on to the various Italic tribes surrounding them, including the Latins in the city of Rome. The Romans, with their characteristic practicality, took this Etruscan model and refined it further, creating the clean, monumental Latin script that would eventually be carried by their legions across Europe, giving rise to the writing systems used for English, Spanish, French, and many other languages today. The ability to write things down fundamentally altered the relationship between cultures and time. Before the alphabet, knowledge was ephemeral, stored in the fallible memories of bards, elders, and priests. Great stories, laws, and technical knowledge could be distorted with each retelling or lost entirely with the death of a generation. Writing changed that. It allowed for the creation of a permanent external memory. A law code could be inscribed in stone for all to see, creating a standard of justice that was not subject to the whims of a single ruler. A complex mathematical formula or a detailed medical procedure could be recorded with precision and passed down unchanged for centuries. The myths of a people, which once existed only as fluid oral performances, could be fixed in a canonical text, preserving a cultural identity even in the face of conquest and dispersal. The very act of writing enabled reflection, analysis, and the slow, cumulative build-up of knowledge that we call civilization. It created a bridge across generations, allowing the thoughts of a philosopher in ancient Athens to speak directly to a scholar in Renaissance Florence, a connection that would have been impossible without the stable, portable technology of the alphabet. This incredible journey, from a Phoenician trader's note in Spain to the literary masterpieces of Greece and the legal codes of Rome, demonstrates that writing is not a static invention but a living, evolving entity. It thrives at the intersections of culture, adapting to new environments and new needs. The merchants who carried these scripts did not see themselves as agents of a linguistic revolution. They were simply doing business. Yet, in their ledgers and on their pottery shards, they carried the seeds of literature, science, and history itself. The silent, practical exchange of a writing system in a busy port did more to shape the modern world than many a noisy battle, proving that some of the most powerful collisions between ancient worlds happened not with the clash of swords, but with the quiet scratch of a stylus on a clay tablet. Imagine a world where a single melody could travel from the bustling markets of Baghdad to the royal courts of medieval Spain, its notes changing subtly with each new set of hands that carried it. This is the hidden story of our 13th crossroad, a journey written not in ink, but in the very design of the instruments that gave it voice. At the heart of this tale is the lute, an instrument whose very name echoes its long migration. The word lute derives from the Arabic al-letter 2bf macron d, which simply means the wood. This ancestor of the instrument, the oud, was born in ancient Mesopotamia, a tear-shaped body with a rounded back, crafted to produce a warm, resonant sound that became the soul of Middle Eastern music. When the Moors crossed into the Iberian Peninsula in the 8th century, they did not come alone. They brought with them the oud, along with a rich tradition of poetry, science, and musical theory. In the culturally fertile environment of Al-Andalus, where Muslim, Jewish, and Christian scholars collaborated, the oud encountered European craftsmanship. It was here that luthiers, the instrument makers who take their name from the lute itself, began to adapt the design. They added frets to the fingerboard to accommodate the structured harmonies of European music, and they developed a distinct body shape, creating the instrument that would become the quintessential voice of Renaissance music, from the intimate chambers of nobles to the lively streets of growing cities. This transformation from the fretless oud to the fretted lute is a perfect symbol of cultural exchange, a shared core with a newly adapted form, born from a secret collision of worlds. The exchange was far deeper than just the physical instruments. It was a fundamental sharing of the very language of music. As the oud and lute traveled, so too did complex systems of tuning and musical theory. The Middle East had developed sophisticated modal systems known as maqamat, intricate scales that provided a framework for improvisation and composition, each mode evoking a specific emotion or time of day. These concepts filtered into Europe through centers of translation in places like Toledo, where Arab musical treatises were studied alongside Greek philosophical texts. This influence can be heard in the early European musical modes, which predate our modern major and minor scales. The very way musicians thought about organizing sound began to shift. Along with theory came revolutionary playing techniques. The use of a plectrum or pick was common for the oud, allowing for sharp, articulate strumming. In Europe, this technique evolved, and we also see the development of fingerstyle playing, where the strings are plucked individually with the fingertips, enabling the complex polyphonic textures multiple independent melodies played at once. That would define the music of composers like John Dowland. This was not a simple case of imitation, but a creative absorption where new technical possibilities unlocked new artistic horizons. This cross-cultural conversation had a direct and profound impact on the course of Western classical music. The influence of Persian and Arabic musical traditions is subtly woven into the fabric of European composition, long before the 19th century trend of exoticism. Consider the rhythmic patterns found in some medieval European dances. Their driving, complex meters bear a striking resemblance to the rhythmic cycles, or ikat, of Persian music. Even a foundational element like the drone, a sustained note held underneath a melody, which is central to much folk music from the British Isles to the Alps, finds a powerful parallel in the continuous sound of the tambura in Indian classical music, another tradition connected to this vast network. As trade and contact increased, these influences became more explicit. In the Baroque period, composers began to intentionally incorporate what they called the Turkish style, using percussive elements, cymbals, and bold, martial rhythms to evoke the music of the Ottoman Empire, a clear, if romanticized, acknowledgement of a musical world beyond their borders. This fascination demonstrated that European composers were not working in a vacuum. They were actively, if sometimes indirectly, engaging with the musical ideas that were flowing along the trade routes that connected their world to the East. Perhaps no instrument better illustrates the long and winding journey of musical diffusion than the sitar. Today, we strongly associate it with Indian classical music, but its own history is a map of ancient connections. The sitar's name is believed to come from the Persian word saytar, meaning 3 strings, pointing to its origins in the cultural melting pot of medieval Central Asia under the influence of the Persianate world. It is thought to have evolved from earlier long-necked lutes that traveled eastward into the Indian subcontinent. Once in India, the instrument underwent a magnificent transformation. Indian craftsmen and musicians adapted it profoundly, adding sympathetic strings, a set of strings that are not plucked but vibrate in resonance with the main strings, creating the sitar's characteristic shimmering, complex sound. They also added a large, gourd-based resonating chamber and movable curved frets, allowing for the subtle microtonal shifts essential to the ragas of Indian music. The sitar, therefore, is not a purely Indian invention, but a hybrid, a testament to a crossroad where Persian design met Indian musical philosophy and was reborn into something entirely new and magnificent, a process that took centuries of unrecorded experimentation and artistic dialogue. When we reflect on the global journey of musical instruments, we see a powerful truth about humanity's innate desire to connect. A trader might not have spoken the language of a foreign port. A soldier might not have understood the customs of a distant land, but through music they could find a point of common ground. The shared experience of a rhythm, the universal emotional pull of a melody, created a form of communication that bypassed words entirely. An instrument was not just an object of trade, it was a vessel for a culture's soul, carrying within its shape and its sound a whole world of feeling, history, and identity. When a European luthier held an oud for the first time, he was not just holding a piece of wood and strings, he was holding centuries of Arabian poetry and desert song. When that instrument was transformed into a lute, it became a bridge, allowing the courtly love songs of Provence to converse with the philosophical ghazals of Persia. This hidden musical network proves that long before the internet, humanity had already woven a world-wide web of sound, a resonant tapestry that reminds us that while languages divide, music has a unique and enduring power to unite the human spirit across any barrier. Consider the journey of the humble banana. Today, it's a staple fruit in markets from Lagos to London, but its story begins in the lush jungles of Southeast Asia, where it was first domesticated thousands of years ago. How did this tropical fruit, with its fragile, perishable nature, become a cornerstone of West African agriculture and cuisine centuries before European colonial expansion? The answer lies in the silent, unrecorded voyages of Austronesian seafarers who sailed across the Indian Ocean, reaching the island of Madagascar around 2,000 years ago. These intrepid explorers and traders didn't just bring their language and culture, they brought a cargo of essential crops, including bananas, plantains, and taro. From Madagascar, these revolutionary food plants then diffused to the East African coast, likely through local trade networks that snaked their way inland. This was not a formal, documented transfer, but a slow, organic seepage of agricultural knowledge that fundamentally altered the African landscape. The banana, with its high yield and nutritional value, thrived in the tropical climates of Central and West Africa, providing a reliable source of carbohydrates that supported population growth and enabled societies to flourish in forested regions where other staple grains struggled. This early exchange set a powerful precedent, revealing that the global pantry we take for granted is the result of ancient, hidden collaborations. This crossroad of ancient foodways reveals a world where the most fundamental aspects of human survival, what we plant and what we eat, were constantly in motion, carried by traders, migrants, and sometimes, tragically, by the enslaved. The movement of wheat and rice tells a similarly profound story. Wheat, first domesticated in the Fertile Crescent, traveled eastward to the Indian subcontinent and China, and westward into Europe and North Africa, its cultivation shaping empires and fueling armies. Rice, with its origins in the Yangtze River Valley, followed a parallel but distinct path, moving south into Southeast Asia and westward, likely through Persian and Arab intermediaries, to the Middle East and eventually to the Mediterranean. Each time these crops entered a new region, they were met with local ingenuity. Farmers selected for new varieties that could withstand different climates, pests, and soil conditions, creating a vast, decentralized global experiment in agriculture. This was a form of secret, collective science, where the success of a new crop variety in one village would be quietly observed and adopted by the next, creating a slow-motion revolution in food production that connected farmers who would never meet across continents they would never see. One of the most poignant and powerful examples of this transfer is the story of rice in the Americas, a narrative deeply illuminated by the work of botanist and geographer Judith Carney. In her groundbreaking research, Carney dismantles the long-held assumption that European colonizers introduced sophisticated rice cultivation to the New World. Instead, she presents compelling evidence that the knowledge and expertise came directly from enslaved Africans. These individuals, ripped from the rice-growing regions of West Africa, such as Senegal, Gambia, and Sierra Leone, brought with them not just the memory of the grain, but a deep, generational understanding of its cultivation. They knew how to create the complex irrigation systems and embankments needed to control water levels in the fields. They possessed the skills for parboiling the rice after harvest, a technique that preserved its nutrients and made it less susceptible to spoilage. When plantation owners in the Carolinas and Georgia sought to establish a cash crop, it was the knowledge of the enslaved that made it possible. They recognized the similarity between the tidal floodplains of the American South and the West African coast, and they applied their ancestral techniques to tame this new land, creating immense wealth for their oppressors from a skill that was their own birthright. This was a hidden crossroad of immense tragedy and profound resilience, where a staple food was weaponized for profit, yet its very presence on a new continent stood as a testament to the irrepressible transfer of human knowledge. The archaeological record provides tangible, if subtle, clues to these ancient agricultural exchanges. The discovery of phytoliths, microscopic, durable silica structures found in plant cells, has revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric farming. In an ancient trash midden in India, scientists might find phytoliths from African millets, while in a field in Oman, they might uncover evidence of sorghum from the Ethiopian highlands, long before written records mention such trade. Pollen analysis from lakebed cores can reveal the sudden appearance of a new crop in a region's botanical profile, marking the moment of its introduction. Furthermore, the remnants of ancient farm infrastructure tell a silent story. The traces of raised fields in Mesoamerica, which look remarkably similar to the chinampas of the Aztecs, have been found in other parts of the world, suggesting a shared solution to the problem of wetland farming that may have been independently invented or perhaps hinted at through long-lost contact. These fragments of the past, from microscopic plant particles to the ghostly outlines of old field systems, are like scattered pieces of a global puzzle, each one helping us reconstruct the map of our interconnected agricultural heritage. The role of climate in these exchanges cannot be overstated. It acted as both a catalyst and a barrier. The medieval warm period, for instance, with its slightly higher temperatures, likely allowed for the northward expansion of viticulture in Europe, pushing vineyards into England and Germany. Conversely, the onset of the Little Ice Age would have made grain cultivation more difficult in marginal northern lands, potentially increasing the value and demand for hardier crops imported from other regions. Climate zones created natural corridors for the spread of agriculture. The similar latitudes and climates of the Mediterranean basin, for example, facilitated the relatively easy transfer of olive trees, grapevines, and wheat between its northern and southern shores. However, moving a crop across dramatic climatic barriers, like from the tropics to a temperate zone, required significant human intervention and adaptation. This often meant selecting for specific genetic traits over generations, a slow process of domestication in a new home that ultimately created the incredible diversity of cultivars we have today, each one a monument to a successful crossing of both geographic and climatic frontiers. A transformative case study in this global relay of food is the journey of maize, domesticated from a wild grass called teosinte in the Bolsas River Valley of Mexico over 9,000 years ago. Maize was the lifeblood of civilizations across the Americas, from the Pueblo peoples of the Southwest to the Inca in the Andes. After the fateful voyages of Columbus, this New World crop embarked on a journey that would change the planet. It was introduced to Europe in the late 15th century, but its initial reception was often as a botanical curiosity. Its true impact was felt when it traveled to Africa and Asia. Portuguese traders carried maize along their routes to Asia and their outposts in Africa. In China, it became a crucial crop that fueled population growth, especially in hilly regions where rice could not be easily cultivated. In Africa, maize was adopted with astonishing speed, becoming a dietary staple across the continent. Its high caloric yield and ability to grow in diverse conditions made it a powerful tool for food security, though its nutritional limitations when used as a sole staple also introduced new health challenges. The humble corn cob, once unknown outside the Americas, had within a few centuries woven itself into the culinary fabric of the entire globe, a quiet but monumental testament to the power of biological exchange. When you pause to consider the implications, it becomes clear that food security has never been a local issue. It has always been a global one. The ability of a society to feed its people has historically depended on its connections to the wider world, its access to a diverse portfolio of crops that could withstand blights, droughts, and changing climates. The Irish potato famine in the 19th century is a devastating example of the peril of over-reliance on a single, imported crop. The potato, itself a migrant from the Andes, had become the foundational food of Ireland. When a blight wiped out the harvest, it revealed the fragility of a system built on a lack of diversity. This historical lesson echoes down to our present day, where global supply chains for food are more integrated than ever. The ancient, hidden exchanges of bananas, rice, wheat, and maize laid the groundwork for this interconnected reality. They demonstrate that our dinner tables are, and always have been, a living museum of human migration, trade, and adaptation, a place where every meal is a quiet celebration of the countless, unnamed farmers and travelers who, across millennia, shared the seeds that would come to feed the world. From the fluid journey of food, we now turn to a form of human expression carved in stone and mortar, a testament to how societies reached for the heavens. Gazing up at the magnificent coffered ceiling of the Pantheon in Rome, its vast, unsupported dome spanning over 43 meters, one feels a sense of awe that has transcended millennia. Yet, this Roman masterpiece did not emerge from a vacuum. Its underlying architectural principle, the majestic dome, had a long and secret history of travel, with echoes found in the massive mud brick structures of ancient Mesopotamia and the grand audience halls of Persian kings. This 15th crossroad uncovers the silent diffusion of dome architecture, a story not of a single inventor, but of a powerful structural idea that was whispered along trade routes, adapted by countless cultures, and ultimately became a universal symbol of sacred and civic space, uniting the ancient world under a common architectural sky. The initial challenge of placing a circular dome atop a square building was a puzzle that fascinated builders across continents, and the solutions they developed reveal a hidden conversation in engineering. In the Roman world, the quintessential solution was the massive, poured concrete dome of the Pantheon, a breathtakingly bold feat of engineering that relied on the sheer mass and innovative composition of its material to resist outward thrust. But in the East, particularly in Persian and later Byzantine architecture, we see the development of more elegant and transferable techniques, the squinch and the pendentive. A squinch is essentially an arch or a small, bridging structure built across the upper corners of a square room, effectively converting the square into an octagon, which is much closer to a circle and provides a stable base for the dome to rest upon. The pendentive, a more sophisticated solution, is a curved, triangular segment of masonry that transitions the square base to the circular rim of the dome. Imagine a dome sitting on a sphere. If you slice off the bottom of the sphere in a square, the four remaining curved triangles are the pendentives. This brilliant innovation allowed for taller, more expansive domes and, crucially, created large, open spaces below that were perfect for communal worship. The knowledge of these techniques did not travel with marching armies, but with the anonymous stonemasons, engineers, and craftsmen who moved along the Silk Road, carrying the secrets of their trade in their minds and hands, adapting their skills to new patrons and new materials in lands far from home. No building in history better embodies this architectural crossroads than the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. Constructed in the 6th century under the Byzantine Emperor Justinian, it was a statement of imperial and divine power that would reverberate for over 1,000 years. Its chief architects, Isidore of Miletus and Anthemius of Tralles, were not just builders, they were mathematicians and theorists, and they employed pendentives on a scale never before seen to support a dome that seemed to float weightlessly above the vast, light-filled nave. Stepping inside the Hagia Sophia was, and still is, a transcendent experience. The dome appears to be suspended from heaven by a golden chain, a deliberate architectural illusion meant to evoke the celestial dome of God's creation. For centuries, it stood as the ultimate achievement of Byzantine engineering. Then, in 1453, when the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II conquered Constantinople, he did not destroy this magnificent church. Instead, he recognized its power and converted it into a mosque, a decision that would profoundly influence the future of Islamic architecture. The Ottomans saw in the Hagia Sophia not a symbol to be erased, but a masterpiece to be studied, adapted, and surpassed. This direct inspiration is perfectly captured in the work of the legendary Ottoman architect Mimar Sinan. Serving under 3 powerful sultans in the 16th century, Sinan was the empire's chief architect, and he openly acknowledged the Hagia Sophia as his ultimate teacher and his greatest challenge. He famously referred to his Seyzade Mosque as his apprentice work, the Suleymaniye Mosque as his journeyman work, and his magnificent Selimiye Mosque in Edirne as his masterpiece, in which he sought to finally outperform the Byzantine giant. In his writings, Sinan explicitly stated his goal was to build a dome larger and more sublime than that of the Hagia Sophia. While the Selimiye's dome is slightly smaller in diameter, its elegant proportions and the way it is raised on a soaring drum of windows, creating an ethereal, light-filled interior, are widely considered a triumphant evolution of the form. Sinan and his successors perfected what they had learned, creating the classic Ottoman mosque style, a central dome flanked by smaller half-domes and buttressed by pencil-thin minarets, a silhouette that would come to define the skylines of cities from Istanbul to Budapest. This was not mere imitation. It was a creative dialogue across centuries and faiths, where one civilization's sacred geometry was studied, revered, and re-engineered to serve a new spiritual vision. The dome's power as a symbol of cultural unity extends far beyond the Mediterranean. We find this architectural motif appearing in profoundly significant buildings across the ancient and medieval world. In Jerusalem, the Dome of the Rock, completed in 691, stands as one of the earliest and most iconic examples of Islamic architecture, its golden dome enshrining the sacred rock from which Prophet Muhammad is believed to have ascended to heaven. Its very form, a dome atop an octagonal base, communicates a sense of universal centrality and heavenly ascent that resonated with Muslims, Christians, and Jews alike. Centuries later, in India, the Mughal emperors, who were of Turkic-Mongol descent and heirs to both Persian and Central Asian traditions, brought the dome to its aesthetic pinnacle with the Taj Mahal. Its beautiful, onion-shaped marble dome is a direct descendant of Persian architectural forms, refined and transported to the Indian subcontinent, where it was used to express eternal love and paradise. Even in Renaissance Europe, when Filippo Brunelleschi engineered the massive dome of the Florence Cathedral, he was drawing upon a deep well of architectural knowledge that included study of Roman ruins like the Pantheon, demonstrating how the dome remained a potent and adaptable symbol of civic pride and human achievement, its form continuously reinvented for new contexts. When we reflect on the global journey of the dome, from the mud brick huts of ancient Mesopotamia to the marble magnificence of the Taj Mahal, we see more than just a story of technical innovation. We witness a powerful, non-verbal language of form that communicated shared human aspirations. A dome, by its very nature, draws the eye upward, suggesting the vault of the sky, the heavens, the cosmic order. It creates a unified, encompassing space below it, fostering a sense of community and shared experience for those gathered within. Whether it crowned a Roman temple to all the gods, a Byzantine church dedicated to holy wisdom, an Ottoman mosque for communal prayer, or a Mughal mausoleum symbolizing eternal paradise, the dome consistently served as a bridge between the earthly and the divine. Its silent diffusion across deserts and oceans, its adaptation by different faiths and empires, stands as one of the most enduring testaments to the interconnectedness of the ancient world, proving that even the stones themselves can tell a story of secret meetings and shared dreams, a story where the highest aspirations of humanity were literally set in stone, creating a legacy of beauty that continues to inspire awe to this day. Buried within the linen wrappings of an Egyptian mummy from the Roman era, archaeologists made a discovery that unravels a thread connecting two distant river valleys. It was a fragment of cloth, but not the familiar flax-based linen of the Nile. Microscopic analysis revealed it to be a delicate cotton, and its fibers were traced back to the Indus Valley, thousands of miles away. This single swatch of fabric, resting in a tomb it should not have been in, is a quiet testament to a hidden economy of cloth that wrapped the ancient world. While the story of Chinese silk traveling west on the Silk Road is legendary, it was just one strand in a much larger, more intricate tapestry of textile exchange. Flowing in the other direction, from India to the Mediterranean and across the Indian Ocean to East Africa, was a river of cotton, a fabric so revolutionary in its comfort, durability, and versatility that it would quietly underpin global trade for centuries, creating economic networks that operated in the shadows of the more famous spice and silk routes. The mechanics of this secret trade were deliberately complex, designed to navigate not just physical geography, but the tricky terrain of politics and profit. As historian Giorgio Riello points out, these long-distance textile trades were rarely direct. A bolt of Chinese silk or a roll of fine Indian muslin would pass through countless hands before reaching its final destination. Arab merchants acted as the crucial middlemen in the Indian Ocean, purchasing cotton textiles from the ports of Gujarat and the Coromandel coast and transporting them to the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf. From there, the goods would be passed to Egyptian, Persian, and later Venetian traders who controlled the final leg into the Mediterranean and Europe. This multi-layered system, with its chain of intermediaries, served a vital purpose. It obscured the true origin of the goods and helped to avoid the punishing tariffs and taxes that empires levied on trade passing through their territory. By fragmenting the journey, merchants could maximize their profit and create a level of deniability, ensuring that the flow of cloth could continue even when political relations between major empires like Rome and Parthia were strained or outright hostile. This was a shadow economy thriving on discretion and connections. The true marvel of this exchange, however, lies not just in the movement of finished cloth, but in the silent, prolific sharing of the technologies behind it. The dyers and weavers of the ancient world were, in a sense, the original global innovators, and their techniques traveled along with the textiles they produced. India possessed an unparalleled mastery over dyeing, particularly with the vibrant reds and purples derived from the madder root and the precious secretions of the lac insect. The knowledge of how to use mordant metallic salts that bind dye to fabric to make these colors fast and brilliant was a closely guarded secret that gradually seeped westward. Similarly, the complex weaving techniques used to create sheer, almost transparent muslins in Bengal, fabrics so fine they were poetically described as woven air, represented a pinnacle of artisan skill. In China, the secrets of sericulture, the cultivation of silkworms, and the intricate process of reeling and weaving the delicate threads were a state monopoly for centuries. Yet the knowledge slowly drifted first to Korea and Japan, and then, famously, to the Byzantine Empire in the 6th century, when, according to legend, 2 Nestorian monks smuggled silkworm eggs out of China hidden inside their hollow bamboo staves. This transfer of biological knowledge broke China's monopoly and allowed a new silk industry to flourish in the West. The impact of these imported fabrics on fashion and social status in Europe and the Middle East was nothing short of transformative. In the Byzantine Empire, silk was more than a luxury. It was a tool of statecraft and a direct symbol of divine authority. The imperial workshops produced exquisite silks woven with intricate patterns of eagles, lions, and chariots, often in the rich, coveted color of Tyrian purple, which was reserved exclusively for the emperor and his court. To wear such a robe was to be visually identified with the power and sanctity of the Byzantine state itself. When the Byzantine emperor sent silken robes as diplomatic gifts to foreign rulers, he was not just giving a valuable present, he was bestowing a piece of his own legitimacy, weaving recipients into a web of allegiance and recognition. Meanwhile, in the medieval Islamic world, cotton from India became the fabric of everyday life and high culture alike. Its ability to be printed with beautiful, complex block-printed patterns made it immensely popular. These chintz and calico fabrics, with their floral and geometric designs, were used for clothing, wall hangings, and furnishings, creating a vibrant aesthetic that defined interior spaces from Baghdad to Cordoba. The demand was so immense that it spurred the development of local imitations, with weavers in the Middle East attempting to replicate the coveted Indian styles, a process that led to further innovation and hybrid designs. Perhaps the most telling example of cotton's power to shape global economics and even drive industrialization is the story of its arrival in Europe. Initially, Indian cotton was an exotic curiosity, but by the 17th century, it had sparked a consumer revolution. Europeans accustomed to wool and linen were captivated by the lightness, washability, and brilliant colors of printed Indian calicos. A craze for chintz swept across the continent, used for everything from dresses to bed curtains. This massive importation, however, terrified the powerful wool and linen guilds in countries like England and France, who saw their markets collapsing. Their political pressure led to governments taking drastic action. France banned the import and use of painted Indian cottons entirely, while England passed the Calico Acts, prohibiting their use for clothing. But you cannot legislate away desire. The demand for cotton was so powerful that it created a powerful incentive for Europeans to bypass the Indian monopoly altogether. This pressure cooker of consumer demand, protectionist laws, and the lure of enormous profit became the direct catalyst for the technological innovations of the British Industrial Revolution. The spinning jenny, the water frame, and ultimately the mechanized cotton mill were all invented, in large part, to produce cotton cloth domestically that could compete with Indian goods. This, in turn, intensified the demand for raw cotton, tragically fueling the transatlantic slave trade to work the plantations of the American South. The comfortable cotton shirt you might be wearing right now carries within its fibers this deep and often dark history of global connection, innovation, and human exploitation. So, the next time you feel the smoothness of silk or the soft breathability of cotton, remember that you are touching a material that has been at the heart of human civilization for millennia. These were not just commodities, they were carriers of culture, technology, and immense economic power. A single textile could tell a story of a monk's secret journey, an emperor's calculated diplomacy, a dyer's guarded recipe, and an industrialist's world-changing ambition. The clothes we wear are archives, their threads spun from countless such stories of connection, reminding us that the desire for beauty, comfort, and status has always been a powerful, invisible force weaving the world together, one secret stitch at a time. Look up at the night sky at the familiar shape of the Big Dipper, part of the larger constellation Ursa Major. For the ancient Greeks, this pattern of stars represented a great bear. Now travel in your mind to ancient China, where court astronomers looked at that very same grouping of stars and saw not a bear, but the celestial court chariot, Beidou, which governed laws and the movement of the heavens. Journey further across the Atlantic to the Maya civilization, where a strikingly similar set of stars was visualized as a cosmic parrot, part of a much larger constellation. How is it that cultures separated by vast oceans and impassable mountain ranges, with no known contact, looked up and carved the chaotic spray of stars into such similar, recognizable patterns? This is no mere coincidence. It is the 17th crossroad, a hidden network of celestial knowledge where the shared human desire to understand the cosmos led to a secret, global conversation written in the language of the stars. This shared star lore suggests that while the myths attached to the constellations differed, the fundamental act of observing, mapping, and finding meaning in the night sky was a unifying human endeavor, and evidence is mounting that the raw data of these observations was exchanged more than we ever realized. This celestial dialogue left its mark not just in stories, but in stone, with ancient monuments acting as silent, enduring observatories. Archaeoastronomer Clive Ruggles has spent decades studying how prehistoric structures are precisely aligned with celestial events. In the British Isles, the massive stones of Stonehenge are famously oriented to frame the sunrise on the summer solstice, but this phenomenon is truly global. At Chanquillo in Peru, a line of 13 towers built over 2,000 years ago functions as a sophisticated solar calendar, marking the sun's progress across the horizon with uncanny accuracy. In the American Southwest, a spiral petroglyph carved by the ancestral Pueblones at Fajoda Butte acts as a sun dagger, where a sliver of light pierces the center of the spiral only on the summer solstice. The most compelling evidence for shared knowledge, however, might be the consistent orientation of pyramids. While the pyramids of Giza in Egypt are famously aligned with the cardinal directions with astonishing precision, so too are the stepped pyramids at Teotihuacan in Mexico. This isn't just about facing north, it's about a complex understanding of the Earth's rotation and the cyclical motion of the stars, a geometric and astronomical principle that appears to have been discovered and applied independently, or perhaps whispered along trade routes we have yet to fully map. The most pressing, practical need driving this global astronomical pursuit was the creation of accurate calendars. For an agricultural society, knowing precisely when to plant and when to harvest was a matter of survival. For a religious society, aligning rituals with celestial cycles was a way to maintain cosmic order. This shared need produced remarkably similar solutions across the world. The Egyptians developed a solar calendar based on the heliacal rising of the star Sirius, which heralded the annual flooding of the Nile. On the other side of the world, the Maya created a fantastically complex system, interweaving a 260-day sacred calendar with a 365-day solar calendar, synchronized by a long count that tracked time over millennia. Their observations of the Venus cycle were so precise they could predict its appearances for centuries. The parallel development doesn't stop there. Both the Babylonian and Chinese astronomers meticulously recorded the motions of planets and stars, creating detailed tables that were essential for predicting seasons and, most dramatically, eclipses. The ability to predict an eclipse was the ultimate demonstration of astronomical mastery, a power that could consolidate a ruler's authority by demonstrating a connection to the gods or, conversely, prevent panic by showing that the sun's disappearance was a predictable, natural event. Perhaps no single artifact better encapsulates this cross-cultural exchange of astronomical knowledge than the Antikythera mechanism, a corroded bronze device recovered from a 2,000-year-old shipwreck in the Aegean Sea. For decades, it was a mystery, a seemingly anachronistic collection of gears and inscribed plates, but advanced imaging techniques have revealed it to be the world's first known analog computer, an intricate machine that could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and planets, and even forecast eclipses. What makes the Antikythera mechanism a true crossroad is the fusion of knowledge embedded in its design. The inscriptions and calculations are based on Greek geometrical models, but the eclipse prediction cycle it uses is the Saros cycle, a pattern first discovered by Babylonian astronomers centuries earlier. Here, in one exquisite device, we have tangible proof of a secret collaboration. A Greek engineer, using Babylonian data, created a machine that synthesized the astronomical wisdom of two great civilizations. This was not a tool for navigation. It was a portable planetarium, a demonstration of philosophical and scientific principles that someone was transporting across the Mediterranean, likely for a wealthy patron, proving that the elite of the ancient world valued this synthesized celestial knowledge as a prized possession. This shared celestial knowledge was also the key that unlocked the world for ancient explorers. Long before the magnetic compass, mariners navigated the open ocean by reading the stars. The Polynesians, the greatest navigators of the ancient world, used a mental star compass, memorizing the rising and setting points of hundreds of stars to guide their voyaging canoes across thousands of miles of trackless Pacific. In the Indian Ocean, Arab and Persian sailors used the camel, a simple but effective navigation tool that measured the altitude of the North Star above the horizon to determine their latitude. This practice of latitude sailing, using the fixed pole star as a guide, was a concept understood from the Mediterranean to the South China Sea. The star known to the Greeks as Polaris, the pole star, was equally vital to Norse navigators crossing the North Atlantic, who called it Leiðarstjörna, the guiding star. These parallel techniques suggest that while the tools and names differed, the fundamental principle of using the fixed celestial sphere as a map was a universal breakthrough, a shared intellectual leap that connected humanity not just across cultures, but across the vast, empty expanses of the open sea. When you step back and consider this global tapestry of star lore, a profound truth emerges. The night sky was humanity's first shared classroom, its first universal clock, and its first global map. A farmer in Mesopotamia, a priest in Mexico, and a sailor in the Pacific all looked up at the same sun, the same moon, and the same canopy of stars. They may have told different stories about them, but they were all asking the same fundamental questions. Where are we? When are we? How does this all work? This collective gaze upward, this relentless drive to find order in the cosmos, is one of the deepest and most ancient bonds we share as a species. The stars provided a neutral, objective reality that every culture could observe and record, creating a common database of knowledge that, as the Antikythera mechanism shows, could be and was shared, compared, and synthesized. This silent, celestial network reminds us that long before the internet, humanity was connected by a web of light in the darkness, a constant, shimmering reminder that we all live under the same sky, united in our wonder and our quest to understand our place in the universe. Now, let's open a dusty, leather-bound volume from the golden age of Islamic medicine, the Canon of Medicine by the Persian physician Avicenna. Within its pages, written in the 11th century, you will find a breathtaking synthesis of knowledge. He discusses the four humors of the Greeks: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, alongside detailed descriptions of diseases and treatments from Indian Ayurvedic texts, and even references surgical techniques perfected by Egyptian and Mesopotamian doctors. This single text is not an anomaly. It is a library of global healing, a testament to our 18th crossroad where the quest for health created a hidden network of medical exchange that spanned continents. In an age without international health organizations, it was the caravans on the Silk Road, the ships in the Indian Ocean, and the scholars in bustling multicultural cities that acted as the vectors for this vital knowledge, blending the wisdom of the world into a more powerful whole to fight the universal human experience of sickness and pain. Physicians like Avicenna and his predecessor Al-Razi were not just doctors, they were intellectual magpies gathering the brightest ideas from every tradition they encountered. Avicenna's canon became the standard medical textbook in European universities for over 500 years precisely because of its encyclopedic and integrated approach. He famously wrote, "Medicine is the art of imitating the processes of nature," a philosophy that allowed him to see value in diverse systems. He would take the Greek concept of balancing the humors and combine it with the Ayurvedic focus on metabolic fire or Agni and the Indian understanding of the three doshas. This wasn't a haphazard compilation, but a deliberate effort to create a superior, unified medical theory. When a patient presented with a fever, a scholar physician in Baghdad might diagnose it as an excess of yellow bile from the Greek system, while also considering it a manifestation of a Pitta dosha imbalance from the Indian system, and then prescribe a treatment that combined a cooling diet from the Mediterranean with specific herbal formulas from the Indian subcontinent. This cross-pollination created a more nuanced and effective approach to healing, demonstrating that the best medical minds of the era understood that wisdom had no single nationality. The most tangible evidence of this exchange lies in the global journey of medicinal herbs and the surgical tools that traveled alongside them. Consider the vibrant yellow spice turmeric, a cornerstone of Ayurvedic medicine in India for thousands of years, used as a potent anti-inflammatory and to heal wounds. Through the maritime trade routes connecting India to the Arabian Peninsula, turmeric found its way into the Middle Eastern pharmacopoeia. In Arabic medicine, it was prescribed for liver ailments and as a digestive tonic, its use documented in numerous texts. This same spice, centuries later, would become the subject of intense modern scientific research for its active compound, curcumin, validating its ancient cross-cultural applications. But it wasn't just plants that moved. The practice of cataract surgery presents a stunning example of technical transfer, a procedure described in the Sanskrit text Sushruta Samhita, which involved using a sharp needle to couch or displace the clouded lens, appears in adapted forms in both Greek and later Arabic medical manuals. The specialized tools for this delicate operation, fine needles and probes, have been found in archaeological sites from the Mediterranean to South Asia. Their similar designs hinting at a shared technological lineage that crossed cultural and linguistic barriers, offering the gift of sight to people who would never meet the innovators who made it possible. While the great cosmopolitan centers like Baghdad and Cordoba were hubs of medical innovation, a quieter, yet equally vital, preservation of this global knowledge was happening in the monasteries of medieval Europe. As the Western Roman Empire fragmented, it was within the scriptoriums of isolated monastic communities that the great medical texts of the classical and Islamic worlds were painstakingly copied by hand. Monks, often the only literate members of society, translated Arabic medical compendia, which were themselves translations and syntheses of Greek, Persian, and Indian knowledge, into Latin. These monasteries also functioned as hospitals and pharmacies for the local population. In their infirmary gardens, they cultivated a truly international collection of medicinal plants. Alongside native European herbs like sage and chamomile, they would grow species that had originated in distant lands: the peppermint that came from the Middle East, the lemon balm from southern Europe, and seeds for plants like anise and coriander that had traveled from the Mediterranean, all used to create remedies based on the blended knowledge contained in their precious manuscripts. These walled gardens became living libraries of global botany, ensuring that the healing wisdom of Avicenna and Galen continued to treat the sick in the villages of France and Germany, a silent, spiritual relay race that kept the flame of medical science flickering through the centuries. This historical tapestry of shared healing compels a profound reflection on our own time. The frantic global search for vaccines and treatments during a pandemic feels like a modern phenomenon, but it is merely the latest chapter in an ancient story. Humanity has always faced disease as a collective, and our responses have always been strengthened by collaboration. The medieval world did not have the World Health Organization, but it had the Silk Road. It did not have the internet, but it had polyglot scholars who translated texts across languages and cultures. The desire to alleviate suffering has always driven us to look beyond our own borders, to learn from the successes of others, and to blend disparate traditions into something more effective than the sum of their parts. This deep-seated historical interdependence suggests that health is not, and has never been, a purely local issue. It is a shared human project, a common ground where the most practical and compassionate aspects of our nature have always conspired to cross any boundary in the relentless pursuit of a cure. Imagine a world where kings and generals could practice the art of war and statecraft not on a bloody battlefield, but on a simple checkered board. This is the world of chess, a game that began in the Gupta Empire of ancient India around the 6th century, not as the game we know today, but as Chaturanga, which translates to the four divisions. This name was a direct reflection of its society, mimicking the four divisions of the Indian army: the infantry, the cavalry, the elephantry, and the chariotry. This was not mere entertainment. It was a symbolic simulation, a secret crossroad where the strategic principles of one culture were encoded into a pastime that would eventually conquer the world. The journey of chess from India to Persia, where it became Shatranj, and then into the Islamic world and Europe, is a masterclass in cultural adaptation. As historian H.J.R. Murray meticulously documented in his seminal work, A History of Chess, each culture that embraced the game subtly reshaped its rules and pieces to align with its own values and social hierarchy. In Persia, the game became a courtly pursuit of intellectuals, celebrated in poetry and literature. When it entered medieval Europe, the transformation was even more profound. The Indian elephant was incomprehensible to Europeans, so the piece was slowly redesigned, first looking like a fool's cap and eventually evolving into the powerful bishop, reflecting the immense influence of the church. The Persian vizier, the king's chief minister, was transformed into the queen, and in a revolutionary rule change in 15th century Spain, her movement was amplified from a single diagonal step to roaming the entire board, a shift some historians link to the powerful reign of Queen Isabella. This wasn't just a change in rules, it was a society projecting its own power dynamics onto the game, turning a static simulation into a dynamic reflection of European monarchy. But chess was far from alone in its global journey. Consider the ancient race game of Backgammon, with roots stretching back 5,000 years to the royal tombs of Ur in Mesopotamia. Known then as the game of 20 squares, its core mechanic, a race between two players to bear their pieces off the board, proved universally compelling. The Romans adopted it as ludus duodecim scriptorum, the game of 12 lines, and it was a staple in taverns and legionary forts alike. The game traveled east as well, becoming Nard in Persia and Tric-Trac in France. Its enduring appeal lies in its perfect balance of strategy and sheer luck, governed by the roll of the dice. This element of chance made it a metaphor for fate itself, a concept that resonated across cultures from the Nile to the Yellow River. Similarly, the game of Go, which emerged in China over 2,500 years ago, presents a fascinating contrast. Where chess is a game of tactical elimination with specialized units, Go is a game of territorial control with perfectly identical black and white stones. Its profound simplicity belies a staggering complexity, and it came to embody core Taoist and Confucian principles: the balance of opposites, the emphasis on long-term strategy over short-term gain, and the importance of securing influence through patience and enclosure. While Go largely remained within East Asia, its very existence alongside the westward journey of chess and backgammon illustrates a parallel global narrative. The human mind, in its leisure, was independently developing sophisticated systems of logic and competition that served as silent, shared languages of the intellect. These games were far more than simple diversions. They were powerful tools imbued with deep symbolic meaning and serious social function. In the courts of medieval Europe and the Islamic caliphates, a person's skill at chess was seen as a direct indicator of their intellectual capacity and strategic acumen. To be a master of the game was to be considered a master of complex thought, a valuable advisor, and a formidable diplomat. There are numerous historical accounts of chess games being used as a neutral ground for tense diplomatic negotiations, a way for rulers to subtly gauge each other's patience, foresight, and temperament without the immediate risks of political misstep. The game board became a microcosm of the world stage, a safe arena to test strategies and read an opponent's character. In the educational sphere, games were equally vital. In ancient India, chaturanga was used to teach young princes military tactics. In the Islamic world, chess was promoted as a way to sharpen the mind for mathematics and logic. In monasteries across Europe, board games were sometimes the only permitted recreation, seen as a way to exercise the mind without succumbing to idleness. This educational role highlights a universal understanding that the structured play of a game could train the brain for the unstructured challenges of real life, fostering critical thinking, patience, and the ability to plan several moves ahead. The universality of play is perhaps most strikingly revealed not in the complex games of kings, but in the simplest of pastimes. Take, for instance, the humble dice. Archaeologists have found six-sided dice, remarkably similar to our own, in the ruins of ancient Rome, complete with a numbering system where opposite sides always add up to 7. But travel even further back to ancient Chinese burial sites from the Qin and Han dynasties, and you will find a startling parallel: Lu Bo, a popular gambling game that also used six-sided dice. The dice themselves were often made of bone or jade, and while the specific games played were different, the fundamental technology, the marked cube, was the same. This independent invention of such a specific object speaks to a deep, shared human fascination with chance and probability. It suggests that whether you were a Roman soldier casting lots in a barracks or a Chinese nobleman wagering in a palace, the thrill of the random outcome, the surrender to fortune, was a common thread of the human experience. These dice were not carried by traders along the Silk Road. They emerged separately, proving that the desire for games of chance is a fundamental pillar of human psychology, a crossroad that did not need physical contact to exist, but emerged spontaneously in the minds of people worlds apart. When we pull back and consider the grand tapestry of these traveling pastimes, we see a powerful truth. The game board has always been one of humanity's most effective and enduring bridges. A Persian merchant and a Venetian nobleman might not have spoken the same language, but they could sit across a shatranj board and communicate through moves and counter-moves. The rules of a game provided a mutually understood structure that transcended vocabulary, creating a space for interaction that was both competitive and collaborative. This shared space fostered not just understanding, but also innovation, as each culture added its own layer of meaning to the games it adopted. The journey of chess pieces from Indian war elephants to European clerical bishops is a beautiful metaphor for this process of cultural digestion and creativity. These games did not simply spread, they were reborn in every land they touched, absorbing local flavors and reflecting local realities. They demonstrate that through the universal language of play, humans have always found a way to connect, to challenge one another, and to see the world from a new perspective, all within the confined and peaceful space of 64 squares, a wooden board, or a handful of dice. Imagine the chaotic, vibrant docks of a medieval Mediterranean port, where a Sicilian sailor needs to negotiate the price of a shipment of grain with an Egyptian merchant, and a Greek shipbuilder must convey a complex repair order to a crew of North African laborers. None of them share a native tongue, yet business must be done. The solution wasn't found in a formal dictionary, but in the spontaneous creation of a rough and ready linguistic tool, the original Lingua Franca. This was not the elegant Latin of scholars or the classical Arabic of the Quran. It was a practical, stripped-down language, a volatile mixture of Italian, Occitan, Spanish, Greek, and Arabic, all shaken together in the pressure cooker of commerce and cross-cultural contact. Its very name means the Frankish tongue, a term used by Arabic speakers for all Western Europeans, and it served as a secret linguistic bridge across the Mediterranean for centuries. This 20th crossroad reveals a fundamental truth about human interaction. When necessity demands it, we possess an incredible ability to forge new languages from the broken pieces of old ones, creating pidgins and creoles that are not degenerate simplifications, but rather brilliant, adaptive solutions to the age-old problem of how to connect. These contact languages almost always emerged in the same kind of places, the world's bustling, multilingual port cities and trading hubs. As linguistic expert Salakoko Mufween explains, pidgins are born at the frontiers of interaction, in locations like the ports of the Mediterranean, the trading forts of West Africa, and the plantation colonies of the Caribbean. They arise from a very specific and immediate need, the imperative for basic communication between groups who do not share a common language, typically for the purposes of trade, labor, or other limited transactions. A pidgin is not the native language of any of its speakers. It is a second language for everyone involved, a linguistic compromise forged on the spot. Because of this, its structure is radically simplified. The complex grammar of the parent languages, things like verb conjugations, intricate tense systems, and gender agreements, is largely stripped away. What remains is a lean, utilitarian vocabulary and a straightforward word order that prioritizes clarity above all else. For instance, in many pidgins, you might find a single word serving as a verb for all persons and tenses, with time being indicated by separate words like yesterday or tomorrow. This isn't a sign of intellectual deficiency. It is a mark of linguistic efficiency, a streamlined code designed to do one job and do it well, facilitate understanding where none would otherwise exist. The true magic of this process, however, occurs when a pidgin evolves into something much richer and more enduring, a creole. This transformation happens when a generation of children is born into a community where the pidgin is the primary linguistic model they hear. Unlike their parents who use the pidgin as a limited tool, these children have no other native language. Their innate human capacity for language acquisition kicks in, and they do something extraordinary. They take the simplified, fragmented structure of the pidgin, and almost instinctively they complexify it. They introduce consistent grammatical rules, expand the vocabulary exponentially, and develop subtle nuances of tone and meaning. The pidgin, in their hands, becomes a full-fledged, natural language, capable of expressing every facet of human experience, from poetry and storytelling to jokes and love. This process of creolization is one of the most powerful demonstrations of the human linguistic instinct. It shows that language is not a fragile heirloom to be preserved in a museum, but a living, breathing, and resilient force that can be spontaneously generated anew, even from the most humble beginnings. A breathtakingly successful case study of this very phenomenon, though one that predates the typical pidgin to Creole narrative by centuries, is the Swahili language of the East African coast. Swahili stands as a majestic linguistic monument to 1,000 years of cultural and commercial exchange. Its grammatical skeleton, its core structure, is unequivocally Bantu, from the languages of the African communities living along the coast. This foundation provides the language with its characteristic noun classes, a system of categorizing objects that functions like grammatical genders but is far more extensive. Yet, woven deeply into this Bantu fabric is an enormous and essential vocabulary borrowed from Arabic. words for sophisticated concepts related to trade, law, governance, and religion like sufuria for pot, sharia for law, and hatari for danger, are all Arabic in origin. This fusion was no accident. It was the direct result of the thriving Indian Ocean trade. For generations, Arab merchants settled in Swahili city-states like Kilwa, Mombasa, and Zanzibar, marrying local women and establishing families. The language that developed in these cosmopolitan households was a seamless blend, a true Creole in spirit that allowed a coastal fisherman and an Omani trader to not only negotiate the price of cloves, but to discuss philosophy, write poetry, and build a shared coastal civilization. Swahili became the lingua franca of a vast region, not because it was imposed by an empire, but because it was forged in the everyday interactions of people who needed to understand one another. When we step back and consider the profound adaptability of language, we see a process that mirrors biological evolution. Languages are not static entities. They are dynamic ecosystems that change, borrow, blend, and sometimes give birth to entirely new forms in response to environmental pressures. The pressure of trade on the Mediterranean created the lingua franca, the horrific pressure of the Atlantic slave trade, which brought together people from countless different linguistic groups onto plantations, led to the creation of powerful creoles like Haitian Creole, Jamaican Patois, and Gullah. These languages, born from unspeakable hardship, became vital tools of cultural survival and identity, preserving African grammatical patterns while adopting European vocabulary. This process continues today in our globalized world, with new forms of digital communication and text-speak acting as modern, miniaturized pigeons. The constant evolution of language proves that it is our ultimate adaptive tool. It is not a wall that separates us, but a membrane that is constantly stretching and reshaping itself to allow for connection, proving that the human drive to communicate is so powerful that it can, quite literally, invent new ways to speak when the old ones are not enough. Deep within the arid landscapes of Central Asia, along the forgotten branches of the Silk Road, archaeologists have unearthed stupas, ceremonial mounds housing sacred relics that contain a profound mystery. Inside, carefully enshrined, they find fragments of bone and ash, accompanied by inscriptions identifying them as the bodily remains of the Buddha himself or of his most revered disciples. These relics originated in the Gangetic Plain of India, the heartland of Buddhism, yet here they were, thousands of miles from home, venerated in the bustling oasis cities of Samarkand and Turfan. This was not the result of conquest or forced conversion. It was the work of a quiet, devout network of monks, pilgrims, and merchants who carried these most sacred objects along the dusty caravan routes, creating a hidden spiritual highway that connected cultures across the roof of the world. The journey of these relics reveals a crossroad where faith itself became a currency of cultural exchange, building bridges of devotion that transcended kingdoms and languages. The power of a relic, whether a sliver of bone, a tooth, or a lock of hair, lies in its ability to make the divine tangibly present, as scholar John S. Strong so eloquently explains, relics were not merely symbolic. They were believed to be saturated with the spiritual energy, or baraka, of the holy person they came from. For a new monastery or a rising king in a distant land, acquiring a genuine relic was a way to confer instant legitimacy and spiritual authority. It was a direct link to the source of power, a sacred anchor that could protect a community, bless a kingdom, and attract the faithful. A local ruler in Central Asia, seeking to bolster his prestige, would eagerly patronize a Buddhist monastery that housed a certified relic from India, effectively grafting his own authority onto the immense spiritual credibility of a global faith. This created a powerful incentive for the movement of these objects, monks traveling from India to spread the teachings would often carry relics with them, using them as focal points for worship and as irresistible tools for conversion, planting fragments of the Buddha in foreign soil to help a new faith take root. This spiritual network gave rise to a complex and often clandestine economy of devotion. The trade in relics was a sensitive business, operating in a gray area between pious donation and outright commerce. While selling a relic outright could be seen as simony, the gifting of a relic to a wealthy patron in exchange for generous donations to a monastery or for the construction of a new temple was a common and accepted practice. Pilgrimage routes became the arteries of this economy. As pilgrims traveled to sacred sites, they required food, lodging, protection, and guides, spurring the growth of entire towns dedicated to servicing their needs. A single major relic could transform a remote village into a thriving pilgrimage center, generating wealth for local merchants and tax revenue for local rulers. This economic engine fueled the very infrastructure that allowed for further cultural exchange, as the roads kept safe for pilgrims were the same roads used by traders, diplomats, and artists, all moving in the wake of sacred objects. No single relic better illustrates this global journey than the sacred tooth of the Buddha, now enshrined in the Temple of the Tooth in Kandy, Sri Lanka. According to tradition, following the Buddha's cremation, his left canine tooth was retrieved from the ashes. For centuries, it was kept in India, but as political instability grew, it became a symbol of sovereign legitimacy. Whoever possessed the tooth was seen as having the right to rule. In the 4th century, it was smuggled out of India, hidden within the hair of a princess who was traveling to Sri Lanka. This covert operation ensured the relic's survival and transferred its potent legitimacy to the Sinhalese kings. The tooth relic became the palladium of the Sri Lankan nation, its presence sanctifying the capital city and legitimizing the monarchy. Its fame spread so widely that Chinese records from the Ming Dynasty describe elaborate diplomatic missions sent to Sri Lanka to pay homage to the sacred tooth, demonstrating how a single object could draw the gaze of empires and create diplomatic bonds across vast cultural divides. The tooth's journey did not end there. Copies and reputed fragments inspired the creation of other sacred sites across Southeast Asia, from Burma to Thailand, each one a new node in an expanding network of faith. When we consider the immense distances covered by these pilgrims and relic bearers, their motivation becomes a powerful object of reflection. These were not tourists. A pilgrim embarking from China to India following the path of the monk Xuanzang faced a journey of thousands of miles on foot, traversing some of the most treacherous deserts and highest mountain passes on Earth, a trip that could take many years. They faced bandits, starvation, and the very real possibility of never returning home. Their drive was not material gain, but something far deeper, a yearning for direct connection, for purification, and for the transformative power of standing in the presence of the sacred. This same impulse drove Christian pilgrims to Jerusalem, Muslim pilgrims to Mecca, and Hindu pilgrims to the Ganges. Faith provided the ultimate motivation for long-distance travel, pushing humans to overcome seemingly insuperable geographical barriers. The relics they sought, or the sacred sites they journeyed toward, acted as powerful magnets, pulling people across continents, and in doing so, creating a web of shared spiritual geography that quietly laid the groundwork for the exchange of everything from artistic techniques and medical knowledge to political concepts and philosophical ideas, setting the stage for our next exploration in the secret diffusion of governance itself. Now, let's pull back the curtain on the very machinery of power to a crossroad where the blueprints for ruling an empire were the most valuable and secretly traded commodities of all. It's a fascinating thought that the sprawling Roman Empire, the intricate Persian court, and the centralized Chinese state, despite their vast differences, all relied on a remarkably similar invention to function: a professional, hierarchical bureaucracy. This wasn't a coincidence born in isolation, but the result of a quiet, pragmatic conversation between superpowers, a clandestine exchange of administrative know-how that traveled along with diplomats, captured scribes, and the conquered elites who found themselves serving new masters. The historian S.N. Eisenstadt profoundly observed that empires are often the greatest imitators, readily adopting and adapting the successful governance models of their rivals and predecessors. After all, why reinvent the wheel of statecraft when you can study the design of a neighboring empire that has already mastered the art of collecting taxes, raising armies, and keeping millions of people in line? This secret diffusion of governance models reveals that the most enduring structures of power were never purely homegrown, but were hybrid systems, refined through centuries of silent observation and strategic borrowing. At the heart of any successful ancient state were two non-negotiable pillars: an efficient system of taxation and a meticulous method of record-keeping. Imagine the challenge of ruling a territory spanning thousands of miles without instant communication. The solution was to create a standardized, replicable system that could be implemented by governors in every province. The Persians under the Achaemenid Empire were absolute masters of this. They divided their colossal empire into manageable provinces called satrapies, each overseen by a governor or satrap, who was responsible for collecting a fixed amount of tribute in silver or in kind. But the brilliant innovation was the system of checks and balances. The satrap had civil authority, but a separate military commander reported directly to the king, and a third official, the king's eye, acted as an imperial inspector, ensuring loyalty and preventing any one official from becoming too powerful. This model of divided responsibility became the gold standard for imperial administration. Meanwhile, in Han Dynasty China, a different but equally sophisticated bureaucracy was developing, one based on meritocratic principles. Aspiring officials had to pass rigorous civil service examinations on Confucian classics, creating a class of highly educated, literate administrators who could be posted anywhere in the empire. Their tool for control was the detailed census and land survey, which allowed the state to calculate tax obligations with breathtaking precision, tying every family and every plot of land directly to the central government's coffers. The real mechanism of transfer often occurred in the messy, human aftermath of conquest. When a powerful empire swallowed a neighboring kingdom, it didn't just kill off the entire existing administrative class. That would have been chaos. Instead, they frequently absorbed them. A scribe who had kept records for a defeated king one day might find himself the next day working for his new overlord, using the same skills to manage the same population, but now for a different master. This was an incredibly efficient way to transfer institutional knowledge. The conquerors gained immediate access to the local tax rolls, legal codes, and logistical networks, while the conquered elites often secured their family's status and survival by collaborating. Diplomacy was another crucial channel. Embassies between Rome and Parthia, or between the Tang Dynasty China and the Abbasid Caliphate, were not just about exchanging gifts and pleasantries. They were intelligence-gathering missions. Ambassadors were keen observers, noting everything from how a rival empire organized its supply lines to how it structured its legal courts. They would return home with detailed reports that served as practical manuals for governance, allowing their own rulers to adopt the most effective practices they had witnessed abroad. A brilliant case study of this evolutionary process is the Byzantine theme system, which reorganized the crumbling late Roman Empire into a resilient medieval state. In the 7th century, the Byzantine Empire was on the brink of collapse. battered by Persian and then Arab invasions. The old Roman system of separate civil and military governors had proven too slow and cumbersome to respond to lightning-fast raids. The solution the Byzantines developed was the theme or thema. In this new model, a single general, the strategos, held both military and civil authority over a large territorial district. His soldiers were not just full-time professionals. They were farmer soldiers granted plots of land in exchange for hereditary military service. This created a self-sustaining, localized defense force that could mobilize rapidly without draining the central treasury. Now, where did this hybrid model come from? Many historians see the clear influence of the earlier Persian satrapy system, where the satrap also wielded significant combined power, adapted to a new Christian, Greco-Roman context. The Byzantines had been fighting the Persians for centuries. They had seen the strengths and weaknesses of the satrapal model firsthand. They took the core idea of integrated provincial command and fused it with their own Roman tradition of land grants to veterans, creating a completely new system that would defend the empire for another 500 years. This was governance by natural selection, the survival of the most administratively fit. When we reflect on this continuous imitation and adaptation, we see that the evolution of governance is less a series of brilliant, isolated inventions and more a constant, global conversation. The very concept of a professional, salaried civil service, of standardized weights and measures for taxation, of archival records stored on clay tablets, papyrus, or silk, these were not patents held by any one civilization. They were open-source code for statecraft, being debugged and upgraded by every empire that used them. The Roman provincial system influenced the feudal kingdoms of medieval Europe, which in turn influenced the early modern states. The Chinese examination system would later awe and inspire European Enlightenment thinkers dreaming of a merit-based society. This hidden history of bureaucratic exchange challenges the myth of the wholly original lawgiver, the solitary genius who drafts a constitution from nothing. It suggests instead that effective governance is, and always has been, a collective project. The rules that order our lives, the systems that collect our taxes and administer our justice, are the heirs to a long and secret lineage of borrowed brilliance, a quiet testament to the fact that when it comes to ruling the world, the smartest leaders have always known that the best ideas are often someone else's. Consider the thunderous charge of a chariot on the battlefield of ancient Egypt, the powerful animal at its heart transforming the very nature of warfare and prestige. That horse, however, was not a native of the Nile Valley. Its wild ancestors were first tamed on the vast, wind-swept steppes of Central Asia, and its subsequent journey across the continents represents one of the most transformative hidden exchanges in human history. This 23rd crossroad takes us into the realm of the silent partners who carried civilization on their backs, the global movement of domesticated animals. Far beyond the horse, creatures like the camel and the humble chicken were covertly traded, gifted, and stolen along ancient routes, triggering revolutions in agriculture, enabling unprecedented trade, and fundamentally reshaping the cultural and spiritual lives of every society they entered. Through the meticulous work of zooarchaeologists like Juliet Clutton-Brock, who analyzes ancient bones and DNA, we can now trace these complex migration patterns, revealing a hidden zoological network that quietly underpinned the rise and fall of empires. The initial domestication of these animals was a monumental breakthrough, but it was their subsequent dispersal that truly changed the world. The horse is the quintessential example. For the steppe peoples of Central Asia, the horse was everything: food, transportation, and a symbol of wealth and power. But when this technology began to seep outward, its impact was seismic. Around 1600 years before the Common Era, the horse and the light-spoked wheeled chariot exploded into the Middle East. For civilizations like the Egyptians and the Hittites, this was a terrifying and revolutionary new weapons system. A chariot corps became the elite armored division of the Bronze Age, allowing for rapid mobility, devastating arrow volleys from a stable platform, and a psychological dominance on the battlefield. The power dynamics of the entire region shifted based on access to these Central Asian horses and the knowledge of how to breed and train them, but the horse's role was not limited to war. Once larger, sturdier breeds were developed, perhaps in response to the need for stronger animals to pull heavier loads, the horse became the engine of overland trade. It could move goods faster and farther than oxen, accelerating the pace of commerce along routes like the Silk Road and enabling the quick movement of messengers and administrators, effectively shrinking the world for the empires that controlled them. While the horse conquered the grasslands and battlefields, another creature was perfectly engineered for the world's most unforgiving landscapes, the camel. The domestication of the dromedary camel in the Arabian Peninsula and the Bactrian camel in Central Asia was the key that unlocked the desert. These animals were biological marvels, capable of surviving for weeks without water, carrying immense loads of up to 900 pounds and traversing soft sand with their wide, padded feet. Their domestication, which likely occurred around 3,000 years ago, did not just make desert travel possible, it made it economically viable. The entire incense trade, which carried frankincense and myrrh from the arid regions of Oman and Yemen to the temples of the Mediterranean, was built on the backs of camel caravans. These ships of the desert created a maritime network on land, connecting the civilizations of South Arabia directly with Egypt, the Levant, and Mesopotamia, bypassing coastal routes and their associated taxes and political instability. The rise of powerful nomadic cultures like the Bedouin is directly tied to the camel, which provided them with milk, meat, wool, and the means to control the lucrative trade routes that crossed their territories, giving them an economic and political influence far beyond their numbers. Perhaps no animal's journey is more emblematic of this hidden biological exchange than the chicken. Its story begins in the dense jungles of Southeast Asia, where the red junglefowl was first domesticated for its meat, eggs, and perhaps surprisingly for the sport of cockfighting. From its homeland, the chicken began an astonishingly long and complex journey westward. It traveled not with a single group of migrants, but through a slow relay race of contact. Archaeological evidence combined with DNA studies shows that chickens moved along trade routes through India and into the Persian Gulf. From there, Phoenician and Greek merchants carried them across the Mediterranean to Europe and, crucially, down the East African coast. By around 800 years before the Common Era, chickens were present in Egypt, and from there they spread across the African continent, likely traveling along both trans-Saharan trade routes and via Bantu-speaking migrations. This was not a rapid invasion but a slow, steady infiltration, village by village, until the chicken became a ubiquitous feature of rural life from the British Isles to the southern tip of Africa, providing a reliable, compact source of protein that could be sustained in a backyard, fundamentally improving nutrition and food security for millions of people. The impact of these animal exchanges extended far beyond the practical realms of transport and sustenance, weaving themselves deeply into the cultural and spiritual fabric of societies. The horse, for instance, became inextricably linked with royalty and the divine. In the Celtic world, horses were associated with powerful goddesses like Epona. In Hindu mythology, the sun god Surya rides a chariot drawn by 7 horses. The sacrifice of a horse, known as the Ashvamedha in ancient India, was a spectacular royal ritual meant to proclaim a king's undisputed sovereignty. Similarly, the camel, while a beast of burden, also held symbolic weight. In the pre-Islamic Arabian Peninsula, certain tribes revered camel totems, and the animal's incredible endurance in the harsh desert came to symbolize patience, survival, and divine provision. Even the humble chicken found a sacred role. In ancient Rome, priests known as augurs would divinate the future by studying the feeding patterns of sacred chickens. If the birds ate eagerly, it was a good omen for a coming battle. In many West African traditions, chickens are the most common animal used in sacrifices, acting as a messenger between the human world and the spirit world, their blood seen as a powerful conduit for communication with the ancestors. When we pull back to consider the full scope of this zoological crossroad, the evidence is clear that the fates of human societies were profoundly tethered to the animals they possessed. The ability to field a chariot army, to transport goods across a desert, or to have a steady supply of eggs could determine the rise of a city-state, the wealth of a merchant dynasty, or the survival of a village through a lean season. These animals were not passive passengers in human history. They were active, living technologies that enabled specific forms of civilization to flourish. The grasslands of Eurasia could never have been unified without the horse, just as the deep deserts of Arabia and Africa would have remained impassable barriers without the camel. The silent, unrecorded trade in a clutch of chicken eggs or a pair of breeding camels was as geopolitically significant as any treaty or battle. This hidden network of paws, hooves, and claws moved in the shadows of human endeavor, carrying with them the potential for new diets, new economies, new gods, and new ways of life, proving that our own history is, in a very real sense, also the story of the creatures we brought along with us on the journey. A broken piece of pottery discarded in an ancient trash heap might seem like the most insignificant of artifacts, but to an archaeologist, it's a time capsule, a piece of a global conversation that unfolded in clay and fire. Imagine an Etruscan noble in central Italy around the 6th century before the Common Era, raising an elegant drinking cup at a lavish feast. The vessel is beautiful, decorated with scenes of mythic heroes and bounding animals in a stark black against a rich red-orange background. It looks for all the world like it was made in Greece, and in a way it was, but not by Greek hands. This cup was crafted by a local Etruscan artisan who had carefully studied the imported Greek wares that were flooding into Italian ports and had mastered the complex technique of black figure pottery to create something that would appeal to the local elite's taste for the exotic, yet still feel familiar. This is the silent yet profoundly eloquent 24th crossroad, the hidden exchange of pottery styles where the very clay beneath our feet became a medium for a secret dialogue between cultures, a dialogue we can now decipher through the science of the sherd and the story of the kiln. This exchange was not a simple case of imitation. It was a process of creative adaptation where foreign ideas were absorbed and remade to suit local sensibilities. As the renowned art historian John Boardman has pointed out, when a Greek pot depicting the hero Heracles was exported to Etruria, the Etruscan artist might copy the central figure but surround him with local demons or deities from their own mythology, creating a fascinating hybrid narrative. The Greek artistic vocabulary was being used to tell an Etruscan story. This process happened all across the ancient world. In the Levant, Phoenician potters became masters of this adaptive art. They would produce exquisite vessels that blended Egyptian, Aegean, and their own native styles, creating a kind of international luxury where that was perfectly suited for the cosmopolitan tastes of traders and elites throughout the Mediterranean. These pots were not just containers for wine or oil, they were carriers of aesthetic ideas. A single Phoenician amphora, traded from Tyre to Carthage to Sardinia, could introduce a new way of drawing a lotus flower or a sphinx, which would then be reinterpreted by a local artisan and incorporated into their own work, slowly and subtly shifting the artistic landscape of an entire region. But how can we be so sure that a pot found in Italy was made there and not just imported from Greece? This is where modern science unlocks the secrets of the ancient economy. Through a technique called chemical fingerprinting or provenance studies, archaeologists can take a tiny sample of a pottery shard and analyze the unique chemical signature of its clay. Every geographic region has clay with a distinct mix of trace elements, different amounts of iron, calcium, titanium, and other minerals. By comparing the chemical signature of a finished pot to clay samples from known sources, we can often pinpoint exactly where the clay was dug from the ground. This has revealed a far more complex picture than simple import-export. We find that pots made with local Italian clay were being decorated with unmistakably Greek techniques and motifs. Conversely, we find that some pottery previously thought to be Greek was actually made in Etruria but by migrant Greek potters who had set up workshops abroad, bringing their coveted skills directly to a new market. This chemical evidence proves that it wasn't just the pots that were moving. It was the potters themselves, their knowledge, and their artistic sensibilities traveling along the same sea lanes as their wares. The transfer of stylistic motifs would have been pointless without the parallel exchange of the far more practical and fiercely guarded technology of the kiln. Creating the brilliant black figures on that Greek pottery was not a matter of simple paint. It was a complex, three-stage firing process in a specially designed kiln that could be carefully controlled to manipulate the oxygen levels. During the first oxidizing stage, the iron in the clay would turn the entire pot that characteristic red. Then, the kiln would be sealed and green wood thrown in, creating a smoky, reducing atmosphere with little oxygen. This would turn the entire pot black. Finally, the kiln was opened slightly to allow oxygen back in for a final oxidizing stage. The crucial trick was that the painted, black figure areas had been coated with a refined slip that, in this final stage, remained black, while the unpainted body of the vase re-oxidized back to red. Mastering this cycle required a deep, experiential understanding of kiln design, fuel, and temperature control, a form of alchemy as much as art. The knowledge of how to build and operate these advanced kilns was a form of intellectual property that traveled with skilled artisans. When Chinese porcelain, with its translucent, ringing white body, first reached Europe via the Silk Road, it was seen as a miracle. European potters spent centuries trying to crack the secret, a quest that drove immense experimentation in kiln technology and clay recipes, ultimately leading to the development of their own fine porcelain, like mason ware, a direct technological offspring of a cross-cultural obsession. This global dialogue in clay reaches its most poignant expression in the humble yet universal cooking pot. While the decorated fine wares of the elites get most of the attention, the simple, undecorated cooking pots found in archaeological sites tell an equally powerful story of daily connection. The shape of a pot is dictated by function, but also by deep-seated cultural habit. Archaeologists tracking the spread of farming across Europe have noticed that the distinctively bulbous, round-based cooking pots of the earliest farmers from the Near East gradually give way to different, flat-based forms as you move northwest. This isn't just a change in fashion. It reflects the adoption of new foods, new cooking methods like boiling over a central hearth versus frying over a separate fire, and the slow blending of technological ideas between migrating farmers and indigenous hunter-gatherers. A single cooking pot is a frozen moment in the history of a family's dinner, and the slow evolution of its form across a continent charts the invisible, intimate exchanges that happened between neighbors over thousands of years. a silent fusion of culinary traditions etched in baked clay. So when we hold a piece of ancient pottery, we are holding more than just a relic. We are holding a document of economic networks, a testament to migrating artisans, a record of technological innovation, and a snapshot of a cultural conversation. The black figure on an Etruscan cup is not just a decoration. It is the ghost of a Greek ship sailing into an Italian harbor, the memory of a skilled potter demonstrating his technique to a local apprentice, and the echo of a noble's desire to display his worldliness. Pottery, fragile and yet incredibly durable, outlasts empires and languages. It preserves the dialogues that official histories often ignore, the dialogues of the marketplace, the workshop, and the kitchen. In its form and its decoration, we can read the story of a connected ancient world, where ideas about beauty, technology, and daily life were constantly being shared, borrowed, and reinvented, proving that some of the most profound cultural collisions left their mark not on stone monuments, but on the fired clay of a common pot. Now, let's turn our attention to a concept so fundamental to our modern world that its absence is almost unimaginable: the humble zero. Its journey is a breathtaking tale of an idea that was born in one civilization, nurtured in another, and then gifted to the world, forever changing the landscape of human thought. The story begins in ancient India, where by the 5th century, mathematicians and cosmologists were grappling with profound philosophical questions about the void, the concept of nothingness or sunya. It was within this intellectual climate that the dot or bindu first appeared as a placeholder in their astronomical tables, a symbol to mark an empty column in their number system. This was the revolutionary seed of zero, not just as an empty space, but as a number in its own right, an entity that represented nothing and yet held the potential for everything. This Indian concept of sunya would embark on a secret journey, carried by traders and scholars along the land, and see routes to the vibrant intellectual centers of the Islamic world, particularly the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. There it was translated, studied, and fused with the mathematical traditions of Greece and Persia, transforming into the Arabic cipher, which means empty. This was not a passive transfer. It was an active, creative absorption that would set the stage for a mathematical revolution poised to sweep across Europe. The true power of zero is only unleashed when it is combined with another Indian breakthrough, the place value system. Before this innovation, number systems like Roman numerals were incredibly cumbersome for calculation. Trying to multiply mmxxii by xlv was a task that required an abacus or immense patience. The Indian system, however, was elegantly simple and powerful. In a number like 405, the 4 represents 400s, the 0 holds the place for the tens, and the 5 represents 5 units. The value of a digit depends entirely on its place. This place value system, combined with the 0, created a positional notation that was efficient, flexible, and capable of representing enormously large numbers with ease. It was a cognitive tool of immense power, turning arithmetic from a specialized skill for scribes into a more accessible discipline. As the historian George Gevorgys Joseph has compellingly argued, these mathematical exchanges were not accidental. They were the lifeblood of great scholarly centers like Baghdad, where scholars from diverse backgrounds gathered to translate, debate, and synthesize the world's knowledge. The Indian numerical system, including 0, was one of the most precious treasures to be studied and advanced in these global hubs of learning. The practical engine driving the spread of this new arithmetic was, unsurprisingly, the relentless pulse of commerce. Long before it was accepted in European universities, The new numeral system was the secret weapon of merchants across the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean. A Muslim trader in a bustling Cairo market or an Italian merchant in a port city like Pisa would have kept his accounts using these Arabic numerals, as we call them today. The reason was pure efficiency. Calculating profit margins, converting currencies, and working out complex interest rates was exponentially faster and less prone to error with a place value system. You could perform calculations on a dustboard, quickly jotting down and erasing numbers as you worked through a problem. This gave merchants using the new system a significant competitive advantage. The knowledge was passed along trade routes, not in formal textbooks, but through practical, hands-on instruction. A young apprentice would learn the numerals and the methods from his master, the skills transmitted from one generation of traders to the next in a continuous, unbroken chain that stretched from the markets of India to the trading houses of Italy, creating a clandestine network of mathematical literacy that operated entirely outside the formal institutions of the medieval world. The pivotal moment when this secret knowledge broke into the mainstream of European thought is perfectly captured by the story of one man, Leonardo of Pisa, better known as Fibonacci. The son of a Pisan merchant official stationed in Buja in North Africa, Fibonacci was immersed from a young age in this cosmopolitan world of trade and calculation. He received a mathematical education in the Arab style and traveled extensively throughout the Mediterranean. Recognizing the profound superiority of the Hindu-Arabic system, he wrote a monumental work in 1202 called the Liber Abaci, or the Book of Calculation. This was not a dry, theoretical text. It was a practical manual for merchants, filled with problems about currency exchange, profit division, and barter. In its pages, he passionately advocated for the new numerals, demonstrating with clear examples how much more efficient they were than the abacus or Roman numerals. He explained the place value system and the role of that crucial symbol he called Zephyrum, derived from the Arabic cipher, which would eventually evolve into our word zero. The Liber Abaci became a slow-burning fuse. It took decades, even centuries, for its ideas to fully catch on, facing resistance from traditionalists who distrusted the foreign, infidel symbols. But the utility was undeniable. Fibonacci's work laid the foundation, patiently demonstrating that this was not just a different way of writing numbers, but a fundamentally better way of thinking about quantity itself. This transmission was part of a much larger and older current of mathematical exchange that flowed for millennia. Long before Fibonacci, the very bedrock of geometry was being shared across cultures. The Greeks, with figures like Euclid, systematized geometry into a rigorous deductive science, but they themselves built upon knowledge that had been developed for practical purposes in Egypt and Mesopotamia. The so-called Pythagorean theorem, for example, was known to the ancient Babylonians over 1,000 years before Pythagoras. Similarly, the word algebra comes from the Arabic al-Jabr, from the title of a book by the Persian mathematician al-Khwarizmi. His work, Hisab al-Jabr w al-Muqabala, synthesized Greek geometric knowledge with Indian and Babylonian algebraic traditions, creating a systematic science for solving equations. This text, like the Indian numerals, was translated and studied in Europe, becoming a cornerstone of medieval mathematics. The journey of these ideas reveals that mathematics was never the isolated invention of a single culture. It was a collaborative, global project where a theorem proven in Athens might be applied to an engineering problem in Rome, then generalized by a scholar in Baghdad, and finally taught to a merchant in Pisa, each step adding a new layer of understanding to a universal human endeavor. When we reflect on the profound implications of this crossroad, we see that mathematics truly functions as a universal language, one that can transcend the barriers of culture, religion, and politics. A mathematical truth, once discovered and properly formulated, becomes the common property of all humanity. The number pi is the same for an architect building a stupa in India, an engineer designing an aqueduct in Rome, or an astronomer calculating the circumference of the Earth in Baghdad. The journey of zero and the place value system is the ultimate testament to this. It shows that when a powerful idea emerges, it creates its own gravity, pulling knowledge together across vast distances. It moves along the paths of trade and conquest, is refined in centers of learning, and eventually becomes so essential that we forget it was ever foreign. The digits you use to check the time, to manage your budget, or to read this script are the direct descendants of that Indian dot for Sunya, a symbol of nothing that made possible everything in our modern, quantified world, setting the stage for the scientific revolution and the digital age, and reminding us that our shared capacity for abstract thought is one of the most powerful connectors between all human civilizations. As the darkest days of winter tightened their grip on the ancient world, something remarkable was happening simultaneously from the frozen fjords of Scandinavia to the 7 hills of Rome and the highlands of Mesoamerica. In the deep cold, when the sun seemed to hang perilously low in the sky, communities across these vastly separated lands were preparing for a celebration. The Norse were gathering for Yule, a multi-day feast to honor the returning sun. In Rome, the streets would soon erupt in the carnivalesque chaos of Saturnalia, a time of role reversal and gift-giving. And across the ocean, the Maya observed ceremonies tied to the winter solstice, a pivotal moment in their intricate calendar that marked a cosmic rebirth. The fact that these cultures, with no known communication, all centered major festivals around the solstice with shared themes of light conquering darkness, feasting, and renewal, points to one of the deepest and most intuitive crossroads of all, a shared human response to the rhythm of the cosmos that was then subtly shaped and colored by the secret flow of people and ideas. Historian Ronald Hutton, in his studies of ritual and calendar, emphasizes that while the core impulse is universal, the specific symbols and practices attached to these festivals were remarkably porous, often absorbing influences from distant cultures through trade, migration, and conquest, creating a hidden layer of shared celebration beneath the surface of seemingly isolated traditions. The Roman festival of Saturnalia, held in late December, is a perfect case study of this adaptive process. It was a time of licensed misrule where slaves could dine with their masters, social hierarchies were temporarily suspended, and a general mood of revelry and goodwill prevailed. A central custom was the exchange of small gifts, often candles or clay figurines called sigillaria. The symbolism of the candle is particularly potent, a small, defiant light against the long winter night. When the Roman Empire expanded northward, its legions and administrators brought Saturnalia with them into the Celtic and Germanic lands. There, it encountered the existing Norse festival of Yule. Yule was a 12-night feast focused on the wild hunt, the god Odin, and the promise of the sun's rebirth, marked by the lighting of a great Yule log to burn throughout the celebration. The similarities were too powerful to ignore. Both were feasts of light in the darkness. Both involved communal gathering and feasting. The Roman practice of gift-giving and the lighting of candles found a receptive audience in the north, where the symbolism of light was already paramount. Over centuries, as Roman influence waned and Christianity began its rise, these two pagan traditions didn't just vanish. They began a slow, secret merger, blending the structured revelry of Saturnalia with the wild, nature-focused spirituality of Yule, creating a cultural foundation that would later be crucial for the establishment of a major Christian holiday. This process of blending becomes even more vivid when we examine the complex tapestry of Easter. The very name in English, Easter, is believed by many scholars to derive from Eoster, an Anglo-Saxon goddess of the dawn and spring. Her festival, celebrated around the vernal equinox, was a time of celebrating fertility and new life, symbolized by eggs and hares, animals known for their prolific breeding. As Christian missionaries worked to convert the pagan tribes of northern Europe, they faced a formidable challenge. The spring equinox was deeply embedded in the local psyche. It was a time of immense practical and spiritual importance, marking the return of life to the land after a hard winter. To simply abolish these powerful celebrations was impractical. Instead, a strategy of strategic incorporation was employed. The Christian celebration of the resurrection of Christ, which in the Gospels is associated with a springtime Passover, was deliberately aligned with this existing pagan festival timeframe. The powerful symbolism of new life was seamlessly redirected. The egg, a pagan symbol of fertility, was recontextualized as a symbol of the empty tomb and new life in Christ. The hare, associated with Eoster, slowly evolved into the Easter bunny, a benign deliverer of eggs. This was not a cynical ploy, but rather a brilliant, pragmatic form of cultural translation, allowing people to retain the familiar rhythms and symbols of their ancestral world while grafting a new theological meaning onto them, ensuring the new faith could take root in the fertile soil of old traditions. This phenomenon of seasonal cross-pollination was by no means limited to Europe. If we look to the pre-Columbian Americas, we find the Aztec festival of Huitzilopochtli, which occurred in the December period. This was a celebration dedicated to the sun and war god, and it involved a period of feasting, dancing, and the decoration of homes with trees and plants. The parallel to winter solstice festivals in the Old World is striking, demonstrating a shared human inclination to mark this solar turning point with communal rituals that affirm life in the face of darkness. Similarly, the Inca celebration of Inti Raymi, held at the June solstice in the southern hemisphere, was a massive public ritual honoring the sun god Inti, involving feasts, sacrifices, and prayers for the sun's return and a bountiful harvest. While there is no evidence of direct contact that transmitted these specific festival ideas across the oceans, the underlying human experience was the same. The solstices and equinoxes were the most reliable, dramatic markers of time for agricultural societies. The anxiety about the fading sun and the joyous relief at its return, the need to petition the divine for a good harvest, these were universal human concerns that found expression in rituals which, despite their cultural distinctiveness, hum with a familiar, shared energy of hope and renewal. When we pull back to consider what these blended celebrations tell us, we see a profound truth about human unity. The desire to come together, to mark the passage of time, and to find meaning in the great cycles of nature and the cosmos is a fundamental part of the human experience. A farmer in ancient Norway watching the Yule log burn, a Roman citizen lighting a candle during Saturnalia, and a Maya priest observing the solstice sunrise at a ceremonial pyramid were all participating in the same essential act, reaffirming their place in the universe and their connection to their community through a shared ritual moment. The specific gods they invoked or the names they gave the festivals were the local dialect. The grammar of celebration itself was a universal language. The secret blending of Saturnalia and Yule, or of Eoster's rites with the Christian Paschal celebration, proves that cultures are not impermeable fortresses. They are living, breathing entities that grow and adapt, most often through the quiet, everyday interactions of people who are more focused on the joy of a feast or the comfort of a familiar symbol than on rigid ideological purity. These seasonal crossroads remind us that our most cherished holidays are, in fact, beautiful palimpsests, with the faint, glowing writing of older beliefs still visible beneath the surface, a layered history of human connection that continues to bind us together across time and space. The very foundation of the Bronze Age rested upon a geographical paradox, a secret that connected distant worlds through the alchemy of necessity. Bronze, that revolutionary alloy of copper and tin, was a material that rarely existed in one place. The copper might be mined in the mountains of Cyprus, an island whose very name gives us the word for the metal, while the tin essential for hardening it had to be sourced from incredibly rare and far-flung deposits. This fundamental scarcity created a hidden, high-stakes network, a crossroad where geology dictated diplomacy and trade routes became the circulatory system of early civilization. To possess bronze was to have superior tools for farming and devastating weapons for war, but no single kingdom controlled all the ingredients. This meant that the smelting techniques, the casting knowledge, and the raw materials themselves had to travel, passed along chains of middlemen who often deliberately obscured their ultimate origins to protect their lucrative monopolies. The journey of these metals was one of the ancient world's most vital and clandestine enterprises, a trade in the very building blocks of power that connected miners in foggy northern Europe to royal workshops in the sun-drenched palaces of the eastern Mediterranean. Consider the incredible journey of Cornish tin. In the southwestern tip of Britain, far from the centers of Mycenaean or Minoan power, lay some of the richest tin deposits in the ancient world. For a long time, this was the stuff of legend, but science has now provided definitive proof. Archaeometallurgist Benoit Mill and his colleagues have used cutting-edge chemical analysis to trace the origin of tin artifacts found across the Mediterranean. By examining the unique isotopic fingerprint of the tin, they have been able to match it conclusively to the mines of Cornwall. This means that over 3,000 years ago, this rare, critical metal was being extracted, processed, and shipped across the treacherous Bay of Biscay, down the Atlantic coast of France, and into the Mediterranean, a maritime journey of thousands of miles. This was not a casual trade, it was a lifeline. The fact that this British tin reached the workshops of the Levant and Greece speaks volumes about the complexity and reliability of these long-distance exchange networks, which operated for centuries with a sophistication that rivals modern supply chains. But the exchange was far more profound than just the movement of raw ore. The true secret trade was in the knowledge of how to transform rock into refined metal and then into useful objects. The process of smelting using a furnace to extract pure metal from its ore using charcoal and a controlled flow of air was a technological breakthrough of monumental importance. This knowledge likely originated in multiple places but then spread, not through written manuals but through the migration of skilled smiths themselves. A master metalworker possessing the secret of achieving and controlling the intense heat needed to separate copper from its rocky matrix was a highly valuable asset. He might be captured in war, wooed with gifts by a rival king, or simply travel to a new land where his skills were in demand, taking his irreplaceable practical knowledge with him. Similarly, the art of casting molten metal into molds to create everything from intricate jewelry to deadly spearheads was a specialized craft. The lost wax technique, where a wax model is encased in clay and then melted out to create a hollow mold, is a perfect example of a complex idea that appears in both the Old World and the pre-Columbian Americas, suggesting either a startling case of independent invention or a much deeper, older current of technological exchange than we have yet been able to trace. This technological dialogue continued to evolve with even more advanced alloys. The creation of brass, a golden-colored alloy of copper and zinc, required mastering the difficult process of vaporizing zinc from its ore and then capturing it within molten copper. This sophisticated technique was perfected in the Roman world, and brass became a popular metal for coins, military equipment, and decorative items. The knowledge of its production spread across the empire and beyond its borders. Even more transformative was the development of steel. While the earliest forms of steel, like the famous Lute steel from India, were being produced in crucibles, the knowledge of carburization, deliberately adding carbon to iron to make it harder and more resilient, spread widely. The famed blades of Damascus, renowned for their sharpness and distinctive watery pattern, were actually made from cakes of this imported Indian Lute steel, which were then forged by Syrian craftsmen. This means that a sword wielded by a medieval knight in the Crusades could have its ultimate origin in the furnaces of South India, a stunning testament to the global journey of metallurgical science, where raw materials from one continent were transformed by the technical knowledge of a second, and then fashioned into a final product by the artisans of a third. No single discovery brings this hidden metal trade to life more vividly than the Uluburun shipwreck, a time capsule from the late Bronze Age discovered off the coast of Turkey. This single vessel, dating from around 1300 years before the Common Era, was carrying a king's ransom in raw materials. Its cargo included 10 tons of Cypriot copper ingots, shaped like stretched ox hides for easy transport. Alongside this copper was a ton of tin ingots, but the story doesn't end there. The ship also carried Baltic amber, African ebony, Egyptian gold, Canaanite jewelry, and Mesopotamian glass. This one wreck encapsulates the entire interconnected world of the late Bronze Age. It wasn't just a trade ship, it was a floating supermarket of globalization, carrying the essential ingredients for the weapons, tools, and luxuries of multiple civilizations. The copper and tin alone represented a massive investment and the fulfillment of contracts that stretched across the known world. The sinking of the Uluburun was an economic catastrophe for someone, but for us, it is an unparalleled window into the sheer scale, complexity, and interdependence of this ancient metals trade, proving that the economies of the Mediterranean and Near East were far more integrated than we ever imagined. The economic importance of this metal trade cannot be overstated. Control over a tin mine or a copper source was akin to controlling an oil field today. It was a direct source of geopolitical power. The wealth generated from this trade funded the palaces of Mycenae, the temples of Egypt, and the administrative centers of the Hittite Empire. It created a class of incredibly wealthy merchants and intermediaries who operated outside traditional hierarchies, their influence based on capital and connections rather than land or lineage. This circulation of metal also acted as a primitive but effective form of currency, with standardized ingots being used as a medium of exchange and a store of value long before the widespread use of coinage. The very stability of Bronze Age kingdoms depended on the uninterrupted flow of these metals. When this system eventually collapsed around 1200 BCE, in the event scholars call the Late Bronze Age collapse, it was in part due to the disruption of these intricate and fragile trade networks. The Sea Peoples and widespread societal breakdown severed the connections that brought tin from Cornwall and copper from Cyprus, plunging the region into a dark age where the secret of writing was lost in many places, and the complex economy built on bronze simply disintegrated. When we reflect on how this drive for superior technology forged connections across the ancient world, the implications are profound. The smith in a Mycenaean fortress, hammering a bronze sword, was connected to a Cornish miner he would never meet through a chain of sailors, merchants, and port officials that spanned a continent. The desire for a sharper blade, a more durable tool, or a more impressive piece of jewelry created a force more powerful than any empire, the force of economic and technological demand. This demand pushed humans to explore further, to establish more stable trade routes, and to engage in diplomacy with distant and unfamiliar cultures. It was a catalyst for connection, driving the exchange of not just goods, but the ideas and people that carried the knowledge of how to make them. The secret trade in metals was, therefore, one of the primary engines of civilization itself, a hidden network of practical necessity that quietly wove the ancient world together in a web of mutual dependence, a web where the quest for a better alloy could reshape the destinies of nations. Walking through the hushed stillness of the Valley of the Kings in Egypt, the grand pyramids of Giza, or the sprawling necropolises of the Maya, one cannot help but be struck by a powerful, silent similarity. Across these continents, separated by oceans and millennia, ancient peoples invested an immense portion of their wealth and labor into building monumental homes for the dead. The Egyptian pyramid, the massive earthen mounds of China's Shang dynasty, and the stepped temple tombs of Mesoamerican rulers may look different on the surface, but they whisper a shared, profound belief that death was not an end, but a transition to another state of being, one that required a proper, even lavish, send-off. This 28th crossroad delves into the silent language of death, uncovering how the most intimate of human rituals, how we say goodbye to our loved ones and prepare for our own journey, became a channel for secret cultural exchanges, revealing a hidden dialogue about the afterlife that connected the ancient world in ways we are only beginning to understand. The evidence for this exchange often lies not in the grand structures themselves, but in the precious objects tucked away beside the deceased. As historian Ian Morris has compellingly argued, the goods placed in a grave are far more than sentimental tokens. They are a direct window into a society's beliefs about the afterlife and its economic connections. A Mycenaean warrior buried in Greece with amber beads from the Baltic tells a story of a trade network that stretched across Europe. An Egyptian pharaoh entombed with gold from Nubia and cedar wood from Lebanon speaks of an empire's reach. But sometimes the goods tell a more subtle story of cultural fusion. In ancient Palmyra, a wealthy caravan city in the Syrian desert, tomb sculptures often depict the deceased reclining in a thoroughly Roman style, wearing Roman togas, yet the inscriptions are in Aramaic, and the underlying religious concepts are rooted in the local Semitic pantheon. This isn't mere imitation. It's a sophisticated blending of identities, a way for a Palmyran elite to signal their participation in the cosmopolitan Roman world while holding fast to their ancestral beliefs, all within the sacred context of the tomb. These grave goods and artistic styles were the luggage for the next life, and their origins reveal the invisible routes their culture had traveled. This symbolic dialogue is etched with stunning clarity into the funerary art that adorned tombs and sarcophagi. In Egypt, the walls of tombs were covered in intricate paintings and hieroglyphs from the Book of the Dead, a detailed guidebook for navigating the perilous journey to the afterlife, complete with spells to pass judgment before the god Osiris. The central motif of the weighing of the heart against the feather of truth is a powerful metaphor for a moral life. Now, travel across the world to the tombs of the Moche civilization in Peru. While their gods had different names, their funerary art also depicts a profound journey, often showing a boat carrying the soul of the deceased to the afterworld, guided by deities. The shared concept of a post-mortem journey, a voyage that must be successfully completed to reach a blessed state, is a profound parallel. It suggests that while the specific iconography was local, the fundamental human anxiety about what comes next and the hope for divine guidance found eerily similar expression in art meant to comfort and protect the dead on their ultimate voyage. Perhaps the most striking and specialized practice to be shared across cultures was the art of mummification. The Egyptians are, of course, the most famous practitioners, with their elaborate 70-day process of organ removal, desiccation with natron salt, and linen wrapping, all designed to preserve the body as a permanent home for the soul, or ka. But thousands of miles away, in the arid deserts of coastal Peru and Chile, the Chinchorro culture developed their own sophisticated mummification practices, and astoundingly, they began this tradition over 2,000 years before the first Egyptian pharaoh was ever mummified. The Chinchorro didn't just preserve their dead, they often completely reconstructed them, creating a kind of statuary of the deceased. They would remove the skin and muscles, reinforce the skeleton with sticks, stuff the body with fibers and clay, and then reapply the skin, covering the whole body with a paste of manganese that gave it a distinctive black color. Later, they developed a style using red ochre. The motivations may have differed. The Chinchorro practice seems to have been more egalitarian, applied to men, women, and children, while the Egyptian was initially reserved for the elite. But the core, revolutionary idea of artificially preventing the decay of the human body emerged independently in two distant cradles of civilization, a powerful testament to the universal human desire physically cheat death and maintain a connection with those who have passed. Nowhere is the mystery of this cross-cultural connection more beautiful and tangible than in the shared reverence for jade. In ancient China, from the Neolithic Hongshan culture through the Shang and Zhou dynasties, jade was considered the most precious substance on earth. It was not merely a decorative stone, it was the essence of heaven and earth, a symbol of purity, moral integrity, and immortality. Emperors and nobles were buried in suits made of thousands of small jade plaques painstakingly woven together with gold or silver wire, believed to protect the body from decay and ensure a successful transition to the afterlife. The Chinese word for jade, yu, embodies a universe of virtuous concepts. Now cross the Pacific to the Olmec, Maya, and Aztec civilizations of Mesoamerica. For them, jadate, a particularly vibrant green stone, held a similarly profound soul-level significance. It was more valuable than gold, associated with water, vegetation, life, and royalty. Maya kings were buried with jade masks, beads, and ear spools, their mouths often set with a single piece of jade to symbolize their life-giving breath and eternal essence. The fact that two of the world's great civilizations, with no known contact, both selected this specific, tough, and difficult-to-carve stone as the ultimate symbol of life, power, and eternity, is one of history's most poetic and puzzling parallels, suggesting a deep, shared human intuition about the spiritual qualities of the natural world. When we pause to consider what these rituals truly reveal, we see that the way a culture treats its dead is a direct reflection of its most cherished values for the living. The Egyptians, with their focus on order, truth, and balance, created a funerary culture that was meticulously organized and scripted, mirroring their highly structured bureaucratic state. The Maya, with their cyclical view of time and a cosmos constantly in flux between creation and destruction, created tombs that were often reopened, with ancestors consulted and included in ongoing royal rituals, their bones serving as a direct link to the past and a source of ongoing power. The Vikings, who sent their chieftains to the afterlife in a blazing ship, valued heroism, journey, and the transformative power of fire. In every case, the tomb is a philosophical statement. It answers the fundamental questions: what is a good life? What happens when it ends? And how do we, the living, maintain our bond with those who have gone before us? these silent stone answers reveal that while our methods of mourning and remembrance may be beautifully diverse, the underlying human emotions of grief, hope, reverence, and love are the true universal constants, connecting us not only across cultures but across the vast, silent expanse of time itself. Now, let us walk the straight, wide streets of a city built over 4,000 years ago. In the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, in the heart of the Indus Valley, the most striking feature is not a temple or a palace, but the meticulous order of its urban plan. The city is laid out in a precise grid pattern, with main avenues running north-south and smaller streets intersecting them at perfect right angles. This was not haphazard growth, it was intentional, sophisticated design. Now travel forward in time and across the world to the planned Greek city of Miletus, rebuilt in the 5th century before the Common Era after its destruction by the Persians. There, the architect Hippodamus implemented a strikingly similar gridiron plan, dividing the city into regular blocks for public and private use. How is it that two civilizations, separated by thousands of miles and millennia, arrived at such a similar solution for organizing urban life? This 29th crossroad uncovers the secret diffusion of city design principles, revealing that the very blueprints for our urban existence, from the sewers beneath our feet to the public squares where we gather, were ideas that traveled silently along the trade routes and colonial pathways of the ancient world, adapted and refined by each culture they touched. The initial vector for spreading these urban blueprints was often colonization, as historian Spiro Kostof masterfully illustrated. When a mother city or metropolis sent out its citizens to establish a new colony, it wasn't just sending people, it was exporting a template for civilization. The Greeks, in particular, were systematic colonizers. Before setting sail, the founders would often consult an oracle, but they would also appoint a leader, the oikist, whose crucial responsibility was to survey the new land and lay out the city plan. This plan was a physical manifestation of their political and social ideals. The grid was not merely practical, it represented order, equality, and a rational division of space among the colonists. This same phenomenon occurred with the Phoenicians, whose colonies like Carthage spread a distinct urban model across the Mediterranean, and later with the Romans, whose military camps or castra, with their rigid grid of streets centered on a commander's tent, became the foundation for countless European cities, from York in England to Cologne in Germany. Colonization was the ultimate urban planning workshop, a process where a culture's most fundamental ideas about community were stamped onto new landscapes, creating a network of familiar places in foreign lands. Beneath the orderly streets of these ancient cities lay their most revolutionary innovation, sophisticated public infrastructure designed for the health and functionality of the entire community. In Mohenjo-Daro, archaeologists uncovered the world's first known comprehensive urban sanitation system. Almost every house had a bathroom and a latrine that drained into a city-wide network of brick-lined sewers running beneath the main streets, covered with stone slabs for easy maintenance. This was a monumental achievement in public health, unparalleled for its time. A similar, though independent, development occurred in the Roman world, where the famous Cloaca Maxima began as an open sewer and was later vaulted over, becoming a symbol of Rome's engineering prowess. But infrastructure was not just about waste removal, it was about sustaining life. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-Daro, a large, waterproofed public tank, suggests a community focus on ritual and hygiene. In Greek cities, the public fountain house, fed by aqueducts or springs, was a central social hub where citizens, especially women, would gather to collect water and exchange news. These shared utilities were not afterthoughts, they were foundational elements of urban design, reflecting a collective investment in the well-being of the city's inhabitants and creating a physical network that bound the community together. A brilliant case study of this technological exchange in infrastructure is the evolution of the aqueduct. The Romans are justly famous for their magnificent arched aqueducts, which marched across valleys to bring fresh water from mountain springs to thirsty cities. However, the core concept of long-distance water conveyance did not originate with them. For centuries, the Persians had been mastering a different but equally ingenious technology, the qanat. This was a system of tapping into alluvial aquifers at the base of mountains by digging a gently sloping underground tunnel that would gravity-feed water over many miles to the surface, where it could be used for irrigation and drinking. The vertical access shafts dug along the tunnel's path provided ventilation and allowed for maintenance. This technology was so effective that it spread from Persia across North Africa and even into Spain. When the Romans expanded their empire into these regions, they encountered the qanat systems. They saw the immense value of securing a reliable water supply and recognized the principle of using gravity to move water over long distances. The Roman aqueduct was not a copy of the qanat, it was an adaptation. They took the fundamental goal, long-distance water transport, and applied their own unparalleled skill in stonework and arch construction to create a largely above-ground system that was a dramatic and visible statement of imperial power, while the Persian qanat was a hidden, humble, but no less brilliant feat of community-based engineering. This represents a classic crossroad moment, the recognition of a problem, the observation of a solution, and the creative reinterpretation of that solution using local materials and technical expertise. The shape of a city was never just a matter of copying a blueprint. It was a constant negotiation with the local environment and climate. The grid plan of a Greek colony, perfect for the gentle slopes of the Mediterranean coast, had to be adapted when transferred to a different reality. In the Indus Valley, the grid of Mohenjo-Daro was designed with a clear understanding of the region's climate. The wide streets were likely planned to capture the prevailing winds, providing a form of natural air conditioning in the intense heat. Houses were built with thick walls and interior courtyards, creating cool, private refuges. Contrast this with the urban design of ancient Egyptian cities, which were often more organic, with narrow, winding streets that provided shade from the blistering sun. In the Andes, the Inca designed their cities like Machu Picchu, with a profound respect for the mountainous terrain, creating terraces that followed the natural contours of the land for both agriculture and construction, rather than imposing a rigid grid. The Romans, masters of standardization, still had to adapt their classic castrum plan when building in the dense forests of Germania or the deserts of North Africa. The ideal of the planned city was always filtered through the practicalities of local geography, water sources, and climate, proving that the most successful urban designs were those that could listen to the land. When you stand in the central plaza of a modern city or walk down a straight, numbered street, you are participating in a tradition of shared knowledge that is thousands of years old. The city itself is a collective monument, not to a single ruler or a single culture, but to the accumulated wisdom of humanity. The idea that a community should plan its growth, that it should invest in shared infrastructure like clean water and sanitation, that it should designate public spaces for commerce, politics, and social life, these were not one-time inventions. They were discoveries made and remade, lost and rediscovered, and most importantly, shared across continents through the quiet, persistent movement of people and ideas. The grid plan of Mohenjo-Daro, the sewers of Rome, the qanats of Persia, and the terraces of the Inca are all chapters in the same ongoing story of how we choose to live together. Our modern metropolises, with their complex skylines and subterranean networks, are the direct heirs to this ancient, collaborative project. They are a physical testament to the fact that no civilization builds in a vacuum. Every city is a living library of borrowed brilliance, its streets and pipes and foundations whispering the secrets of 100 different cultures that learned, through trial and error, how to build a home for the human spirit. Imagine a world where a single, terrifying event echoes across the globe, whispered in the languages of peoples who never met. In the ancient Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh, the hero Utnapishtim is warned by a god to build a great boat to survive a world-destroying deluge, saving his family and the seed of every living creature. Centuries later, a similar divine warning comes to Noah in the Hebrew Bible, commanding him to build an ark to weather a flood sent to cleanse a sinful world. Then journey across the ocean to the Popol Vuh of the Maya, and you will find the gods destroying an early, flawed race of humans with a great flood, while the Aztecs told of only two people, Coxcoxtli and his wife, surviving a deluge by hiding in a hollowed-out cypress tree. These are not coincidences. This recurring motif of the catastrophic flood is one of the most powerful examples of our 30th crossroad, revealing a hidden highway of myth where the most fundamental stories of humanity, our origins, our heroes, our disasters, traveled secretly across continents, carried not by armies, but by the timeless, borderless voices of storytellers. The renowned folklorist Joseph Campbell saw in these patterns not mere copying, but evidence of what he called the monomyth, a single, universal story hidden within all others. He argued that these myths are not literal history, but rather, as he put it, the secret opening through which the inexhaustible energies of the cosmos pour into human cultural manifestation. They are humanity's collective dreams, addressing our deepest fears and highest aspirations, and their similarities suggest a shared psychological landscape from which these narratives spring. The journey of the hero is another one of these universal templates that seems to be etched into the human psyche. From the dusty tablets of Mesopotamia to the philosophical dialogues of Greece, the same basic arc appears again and again. Gilgamesh, the arrogant king of Uruk, sets out on a quest for immortality after the death of his friend Enkidu, facing monstrous guardians and crossing the waters of death, only to return home empty-handed but profoundly wiser, having learned that true legacy lies in the walls he built and the stories he left behind. Half a world away, the essential beats of this story are mirrored in the Maya myth of the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, who descend into the terrifying underworld of Xibalba, outwit the death gods through cleverness and trickery, and ultimately ascend to become the sun and moon. This pattern of a call to adventure, a descent into a strange and dangerous world, a series of trials, and a final return with a boon for the community, is the skeleton of countless narratives. It is the story of Odysseus struggling for 10 years to return to Ithaca, and it is, at its core, a metaphor for every human life, a journey from the known into the unknown, a confrontation with mortality and challenge, and the hope of returning transformed with something of value to share. This shared story structure suggests that the process of becoming a complete person, of facing down our demons and discovering our strengths, is a universal human experience that cultures have independently ritualized into their most cherished tales. But how did these specific storylines, with their strikingly similar details, manage to traverse such immense geographical and cultural divides? The answer lies in the same networks of exchange we have seen before. The trade routes were not just conduits for spices and silk. They were the information superhighways of the ancient world, carrying narratives as easily as they carried commodities. A merchant traveling the Silk Road would have spent long nights in caravanserais, exchanging stories with fellow travelers from distant lands. A sailor on an Indian Ocean dhow, waiting for the monsoon winds to change, would have passed the time recounting the legends of his homeland. In this way, a Mesopotamian flood story could have slowly filtered westward, being absorbed and adapted by Canaanite cultures, who then passed it on to the early Hebrews, who refined it into the story of Noah. The names of the gods and the specific reasons for the flood would change, but the core plot of divine displeasure and a single righteous family saved by a boat would remain, a narrative seed taking root in new soil. This was a form of cultural osmosis, a slow, unrecorded process of borrowing and blending where stories were not stolen, but shared, each new teller adding their own cultural flavor and moral framework to the timeless plot. A stunningly clear example of this narrative transfer is the fascinating link between the ancient Indian fables of the Panchatantra and the tales attributed to the Greek storyteller Aesop. The Panchatantra, a collection of animal fables in Sanskrit, was composed in India around 200 years before the Common Era. Its stories were designed to teach political wisdom and practical morality, often through the cleverness of a jackal or the foolishness of a lion. Through the complex trade and diplomatic channels connecting India to the Persian Empire and beyond, these fables traveled westward. They were translated into Pahlavi, the language of pre-Islamic Persia, and then into Syriac and Arabic. In the Arabic version, known as Kalila wa Dimna, the stories entered the Islamic world. From there, they filtered into Europe, likely through Muslim Spain or during the Crusades. When we look at Aesop's fables, which were compiled in Greece centuries earlier, the parallels are undeniable. The story of the clever, deceitful jackal in the Panchatantra is a clear precursor to the sly fox in Aesop's The Fox and the Grapes. The Indian tale of a group of pigeons caught in a hunter's net, who work together to fly away with it, mirrors Aesop's The Doves and the Hawk. This is not to say that Aesop copied Indian stories, but rather that a common pool of animal fables circulated across Eurasia, with each culture adapting the archetypal characters, the clever trickster, the greedy predator, the foolish simpleton, to their own local animals and social settings, proving that the same moral lessons could be taught through the universal language of animal allegory. When we step back to consider the profound power of these shared stories, we see that they are far more than just entertainment. They are the glue of civilization. A myth is a society's way of explaining the inexplicable, why the sun rises, why there is evil in the world, what happens after we die. A shared creation story, whether it is the Babylonian Enuma Elish where order is carved from a primordial sea of chaos, or the Aboriginal Australian Dreamtime where ancestral beings shaped the landscape, gives a people a common origin point, a shared identity. The epic of a hero who defies the gods or vanquishes a monster provides a model for courage and resilience, a template for how to behave in the face of overwhelming odds. These stories create a common vocabulary of symbols and values that allows a community to cohere. They are the bedrock of culture, the foundational narratives that answer the big questions and provide a sense of meaning and purpose, binding generations together with a shared understanding of their place in the cosmos. The fact that so many of these core narratives appear in similar forms across the globe suggests that while our languages, customs, and gods may differ, the fundamental questions we ask about life, death, and our place in the universe are a universal human inheritance, and the stories we tell are our collective attempt to find the answers. Hidden within the glittering depths of a Viking hoard, nestled beside silver coins and broken arm rings, archaeologists have made a discovery that speaks of desires stretching across the known world. A handful of vibrant, orange-red carnelian beads, their material traced unequivocally to the workshops of ancient India. How did these small, polished stones, born in the riverbeds of Gujarat, find their way into the strongbox of a Norse chieftain in Scandinavia? This is the silent, sparkling story of our 31st crossroad, a clandestine network where personal adornment was far more than simple decoration. Jewelry was a secret language of power, faith, and identity, and the materials that gave it voice, amber from the Baltic, lapis lazuli from the mountains of Afghanistan, gold from the rivers of Nubia, traveled along trade routes that connected the lives of individuals who would never meet, creating a hidden economy of beauty that spanned the globe. As the historian Lois Sher Dubin has eloquently observed, these ornaments were rarely just decorative. They were often deeply spiritual objects, imbued with the power of the materials from which they were made and the symbols with which they were engraved, serving as amulets, status markers, and tangible connections to the divine. The movement of these raw materials reveals a map of ancient longing. Consider the incredible journey of amber, the fossilized resin prized for its warm, translucent glow. The primary source for the ancient world was the Baltic coast, yet this gold of the north is found in the royal tombs of Mycenaean Greece and the burial sites of Egyptian pharaohs. This meant that a substance formed in the pine forests of Scandinavia was being traded south through a complex chain of intermediaries, likely passing through the hands of Celtic traders, Etruscan merchants, and Phoenician sailors before reaching the Mediterranean elites. Flowing in the opposite direction was the profound blue of lapis lazuli, a stone mined from a single, remote valley in the Hindu Kush mountains of modern-day Afghanistan. This was the most coveted blue pigment and gemstone in antiquity, its color associated with the heavens and divine authority. It was inlaid into the golden death mask of Tutankhamun, ground into powder for the ultramarine used in medieval illuminated manuscripts, and carved into cylinder seals in Mesopotamia. The fact that this Afghan stone was essential to the spiritual and royal expression of both Egypt and Mesopotamia demonstrates a supply chain that functioned for millennia, a testament to the relentless human pursuit of rare and powerful beauty. The true marvel of this exchange, however, lies not just in the movement of materials, but in the secret sharing of the sophisticated techniques used to transform them. The art of gem cutting is a perfect example. In the Indus Valley civilization, artisans over 5,000 years ago were drilling incredibly fine, precise holes into hard carnelian beads using diamond-tipped drills, a technology that seems almost anachronistic. This knowledge of working with hard stones persisted in the Indian subcontinent, where craftsmen developed the skill of etching white patterns onto the red carnelian surface by applying an alkaline paste and then heating the bead, a technique now known as etching. Meanwhile, in the Mediterranean, Greek and Roman gem cutters perfected the art of intaglio and cameo carving, creating miniature masterpieces where a scene was carved in negative relief into a stone so it could be pressed into wax or clay to create a positive impression. These distinct technological traditions did not exist in a vacuum. As trade intensified, these skills began to cross-pollinate. A Roman patron might commission a signet ring from a local artisan, but request it be made from an exotic Indian carnelian, its fiery color unlike any local stone. The very demand for the material would have spurred conversations between traders and craftsmen, slowly transferring knowledge about the unique properties and working methods of these foreign treasures. Metalworking techniques displayed a similar global dialogue. The stunning goldwork of the Scythians, a nomadic people of the Eurasian steppes, featured intricate animal motifs created with granulation and cloisonné, where tiny gold beads and wires were soldered onto a surface to create elaborate patterns. This animal-style art, filled with swirling, predatory creatures, was hugely influential. As the Scythians interacted with the Greek colonies on the Black Sea coast, their distinctive style began to appear on objects made by Greek goldsmiths for a Scythian clientele, creating a fascinating Greco-Scythian hybrid art. This was not a one-way street. The Scythians, in turn, adopted and adapted foreign metalworking methods, incorporating them into their own portable and prestigious objects. This cross-fertilization of style and technique meant that a nobleman buried in a frozen tomb in Siberia could be adorned with gold that reflected both his nomadic heritage and his culture's deep connections to the settled civilizations of the Mediterranean. A powerful case study that encapsulates this entire network is the prolific trade in carnelian beads from India to the Roman Empire. The Romans developed an insatiable appetite for these bright, durable beads, which were exported in the millions from ports like Bharuch on the Gujarat coast. They were transported across the Indian Ocean by Tamil and Arab merchants to Roman Egypt, and from there distributed throughout the empire. These beads have been found in archaeological sites from Pompeii to Roman Britain. But why were they so popular? Their vibrant color was certainly a factor, but their appeal ran deeper. In Roman belief, carnelian was associated with courage and protection, often used in signet rings and amulets. For a Roman soldier stationed on the damp frontier of Hadrian's Wall, a carnelian bead from a distant, sun-drenched land was not just a piece of jewelry, it was a tangible piece of the empire's vastness, a personal lucky charm that connected him to the cosmopolitan heart of Rome and the mysterious, wealth-generating lands beyond. The sheer scale of this trade reveals an industry built on international demand, specialized production, and a logistics network capable of delivering small, luxury items across half the world. Beyond their material and technical value, these ornaments carried a profound symbolic weight, acting as a silent language that communicated identity, belief, and social standing. The designs etched, carved, or woven into jewelry were rarely arbitrary. In ancient Egypt, the scarab beetle, carved from gemstones and set into rings and pectorals, was a potent symbol of rebirth and the sun god's daily journey across the sky. In Viking societies, the intricate animal art of the urn style, with its interlacing serpents and beasts, was more than just decoration. It was a complex visual language that may have conveyed myths, lineage, or protective magic. A piece of jewelry could announce one's faith, as with the Christian cross or the Jewish menorah. It could signify marital status, like the Roman bulla worn by freeborn children. It could even denote profession, as with the specific brooches worn by Celtic craftsmen. When a person chose to wear a piece of jewelry made from a foreign material or in a foreign style, they were making a conscious statement. They were aligning themselves with the power or prestige of that distant culture, using their own body as a canvas to display their connections, their aspirations, and their place in a world far larger than their own village. When we pause to consider what this global history of adornment truly means, we see that the human urge to decorate ourselves is one of our most fundamental and connective instincts. A bead of Indian carnelian in a Viking hoard is not merely an object of trade. It is the crystallized evidence of a shared human desire for beauty, meaning, and identity. It represents the countless anonymous hands that mined, polished, drilled, traded, and treasured it. From the amber-laden shores of the Baltic to the lapis mines of Afghanistan and the carnelian workshops of India, these networks of personal ornamentation created a hidden web of aesthetic and spiritual exchange. They prove that long before global branding, humanity was engaged in a silent, sparkling conversation about value and identity, a conversation written not in texts, but in the gleam of a polished stone, the shimmer of a gold granule, and the profound, universal language of what we choose to wear. This deep-seated drive to shape our environment and express our identity through crafted objects naturally leads us to consider another, equally vital, set of tools, those that tilled the soil and fed the world. Consider the simple, fundamental act of breaking the earth. For thousands of years, the success of entire civilizations hinged on the efficiency of this one action, and the tool that made it possible. The plow holds a hidden history of global connection. While the basic concept of a pointed stick dragged through soil to create a furrow was undoubtedly invented independently in different parts of the world, the evolution of this tool into a transformative agricultural engine was fueled by a quiet, cross-continental conversation. The earliest plows were likely nothing more than a forked branch, a scratch plow that merely stirred the topsoil of the dry, light soils found in regions like the Middle East. But then a revolutionary design emerged, the ard or scratch plow. This was a significant step up, a symmetrical plow that cut a shallow groove but did not turn the soil over. Historians like Andrew Sherratt have meticulously traced the spread of this specific tool from its heartland in the Fertile Crescent, moving northwest into Europe and eastward towards the Indian subcontinent. This wasn't a sudden invasion of technology, but a slow, creeping adaptation. As farmers migrated or traded with neighboring communities, they carried with them the knowledge of this more effective design. A community that had struggled with a digging stick would see the ard in action and recognize its immediate superiority, adopting the core principle and then adapting its construction to the types of wood available in their own forests and the specific challenges of their local soil. The impact of this technological transfer was nothing short of revolutionary, fundamentally altering the relationship between humanity and the land. The scratch plow, and later the more advanced moldboard plow which could slice, lift, and turn the sod, dramatically increased the amount of land a single farmer could cultivate. This directly led to the creation of food surpluses on a scale previously unimaginable. For the first time, not every member of a society had to be directly involved in food production. This surplus of calories was the essential precondition for everything we associate with civilization. It allowed for the specialization of labor, giving rise to full-time artisans, priests, soldiers, scribes, and rulers. A potter could focus on perfecting his craft because he could trade his wares for the grain grown by the farmer using the efficient new plow. This specialization fueled innovation in every other field, from metallurgy to administration. Furthermore, this agricultural boom supported population growth. More reliable and abundant harvests meant communities could support more children, leading to larger villages, then towns, and eventually the first great cities. The plow, therefore, was not merely a farm tool. It was the cornerstone of urban life, the silent engine that powered the demographic and economic explosion that built the ancient world. This global dialogue in agricultural technology extended far beyond the plow to the very methods of managing that most precious resource, water. In the arid and semi-arid regions of the world, from the Middle East to North Africa and across to East Asia, the challenge was identical: how to lift life-giving water from its source into irrigation canals and fields. The solutions that emerged are a stunning testament to parallel innovation and potential knowledge transfer. Consider the shadow or well sweep, a simple but brilliant counterbalanced lever. In ancient Egypt, this device was known as the shaduf, and it allowed a single farmer to lift heavy buckets of water from the Nile with relative ease. At almost exactly the same time, over 4,000 miles away in China, a nearly identical device was in widespread use, known as the Jai Gao. The fundamental physics, a long pole pivoted on a frame with a weight on one end and a bucket on the other, was the same. While it is possible that this simple machine was independently invented in both locations, its presence across such a vast expanse of Eurasia also suggests the possibility of the concept traveling along the diffuse, informal networks that connected the continents, passed from one village to the next by farmers who shared the universal language of practical problem solving. The role of climate in shaping and adapting these tools cannot be overstated. It acted as the ultimate editor of technological design. A plow perfectly suited for the light, dry soils of Mesopotamia would be utterly useless in the heavy, wet, clay-rich soils of northern Europe. The moldboard plow, with its curved blade that turns the soil over, was a direct response to this environmental challenge. It was likely developed in the cooler, wetter regions of Europe, where turning the sod was necessary to aerate the dense soil and bury weeds for a more effective seedbed. This adaptation was a matter of survival. Similarly, irrigation technology had to adapt to local conditions. In the highlands of Persia, the system of qanats, those underground tunnels that tapped into mountain aquifers, was the perfect solution for a region where surface water was scarce and evaporation was high. In the floodplains of China, however, massive state-organized projects involving dikes, dams, and complex canal networks were the required solution to control the unpredictable power of rivers like the Yellow and Yangtze. The climate dictated the problem, and human ingenuity, often informed by ideas from distant lands, provided the ever-evolving set of answers. When we reflect on how a simple innovation in a farmer's shed could ripple out to reshape the destiny of societies, the implications are profound. The adoption of a more efficient plow or a more effective water-lifting device did more than just fill stomachs. It reorganized power structures. The communities that first mastered these technologies gained a significant advantage over their neighbors. They could support larger armies, build more impressive monuments, and develop more complex social hierarchies. The control over irrigation water, in particular, often became the foundation of centralized political authority, as seen in the pharaonic control of the Nile or the imperial bureaucracy of China managing its great rivers. The decision to adopt a new farming tool was never just a practical one. It was a cultural choice that could set a society on a new trajectory, increasing its resilience, its wealth, and its influence. The quiet exchange of a sickle design, the shared concept of a counterweighted well, the adapted shape of a plowshare, these were the unrecorded transactions that truly built the world, proving that the most vital history of human connection is often written not in treaties or battles, but in the turned earth and the flowing water that made civilization itself possible. Now let your mind's eye follow the spinning, ecstatic form of a Sufi mystic, a dervish whirling in a state of divine communion, his white skirt billowing like a cloud, his entire being focused on a point of spiritual unity. This mesmerizing dance of transcendence, so central to certain Islamic traditions, finds a startling echo in the sacred spinning rituals of Tibetan Buddhist monks, and even in the whirling warriors of some Native American Plains tribes. This is no mere coincidence of human motion. It is our 33rd crossroad, a hidden world where the most fundamental language of all, the language of the body itself, became a secret medium of exchange. Dance traditions, with their coded steps and symbolic gestures, traveled silently along the very same pilgrimage paths and trade routes that carried spices, textiles, and religious texts. As anthropologist Judith Lynn Hanna so beautifully puts it, dance is a universal language, but its dialects are culturally specific. She reminds us that while the vocabulary of movement may differ, the grammar of rhythm, gesture, and expression can bridge divides that words cannot, creating a silent, physical dialogue between cultures that often had no other way to speak. This physical dialogue is most vividly preserved in the shared DNA of the world's folk dances. Look at the universal presence of the circle dance, for instance. From the ancient Khorovod of Russia and Eastern Europe, where communities link hands and move in a circle, often around a sacred object like a tree or a fire, to the horror of the Balkans and the Middle East, the circle is a profound symbol of unity, equality, and the cyclical nature of life and the seasons. The fact that this same formation appears in the communal dances of West Africa and among indigenous peoples of the Americas suggests a deep, shared human impulse to create community through synchronized circular motion. Then there is the universal language of the stamp. The powerful, rhythmic stomping of feet is a feature of dances from the Welsh clog dance to the South African gumboot dance, and from the flamenco of Spain to the Kathak of North India. This stomping does more than just keep time. It is a way of literally connecting with the earth, of marking territory, of channeling energy, and of communicating across the noise of a crowd. The percussive heartbeat of a community stamped into the ground is a form of expression that needs no translation, a shared rhythmic signature found across the globe. The role of dance in religious ceremonies provided one of the most powerful engines for its preservation and diffusion. In countless traditions, dance was not entertainment, it was a form of prayer, a direct conduit to the divine. In ancient Egypt, priestesses performed intricate dances to honor goddesses like Hathor, their movements telling stories of creation and fertility. In the Hindu tradition, classical dances like Bharatanatyam were originally developed and performed within the sacred confines of temples, with every mudra or hand gesture, and every movement of the eyes carrying specific mythological and spiritual meaning. When pilgrims traveled to these holy sites, they witnessed these sacred performances. A merchant from Arabia visiting a temple in southern India might not have understood the Sanskrit chants, but he could absorb the powerful visual language of the dance, the storytelling, the devotion, the intricate symbolism. Upon returning home, the memory of those movements could subtly influence the local dance forms of his own culture, blending with existing traditions to create something new. This was a spiritual cross-pollination where the body itself became a living text, copying and reciting the sacred stories encountered in far-off lands. The social function of dance created another vibrant channel for this hidden exchange. In an age before digital media or even widespread literacy, communal dances were a primary vehicle for social cohesion, storytelling, and even matchmaking. At a village festival in medieval Europe, a traveling merchant from the Ottoman Empire might demonstrate a few steps from a lively line dance he had seen. Those steps, with their unfamiliar rhythms and gestures, could be fascinating to the local youth, who would then incorporate them into their own folk dances. This is how the hip-swaying, shoulder-shimmying movements common in Middle Eastern dance may have influenced the lively, earthy folk dances of the Roma or Gypsy people as they migrated across Europe. Dance was also a crucial part of rites of passage weddings, harvest celebrations, and coming-of-age ceremonies. During these emotionally charged events, new movements were more readily adopted and absorbed. A new dance step was a social novelty, a way to impress a potential partner, or a means to express a shared joy or sorrow that transcended the specific local dialect. The dance floor, in its many rustic forms, was one of the ancient world's most effective and joyous melting pots. No single art form embodies this complex fusion more powerfully than the passionate, soul-wrenching dance of flamenco, born in the sun-scorched region of Andalusia in southern Spain. To watch a flamenco performance is to witness a living archaeological site of cultural collision. Its deep, haunting vocals, or cant jondo, carry the melancholic echoes of Mozarabic and Sephardic Jewish laments. The intricate, lightning-fast footwork, the zapatado, is a percussive marvel that some historians trace to the rhythmic stamping of the native Iberians, but which was profoundly shaped by the dances of the Romani people, who arrived in Spain from northwest India via the Middle East, bringing with them their own ancient rhythmic traditions. Then there are the fluid, graceful arm movements, the delicate hand gestures, and the sinuous torso rotations elements that bear the unmistakable influence of the Moorish presence in Spain for over 7 centuries. The very posture of the flamenco dancer, the proud, upright carriage and the expressive use of the arms and hands recalls the dance aesthetics of North Africa and the Arab world. Flamenco is not a single culture's invention. It is the fiery, emotional offspring of a forced and secret collaboration between persecuted peoples, gypsies, Moors, and Jews, who found a common voice in the guitar, the song, and the dance, creating an art of breathtaking beauty from the ashes of oppression. When you step back to contemplate what this global tapestry of movement truly represents, the power of dance as a vessel for cultural exchange becomes undeniable. A whirling dervish, a stomping Kathak dancer, a flamenco artist pouring their soul into a solar, they are all participating in a silent, ancient conversation. Their bodies become the parchment on which stories of migration, faith, joy, and resistance are written. Dance can carry the memory of a homeland across generations of diaspora, as it did for the Romani people. It can preserve the sacred gestures of a religion long after the original temples have fallen. It can encode the history of a trade route in the swing of a hip or the clap of a hand. This non-verbal network of expression allowed for a level of cultural intimacy that treaties and trade agreements could never achieve. In the shared space of the dance, in the universal language of rhythm and motion, ancient worlds didn't just secretly collide. They embraced, they blended, and they created new forms of beauty that continue to pulse with the life of all the cultures that contributed to their creation, a vibrant testament to the human body's enduring power to connect us across any divide. Imagine a merchant in a bustling port in ancient Egypt, around 400 years before the Common Era. In his palm, he holds 2 silver coins. One is from the powerful city-state of Athens, stamped with the unmistakable image of its patron goddess, Athena, and on the reverse, her sacred owl. The other is a punch-marked coin from a kingdom in the distant Indus Valley, a small, irregular silver piece bearing a series of simple geometric punches, elephants, sun symbols, and what appear to be mountains. To the untrained eye, they are completely different, but to this merchant they are both trusted, they are both valuable, and they are both essential for doing business. The fact that these 2 distinct currencies from opposite ends of the known world could be used in the same marketplace is no accident. It is the smoking gun of our 34th crossroad, a hidden financial network where the very idea of money was secretly standardized across cultures to grease the wheels of global trade. This was not a formal agreement between kings, but a quiet, pragmatic consensus among merchants and mint masters who realized that a shared language of value was the key to unlocking the wealth of the world. The journey from raw metal to recognizable coin was a revolution in human trust. Before coinage, trade was a cumbersome affair of barter or of weighing out lumps of precious metal, like the silver hacksilver found in hoards across the Near East. Every transaction required a scale and a test of purity, a process ripe for dispute and deception. The breakthrough happened around the 7th century before the Common Era in the Kingdom of Lydia, in what is now Turkey. There, the Lydian kings began producing the first true coins, small, bean-shaped lumps of electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, stamped with a simple design like a lion's head. This stamp was everything. It was a guarantee. It said, "The king stands behind the weight and purity of this metal." This simple act of stamping authority onto metal transformed a commodity into a currency. The idea was so powerful, so obviously useful, that it spread like wildfire. Within a generation, the Greek city-states across the Aegean Sea had adopted the concept, refining it and creating their own iconic coinages. They didn't just copy the Lydian model, they perfected it, developing sophisticated minting techniques and creating coins that were not just economic tools, but miniature works of propaganda, bearing the symbols of their city's power and divine favor. As these coins began to circulate far beyond their points of origin, a fascinating phenomenon of cultural blending occurred right on their surfaces. A Greek colony in the east, like Ai Khanoum in Bactria, might mint coins that featured the profile of a Greek king on one side, but on the reverse, you would find the image of a local deity or an animal sacred to the region, like a humped bull or an elephant. This was a deliberate and brilliant strategy. As historian David Shapps has pointed out, these hybrid coins were not just currency, they were a form of diplomatic speech. By incorporating local symbols, the Greek rulers were effectively saying to their diverse subjects, "I respect your traditions, and my money is your money." This practice of creating culturally bilingual coinage was a secret handshake in the world of ancient finance. It built trust across ethnic lines and ensured that the king's currency would be accepted not just by his Greek soldiers and administrators, but by the entire population, facilitating a smoother flow of taxes and trade within his multicultural realm. A coin became a tiny, portable piece of common ground. The true power of this standardization became clear when you look at the international acceptance of certain currencies, and the Athenian owl tetradrachm is the ultimate example. This large, high-purity silver coin, with the helmeted head of Athena on one side and her owl on the other, became the U.S. dollar of the ancient Mediterranean for centuries. Its reputation for consistent weight and reliable silver content was so impeccable that it was accepted without question in markets from the coasts of Spain to the ports of the Levant, and even deep into Arabia. Archaeologists have found hoards of these owl coins in Egypt, Palestine, and Mesopotamia, far from any Athenian political control. They were being used not as Athenian money, but as a universal, neutral medium of exchange. A merchant from Carthage and a trader from Babylon with no common language could agree on a price in owl tetradrachms. This created a de facto global economic zone, a financial commonwealth that operated independently of the rise and fall of individual empires. The widespread use of such international currencies dramatically reduced the transaction costs of long-distance trade, as merchants no longer needed to constantly exchange one local currency for another, making commerce faster, safer, and more profitable for everyone involved. The mechanism behind this financial integration was often the sheer gravitational pull of an empire. When Alexander the Great conquered the Persian Empire, he didn't just take over its territory, he took over its economy. One of his most significant and often overlooked acts was to standardize the coinage across his vast new domains. He centralized the minting of coins, issuing a uniform currency that bore his own image, often depicting him as the demigod Heracles. This Alexandrian standard, based on the Attic weight standard used in Athens, was imposed from Greece to the borders of India. Suddenly, a soldier in Macedonia was paid in the same coin as a bureaucrat in Babylon. This unified monetary system was the glue that held the Hellenistic world together long after Alexander's death. It allowed for the efficient payment of armies, the collection of taxes, and the unprecedented movement of goods and people across continents. Later, the Roman Empire would perform a similar feat on an even grander scale, with its denarius becoming the standard across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Empires, by their very nature, were massive engines of monetary standardization, forcibly creating common financial ground and, in the process, knitting together disparate economies into a single, interconnected whole. The physical creation of these coins was itself a form of secret technological exchange that traveled with skilled artisans. Early minting was a crude process. A blank metal disc or flan was placed on an anvil die that had a design carved into it. A second die was then placed on top of the flan and struck with a hammer. The quality of the strike, the hardness of the dies, and the alloy of the metal were all closely guarded secrets of the mint. As the concept of coinage spread from Lydia to Greece to Persia and to India, so too did these techniques. The methods for refining silver, for creating durable dies from bronze or iron, and for achieving a clean, sharp impression were knowledge as valuable as the coins themselves. A master die cutter was a highly prized asset, and his skills could be taken as plunder in war or wooed with high wages by a rival kingdom. This migration of technical expertise ensured that the quality of coinage could be maintained and improved across vast distances, creating a consistent and trustworthy medium of exchange that everyone, from an Athenian general to an Indian spice merchant, could recognize and accept as a token of real, tangible value. When we reflect on the profound legacy of this secret financial network, we see that the invention of standardized coinage was about far more than mere convenience. It was a revolution in human abstraction. A coin is a symbol. It represents a social agreement to believe that this small piece of stamped metal has value, and value that is backed not just by the substance of the metal, but by the authority and trustworthiness of the issuer. This shared belief system, this collective faith in a symbol, is what enabled the complex, long-distance trade networks that defined the ancient world. It allowed for capital to be stored and transported easily, for credit to be extended across great distances, and for prices to be calculated in a universal unit of account. The silent, practical collaboration between Greek bankers, Lydian inventors, Persian mint masters, and Indian merchants created the first truly global language, the language of money. This language allowed for the seamless exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures on a scale that would have been impossible under a system of barter, proving that one of the most powerful connectors between ancient worlds was the quiet, mutual agreement that a stamped piece of silver was worth exactly what it said it was. High atop a wind-swept hill in Syria stand the magnificent ruins of the Crac des Chevaliers, one of the best-preserved Crusader castles in the world. Its massive concentric walls, formidable round towers, and deep, rock-cut ditches represent the pinnacle of medieval European military architecture in the Holy Land. Now shift your gaze to the formidable Rumeli Hisari, the fortress that the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II built on the European side of the Bosphorus Strait in just 4 months to prepare for his final assault on Constantinople. Its design, with its great towers and strategic positioning to control sea traffic, feels both familiar and distinctly different. What is truly fascinating, however, is that if you were to look at the plans of a contemporary Japanese castle like Heimji, with its complex, winding paths, multiple baileys, and towering, multi-storied keeps, you would see a different aesthetic but an identical underlying logic. These structures, separated by thousands of miles and developed within entirely different cultural contexts, did not emerge in a vacuum. They are the stone and mortar testament to our 35th crossroad, a clandestine global conversation in the art of defense, where the secrets of fortification traveled silently across continents in the minds of mercenaries, the reports of diplomats, and the hard-won experience of soldiers who had seen their own walls fall. The primary agents of this secret knowledge transfer were the mercenaries and military engineers who sold their skills to the highest bidder, regardless of faith or nationality. In the aftermath of the Crusades, the lines between Christendom and the Islamic world became surprisingly porous when it came to warfare. A Frankish engineer captured in battle might find his life spared on the condition that he share his expertise in undermining walls or designing counter-siege engines for his new Muslim masters. Conversely, Muslim soldiers and engineers sometimes found employment in the armies of European kingdoms. This created a constant, if unspoken, circulation of military technology. Diplomats and spies played an equally crucial role. An ambassador from the Byzantine Empire, seeking to understand the military might of a neighboring power, would not just count soldiers. He would meticulously sketch the layout of fortresses, note the thickness of their walls, and observe the placement of their towers and gates. These detailed intelligence reports were priceless, acting as de facto textbooks on foreign military architecture that could be studied and adapted by engineers back home. This was a shadowy world of practical espionage, where the blueprints for a more defensible castle were a state secret as valuable as any treaty. The tangible result of this cross-cultural exchange is powerfully illustrated by the evolution of Islamic fortifications in the Levant, a process brilliantly analyzed by historians like John Franz. When the Crusaders first arrived from Europe, they brought with them the concept of the stone castle as a permanent, dominating military and administrative center. The Muslim armies they faced were initially more reliant on mobile forces and lighter fortifications. However, the relentless military pressure of the Crusader states forced a rapid and brilliant adaptation. Islamic engineers didn't just copy the Crusader castles they encountered. They studied them, identified their strengths and weaknesses, and then innovated upon them. They saw the defensive power of the concentric design, multiple layers of walls that forced an attacker to fight through a series of deadly kill zones. They adopted the use of massive, rounded towers, which were far more resistant to battering rams and mining than square towers, whose corners were vulnerable to collapse. The formidable citadel of Aleppo, rebuilt by the Ayyubids and Mamluks, stands as a masterclass in this synthesis, incorporating the latest in Frankish design while adding distinct Islamic elements, creating a fortress that was arguably more advanced than those of their former teachers. The engineering principles behind these formidable structures were a universal language of physics and geometry, understood by builders from Britain to Japan. The core concept was always to maximize the defender's advantage while presenting the attacker with a series of nearly insurmountable obstacles. The battlement or crenellated wall was a global standard. Its alternating high merlons and low crenels provided protection for archers and soldiers to shoot from while reloading. The moat, whether filled with water or simply a deep, dry ditch, served multiple purposes. It prevented siege towers from reaching the walls, made tunneling operations more difficult, and created a deadly open space that attackers had to cross under a hail of projectiles. The design of gatehouses evolved into incredibly complex and deadly structures in their own right, featuring multiple portcullises, murder holes in the ceiling through which rocks and boiling liquids could be poured, and sharp turns to break the momentum of a charging force. These were not random inventions. They were logical, calculated responses to the universal tools of siege warfare: the battering ram, the siege tower, and the sapper's tunnel. While these core principles were shared, the final form of a fortress was always a negotiation with the local terrain, a perfect example of how a universal idea is shaped by its environment. In the arid landscapes of the Middle East, where water was scarce, moats were often dry, serving as steep, rocky obstacles. The castles were built from the local limestone, their color blending into the sun-bleached hills. In the swampy deltas of the Netherlands, however, water was the primary defensive feature. Castles became almost aquatic, surrounded by broad, flooded moats that acted as both a barrier and a transportation network. In the mountainous regions of Japan, fortresses were not built on hills but were integrated directly into the mountains themselves. The iconic Japanese castle, with its complex, labyrinthine approaches and towering keeps, was designed to force an attacking army to climb under constant fire, its stone bases carved from the mountain and its superstructures built from wood to withstand earthquakes. The terrain dictated the materials, the scale, and the very strategy of the defense, proving that while the principles of fortification were a global secret, their application was always a local masterpiece. A fascinating case study that reveals this parallel strategic thinking on a monumental scale is the comparison between Hadrian's Wall in northern Britain and the Great Wall of China. On the surface, they seem utterly different, one a relatively modest stone barrier across the width of England, the other a sprawling, awe-inspiring network of walls and watchtowers traversing thousands of miles. Yet their underlying purpose and function were strikingly similar. Both were expressions of imperial power, designed to mark a definitive border of the civilized world against the perceived barbarians beyond. Both were not just walls but integrated military systems. Hadrian's Wall featured a series of forts, mile castles, and turrets that allowed for the rapid deployment of troops and the relay of signals. The Great Wall of China operated on the same principle, with its garrison forts, beacon towers for communication, and controlled gates for regulating trade and movement. Both structures were as much about control and taxation as they were about pure defense. They were tools for managing a frontier, for observing enemy movements, and for projecting psychological dominance. The fact that two empires at opposite ends of Eurasia, with no conceivable contact, arrived at such a similar grand strategy for dealing with nomadic frontier peoples speaks to a universal logic of imperial rule and the shared human challenge of defending a long, porous border. When we contemplate the powerful forces that drove this relentless sharing of military technology, it becomes clear that the need for defense is one of the most potent catalysts for innovation and connection in human history. The constant, brutal competition of warfare created a pressure cooker environment where any advantage, no matter its origin, had to be considered. A ruler who stubbornly refused to learn from the fortifications of his enemies was a ruler who would soon find his own capital in flames. This pragmatic, often desperate, need to survive overwhelmed cultural prejudices and religious differences. It created a strange, unspoken fellowship among military engineers, a shared understanding of stress, load-bearing capacity, and the grim mathematics of attrition. The silent, stone testimony of castles from Edinburgh to Aleppo to Ashoka reminds us that the walls meant to divide us often became, paradoxically, our most profound points of connection, forcing a dialogue in the universal language of survival and driving the secret exchange of knowledge that would, in turn, shape the fate of nations and the flow of history itself. Imagine the scene along the banks of the Nile 3,500 years ago, where an Egyptian priest monitors a steady drip of water from one ornate stone vessel into another, the changing water level marking the passage of the night hours for his temple's rituals. This clepsydra, or water clock, was one of humanity's first successful attempts to tame time, to slice the continuous flow of existence into manageable, measurable units. But the genius of this device did not remain confined to the temples of the pharaohs. Through the trade networks linking Egypt to the Greek world, the concept of the water clock sailed across the Mediterranean. Greek thinkers like Plato and Aristotle famously used a water clock to time their lectures, and the technology was further refined with complex gears and dials by engineers in Alexandria, creating intricate automated displays that showed the movements of the planets. This knowledge then traveled even further, likely along the diffuse Silk Road networks, reaching China by the Han Dynasty. There, it encountered a parallel tradition of timekeeping ingenuity, leading to the creation of magnificent water-driven astronomical clock towers by inventors like Zhang Heng, devices that not only told the time but also acted as celestial orreries. This was not a simple case of one culture copying another. It was a slow, secret relay race of an idea, where the core principle of measuring time's flow with a constant, regulated trickle was adapted and spectacularly enhanced by each civilization that received it, creating a hidden synchronization of human ingenuity across the continents. The initial and most universal timekeeper for all ancient cultures was, of course, the sun itself. The development of the sundial, from a simple obelisk casting a shadow to a portable, calibrated timepiece, represents another fascinating chapter in this global conversation. The earliest sundials emerged in ancient Babylon and Egypt, but the design that would become most widespread, the hemispherical dial with a central gnomon, was perfected by Greek and Hellenistic astronomers. As the Roman Empire expanded, it adopted this Greek technology and standardized it, placing public sundials in forums and army camps from Britain to Syria. The very word horology, the science of timekeeping, comes from the Greek hora, meaning hour. Yet, this Greek and Roman model itself shows signs of influence from earlier Babylonian astronomy, particularly in the division of the day into 12 equal parts. This constant refinement and diffusion meant that a Roman merchant in Londinium and a scholar in Ptolemaic Egypt were both reading the time from fundamentally the same type of instrument, their days organized by a shared technological concept that had been quietly passed from one learned civilization to the next. This relentless effort to measure time was driven by a powerful combination of practical need and profound spiritual obligation, as the esteemed horologist David S. Lanz demonstrated in his seminal work Revolution in Time. The precise regulation of daily prayer was a primary catalyst for innovation in the Islamic world. The Quran's requirement for Muslims to pray 5 times a day at specific moments, defined by the position of the sun, created an urgent and universal demand for accurate timekeeping within the community. This religious imperative spurred Islamic astronomers and mathematicians to new heights of precision. They refined the astrolabe, a portable device that could tell the time day or night by measuring the altitude of the sun or stars, transforming it into a sophisticated mathematical computer. They also built monumental public water clocks that not only told the time but also served as spectacular displays of engineering and civic pride, signaling the prayer hours to the entire city. In medieval Europe, a parallel dynamic unfolded within Christian monasteries. The monastic day was rigidly structured around the 8 canonical hours of the divine office, from matins in the dead of night to vespers at dusk. Waking the monks for nighttime prayers required a reliable timekeeper, making the monastery the primary guardian of chronological knowledge during the early Middle Ages and a crucial incubator for the development of mechanical clocks, which first appeared in European abbey towers before migrating to the steeples of town churches, their bells now organizing the daily rhythm for the entire community. Perhaps the most stunning evidence that humanity's quest to map time was a shared, global project lies in the incredible complexity of the Mayan calendar, developed in splendid isolation in the jungles of Mesoamerica. While the Egyptians were using water clocks and the Greeks were perfecting sundials, Maya astronomers' priests were creating a timekeeping system of breathtaking sophistication. Their calendar was actually a complex interlocking of multiple cycles, the 260-day sacred round or Tzolk'in, meshed with the 365-day vague year or Hob to create a larger 52-year calendar round. But they also maintained the long count, a linear count of days from a mythical starting point, allowing them to track historical and cosmic time over millennia. The parallels with other systems are thought-provoking. The Maya emphasis on cyclical time, where history and destiny were believed to repeat, finds a powerful echo in the great cycles of Hindu cosmology, and even in the Greek concept of the great year. Their precise observations of the Venus cycle, used for both calendrical and astrological purposes, mirror the meticulous planetary records kept by Babylonian astronomers. This isn't to suggest contact, but rather to highlight a profound truth. The human mind, when faced with the vast cycles of the cosmos, the rising and setting sun, the phases of the moon, the journey of the planets, arrived at similarly complex mathematical solutions to chart these cycles, whether in the stone observatories of Yucatan or the ziggurats of Mesopotamia. The culmination of this ancient global endeavor was the revolutionary invention of the mechanical clock in medieval Europe. This was a paradigm shift, moving timekeeping from relying on the continuous flow of a substance like water or sand to the regular, oscillating beat of an escapement mechanism. The earliest mechanical clocks, appearing in the 13th century, were monumental iron machines driven by weights and regulated by a verge and foliot escapement, their gears and bells installed in church towers. This technology represented a fusion of knowledge. It drew upon the Greek and Islamic mastery of gearing, the European monastic drive for regularity, and the metalworking skills developed over centuries. The mechanical clock did more than tell time. It redefined humanity's relationship with time itself. Time was no longer a natural, flowing process tied to the sun and seasons, but a quantifiable mechanical commodity that could be segmented, saved, and wasted. This new conception of time would become the heartbeat of the modern world, enabling the precise coordination of scientific experiments, the scheduling of maritime voyages, and eventually the regimented pace of the industrial factory. The relentless tick of the clock, an invention born from a millennia-long cross-cultural conversation, ultimately imposed a new, universal rhythm on human activity, synchronizing the world in a way that the water clocks and sundials of antiquity could never have achieved. Imagine a humble goatherd in the highlands of 9th century Ethiopia, noticing his flock becoming unusually energetic after nibbling on the bright red berries of a certain bush. According to legend, this was the moment coffee was discovered, a discovery that would one day wire the world with a new kind of energy. But the journey of the coffee bean from an African hillside to the bustling coffee houses of London and Vienna is a story of secret trade and cultural transformation. The stimulant was first cultivated and brewed by Sufi monks in Yemen, who used the potent drink to stay awake during their long nights of devotional prayer. From these mystical origins, coffee began its clandestine journey north. It was in the cosmopolitan cities of the Arab world, like Cairo and Damascus, that the coffee house or café was born. These establishments quickly became vibrant social hubs, not just for religious reflection, but for lively conversation, political debate, and even business transactions. They were the social media of their day, places where news and ideas circulated as freely as the dark, aromatic brew. When coffee finally reached Europe in the 17th century, carried by Venetian merchants and Ottoman diplomats, it sparked nothing short of a social revolution. The European coffee house inherited the same role as its Arabian predecessor, becoming an penny university, where for the price of a coffee, a person could engage with philosophers, scientists, and merchants, fueling the intellectual fervor of the Enlightenment. This was a beverage that traveled in the holds of ships and the saddlebags of traders, but its true impact was felt in the creation of new public spaces where society could gather, caffeinate, and change the world. The story of coffee is just one thread in a much larger, global tapestry of psychoactive exchange. Long before coffee ever left Africa, another set of beverages was quietly weaving cultures together through the ancient magic of fermentation. The discovery that sugars could be transformed into alcohol was a universal yet pivotal breakthrough that occurred independently across the globe. In the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, clay tablets from ancient Sumer detail the meticulous brewing of beer, a staple of daily life that was even used as currency. The hymn to Ninkasi, the goddess of beer, is not just a prayer, it's the world's oldest surviving beer recipe. Meanwhile, along the Yellow River in China, artisans were perfecting the art of fermenting rice, honey, and fruit into complex alcoholic drinks. And in the Andes, the Inca brewed chicha, a fermented maize beer, for religious ceremonies and communal labor. The knowledge of how to harness wild yeasts and control fermentation was a form of proto-science, a carefully guarded body of wisdom that traveled with migrants and was shared along trade routes. A Roman legionary carried his taste for wine to the frontiers of Germany, while a Phoenician merchant introduced the grapevine to the shores of North Africa. These were not just transfers of a product, but of an entire technological process, the understanding of how to create and control a chemical reaction that could alleviate pain, induce euphoria, and solidify social bonds. The economic impact of this secret trade in brews and stimulants was staggering, creating fortunes and fueling empires. As historian Mark Pendergrast expertly documents in his work on coffee, the demand for these luxury beverages created entire new sectors of the global economy. The coffee trade, for instance, became a major source of wealth for the Ottoman Empire, which tightly controlled the cultivation of the bean within its territories. The desire to break this monopoly was a powerful motivator for European colonial expansion. The Dutch smuggled a coffee plant out of the Arab port of Mocha, eventually establishing vast plantations in their colony of Java, which is why we still sometimes refer to a cup of coffee as a cup of Java. Similarly, the Spanish and Portuguese established sugar plantations in the Americas, worked by enslaved Africans, to feed Europe's growing sweet tooth for tea and chocolate. This created the infamous triangular trade: manufactured goods from Europe to Africa, enslaved people from Africa to the Americas, and sugar, coffee, and tea from the Americas to Europe. The humble beverage on a European aristocrat's table was thus the end product of a vast, brutal, and interconnected global system of exploitation and commerce. The economic engine driven by these drinks did not just build personal fortunes, it built the infrastructure of the modern world, from shipping lanes and financial institutions to the very pattern of colonial empires. No case study illustrates the immense economic and cultural power of this trade better than the story of tea and its journey from China to Britain. For centuries, tea was a treasured Chinese secret, a medicinal drink and elite status symbol. The Silk Road carried small, precious quantities westward, but it was the maritime trade that turned it into a global phenomenon. The British East India Company, a state-sanctioned monopoly, became the primary vector for this exchange. The British developed an insatiable thirst for tea, but they faced a problem. They had very little that China wanted in return, leading to a massive trade deficit that was draining British silver. The solution the company devised was as ingenious as it was devastatingly immoral. They began cultivating opium in their Indian colonies and smuggling it into China, creating a widespread addiction that reversed the flow of silver. This illegal opium trade, which the Chinese government tried desperately to stop, culminated in the Opium Wars, where British gunboats forced China to keep its markets open. The tea that fueled the polite drawing rooms of Victorian England was steeped in the violence of imperial aggression and the misery of drug addiction. To streamline their control, the British eventually stole the secret of tea cultivation itself, with the botanist Robert Fortune famously disguising himself to smuggle tea plants and skilled workers out of China to establish plantations in India, breaking the Chinese monopoly and reshaping the economy of an entire subcontinent. When you step back to consider the profound social role these beverages have played, it becomes clear that the shared act of drinking has always been one of humanity's most powerful tools for building community. The coffeehouse fostered a new culture of public debate and intellectual equality. The Athenian symposium, centered around diluted wine, was a cornerstone of Greek political and philosophical life. The Japanese tea ceremony, or chanoyu, elevated the preparation and consumption of tea into a spiritual discipline emphasizing harmony, respect, and tranquility. In England, the ritual of afternoon tea became a marker of civility and domestic comfort. These drinks provided more than just physiological effects. They created a shared context for human interaction. They were social lubricants that could ease business negotiations, solemnize religious rites, or simply mark the end of a day's labor. A merchant from Amsterdam, a samurai from Edo, and a Sufi from Istanbul might have had utterly different beliefs and customs, but they all understood the significance of gathering with others around a steaming cup. This universal ritual transformed these substances from mere commodities into cultural touchstones, proving that the drinks we share have a unique ability to cross any border, building invisible bridges of common experience that connect us in our most fundamental need for companionship and communion. Now, let's turn our attention to a more intimate and personal form of exchange, one that reveals how the ancient world shared not just ideas and goods, but ideals of beauty itself. Across the sun-baked landscapes of ancient Egypt, the bustling markets of the Indus Valley, and the sophisticated courts of Mesopotamia, archaeologists have uncovered small, elegant pots and palettes containing a strikingly similar substance, a fine black powder used to line the eyes. This was coal, and its widespread use from the Nile to the Indus reveals a hidden network of aesthetic exchange. While each culture certainly had its own local recipes and rituals, the fundamental practice of enhancing the eyes with this dark pigment was a silent, shared language of beauty and protection that connected these distant civilizations. The trade routes that carried incense and spices also carried these precious containers of ground galena and other minerals, along with the knowledge of how to use them, creating a clandestine conversation about allure and identity that transcended language and empire. The true engine of this cosmetic exchange was the relentless pursuit of rare and exotic ingredients, many of which were valued as highly as gold. Historians like Gay Robbins, who has extensively studied Egyptian art and daily life, emphasize that substances like henna and saffron were not mere luxuries. They were integral to social and religious rituals, and their procurement spanned continents. Henna, a plant whose leaves produce a reddish-brown dye, was used for intricate body art in Egypt, for adorning the hands and feet of brides in India, and for coloring hair and beards in the Middle East. Its journey from its native regions to distant markets is a story of deliberate cultivation and trade. Saffron, derived from the painstakingly harvested stigmas of the crocus flower, was even more precious. It was used as a brilliant yellow dye for fabrics, a flavoring for food and wine, and a key ingredient in perfumes and cosmetics. A single shipment of saffron from the Aegean to Egypt represented a significant investment, and the knowledge of its many uses, both practical and aesthetic, traveled with the spice itself, passed from one culture to another in the perfumeries and apothecaries of port cities. The methods of producing these coveted beauty products were as complex as they were secret, often involving techniques that blended chemistry with artistry. The creation of the finest perfumes, for instance, was a sophisticated process. In Mesopotamia and later in Cyprus, artisans developed a technique known as enfleurage, where animal fats were spread on terracotta tiles to capture the scent of delicate flowers like lily and rose. Another method, distillation, though perfected much later, had its roots in these early experiments with aromatic resins and essential oils. Similarly, the production of coal was a precise science. In Egypt, the preferred base was galena, a lead sulfide ore that was mined in the desert, finely ground, and then mixed with other ingredients like crushed malachite for green hues or soot for a deeper black. These mixtures were not arbitrary. They were carefully formulated to achieve specific consistencies and colors, and the recipes were passed down through generations of artisans. When these cosmetics were traded, the knowledge of their application often traveled with them. A merchant wouldn't just sell a pot of coal. He might demonstrate how to apply it with a slender stick, or explain the belief that its line not only warded off the harsh glare of the sun, but also protected the wearer from evil spirits and eye infections, a practical benefit that enhanced its mystical appeal. Beyond their physical application, these beauty products carried a profound symbolic weight, reflecting the deep-seated cultural values of the societies that used them. In ancient Egypt, the heavy, almond-shaped eye lines we see in depictions of pharaohs like Tutankhamun were not merely fashion. They were a direct imitation of the divine eyes of the falcon god Horus, symbolizing protection, royal power, and perception. The use of green eye paint made from malachite was associated with the god Osiris and the promise of rebirth. In India, the application of kohl or kajal on infants and children was, and still is, widely believed to protect them from the malevolent gaze of the evil eye, while also being thought to strengthen their own eyesight. The red dye from henna, used to create intricate patterns on the skin, symbolized joy, beauty, and spiritual connection. These shared practices, though adapted to local gods and superstitions, point to a universal human desire to use adornment as a shield, a prayer, and a marker of one's place in the social and cosmic order. The face and body became a canvas upon which these deeply held beliefs were silently, but powerfully, communicated. A particularly striking and sobering example of this global convergence in beauty standards is the independent, yet parallel, use of toxic white lead makeup in both the Roman Empire and Han Dynasty China. In Rome, a complexion of pale, unblemished skin was the ultimate sign of wealth and refinement for aristocratic women, indicating a life of leisure spent indoors, free from manual labor in the sun. To achieve this coveted pallor, women used cosmetics called sarasa or Simithian, which were made by corroding lead sheets with vinegar, producing a brilliant white powder. They applied it liberally to their faces, necks, and arms. At the same time, on the other side of the world, Chinese women of the elite class were pursuing the same ideal of a porcelain white complexion. They used a similar lead-based powder, often mixed with rice powder, known as xiangfen. The tragic irony, of course, is that this shared pursuit of an aesthetic ideal came with a horrific shared cost. Prolonged use of these lead-based cosmetics caused lead poisoning, leading to skin damage, hair loss, infertility, neurological disorders, and even premature death. This was a beauty standard so powerful that it overrode the evident physical dangers, a chilling testament to the immense social pressure to conform and the lengths to which people would go to achieve a universally appealing, yet ultimately deadly, vision of perfection. When we reflect on the powerful, often subconscious, forces that drive our perceptions of beauty, it becomes clear that aesthetics can wield a universal appeal that transcends time and culture. The desire to enhance one's appearance, to smell pleasing, to signal status and health, and to connect with the divine through personal adornment appears to be a fundamental part of the human experience. The dark rim of kohl that made eyes appear larger and more expressive, the flush of red ochre on cheeks that simulated youth and vitality, the scent of precious oils that signaled cleanliness and wealth, these were not invented in one place and then copied. They emerged again and again in different cradles of civilization, responding to a shared human psychology. The secret trade in beauty products along the Silk Road and Indian Ocean routes did not create these desires. It simply connected them, allowing for the exchange of the most effective recipes, the most alluring scents, and the most powerful symbols. This hidden network of aesthetic exchange reminds us that the impulse to beautify ourselves is one of our oldest and most connective traditions, a silent dialogue of desire that painted the ancient world in the shared colors of allure, status, and faith. Picture the scene at Olympia in ancient Greece, a spectacle of human strength and dedication where the only prize was a simple olive wreath, yet the honor of victory would echo for a lifetime. At the very same time, thousands of miles across the Atlantic, in the great ceremonial ball courts of Mesoamerican cities like Chichen Itza, another kind of athlete was engaged in a contest of astonishing skill and profound spiritual consequence, a game where the outcome could mean not just glory, but life or death for its participants. While the discus thrower in Greece sought to achieve a perfect form to honor Zeus, the ball player in the Maya world was reenacting a cosmic drama of death and rebirth, his hip-driven ball representing the sun's perilous journey through the underworld. This parallel emergence of grand-scale athletic competitions in worlds that never knew each other reveals a hidden truth about our shared humanity, as the classicist David C. Young has observed, these games were almost never just games. They were deeply embedded in the sacred fabric of society. The ancient Olympics, he notes, were first and foremost a religious festival, an act of worship for Zeus. The athletic contests were one part of that worship, a way for the city-states to display the physical excellence that the gods had granted them. This sacred thread connects the Greek stadium to the Mesoamerican ball court and the Egyptian arenas where pharaohs demonstrated their superhuman strength in rituals like the said festival, proving that the human body itself was seen as a primary vehicle for connecting with the divine, a universal language of devotion written in sweat, strength, and ritualized competition. The physical design and the very rules of these ancient sports were often a direct reflection of the spiritual beliefs they served. In the Greek Olympic Games, events like the foot race in full armor, the hoplitodromos, were not just tests of speed but symbolic rehearsals for the citizen soldiers' readiness for war, a vital offering to the gods for the protection of the city-state. The javelin, an essential tool of hunting and warfare, was thrown for accuracy and distance in honor of the gods. Similarly, the Mesoamerican ball game, known to the Aztecs as Olamaliztli and to the Maya as pits, was steeped in cosmological significance. The court itself was a model of the universe, with the two opposing teams representing the forces of light and darkness, life and death. The heavy, solid rubber ball, a technological marvel unique to the Americas, symbolized the sun, and the game was a reenactment of the mythic struggle between the hero twins and the lords of the underworld, as detailed in the Maya Popol Vuh. The most dramatic and debated aspect of the game is the suggestion that the losing captain, or sometimes even the entire losing team, could be sacrificed. While the frequency of this practice is still debated by scholars, the symbolic link is undeniable. Victory meant the sun had triumphed over the forces of darkness, ensuring the continuation of the cosmic order, and the ultimate sacrifice of a player was the most powerful offering imaginable to appease the gods and guarantee the sun would rise again. This was sport as the highest form of prayer, where the fate of the world was believed to hang in the balance of a single rubber ball caroming off a stone wall. Beyond the spiritual realm, these athletic contests became powerful, if unspoken, tools of diplomacy and political expression. In Greece, the Olympic Games mandated a sacred truce, or ekacharia, which guaranteed safe passage for all athletes and spectators traveling to and from the festival, a temporary suspension of the near-constant warfare between the fractious city-states. For that brief period, a Spartan and an Athenian could compete as rivals on the track, not as enemies on the battlefield. The games provided a neutral ground where political tensions could be channeled into peaceful competition, and where the prestige of victory could elevate the status of an entire polis on the international stage. A victorious athlete was a walking advertisement for the power and favor of his homeland. In Mesoamerica, the ball game served a similar diplomatic function. The grand ball courts were not just for local play, they were arenas for resolving conflicts between rival city-states. Instead of launching a costly military campaign, two warring kings might settle a territorial dispute or a matter of tribute with a high-stakes game of Olamalistli. The contest provided a controlled, ritualized outlet for aggression, where the outcome was seen as a divine judgment. Furthermore, the discovery of ball courts of strikingly similar design across a vast region, from the American Southwest down to the Caribbean, suggests that the game itself acted as a cultural and political lingua franca, a shared tradition that facilitated interaction and negotiation between diverse cultures, from the Toltecs to the Maya to the Hohokam. A fascinating case study that pushes the boundaries of this cross-cultural exchange is the ongoing investigation into the possible, though highly controversial, links between the Mesoamerican ball game and other ball sports across the world. The most tantalizing parallel lies in the unique protective gear worn by the players. In Mesoamerica, to strike the heavy rubber ball with their hips, players wore thick, often elaborately carved stone belts called yokes, as well as knee pads and heavy padding known as hatchers. The specific form of this hip protection is remarkably similar to equipment used in a completely different part of the world. In parts of Southeast Asia, particularly in the traditional ball game of sepak raga, which evolved into the modern sport of sepak takraw, players use a woven rattan ball and, in some of its earliest forms, protected their hips with a hard, belt-like apparatus to control the ball's trajectory. Meanwhile, in ancient Egypt, depictions from the tomb of Bini Hassan show wrestlers and what appear to be ball players wearing a distinctive heavy belt, the purpose of which remains a subject of debate. Could these similarities be pure coincidence, the result of different cultures independently arriving at a similar solution for protecting the body during a vigorous ball game? Or do they hint at a much older, now submerged network of contact, where the concept of a ritual ball game, along with its specialized equipment, traveled across the Pacific or Atlantic in prehistoric times? While there is no definitive archaeological evidence to prove such a direct connection, the existence of these parallel sporting traditions invites us to consider the possibility that the human impulse for organized, ritualized ball play might be an even older and more widespread crossroad than we have ever documented, a ghost of a global game whose rules have been lost to time. When we pull back to consider the profound social role of these ancient contests, it becomes clear that the playing field has always been one of humanity's most effective crucibles for forging unity. In an age without mass media or rapid travel, a grand athletic festival was one of the few events that could gather tens of thousands of people from disparate backgrounds and cultures. At Olympia, a merchant from Corinth, a philosopher from Athens, and a farmer from Sicily would all stand shoulder to shoulder, united by the shared thrill of the race, the collective gasp at a perfectly thrown discus, and the common language of physical excellence. This shared experience, repeated generation after generation, helped to forge a pan-Hellenic identity, a sense of being Greek that transcended the narrow loyalties of one city-state. In the plazas of Mesoamerica, the entire community would gather to witness the ball game, their collective focus and energy channeled into the ritual unfolding before them, reinforcing social cohesion and reminding everyone of the shared myths and values that bound them together. The stadium, in all its ancient forms, was a powerful social leveler and a generator of communal spirit. It was a space where the universal human passions for competition, spectacle, and hero worship could be expressed and celebrated, creating bonds of shared experience that could, at least temporarily, overcome the divisions of politics, class, and even war. This deep-seated power of play to unite people across any divide naturally leads us to consider another, even more fundamental form of shared human knowledge, one that ensured our survival by teaching us how to read the language of the land itself. Carved into the steep slopes of the Andes, the mountains themselves seem to be farming, with vast staircases of lush green terraces ascending toward the sky. This breathtaking sight at places like Machu Picchu is not unique. Travel to the emerald rice terraces of Banao in the Philippines, or to the ancient hillside groves of olives and grapes in the Mediterranean, and you will witness the same fundamental solution to a universal problem. How is it that cultures separated by oceans and continents, with no conceivable contact, all arrived at the idea of terracing their landscapes? This is the 40th unlikely crossroad, a hidden network of environmental wisdom where ancient societies independently discovered, and then perhaps secretly shared, the core principles of living sustainably within their ecosystems. This was not a formal science, but a deep, accumulated knowledge of soil conservation and water management, a slow, collective intelligence passed down through generations of farmers who learned to read the language of the land and the rhythm of the rains, creating a legacy of resilience that speaks directly to our modern challenges. The genius of terracing lies in its elegant solution to the twin threats of erosion and drought. On a steep, untamed slope, a heavy downpour does not nourish the soil. It attacks it, washing away the precious, nutrient-rich topsoil that takes centuries to form and carrying it down into the valleys, leaving behind barren, unproductive ground. By cutting a series of level steps into the hillside, often supported by intricate stone retaining walls, farmers created a system of natural check dams. The rain, instead of gaining destructive momentum as it flowed downward, would be captured on each individual terrace, allowed to slowly percolate into the earth, hydrating the soil deeply and feeding the plant roots. This transformed a destructive force of nature into a life-giving resource. The stone walls also acted as thermal masses, absorbing heat during the day and radiating it back at night, creating unique microclimates that could protect delicate crops from frost. While the Incas, the Ifugao people of the Philippines, and the ancient Greeks may never have met, they all faced the same fundamental physics of gravity and hydrology on mountainous terrain. Their parallel innovation is a powerful testament to the universal human capacity for observation and adaptation, a case of different minds arriving at the same brilliant conclusion when confronted with an identical environmental puzzle. This shared wisdom extended far beyond the mountainside to the very chemistry of the soil itself. Through the practice of crop rotation, early farmers discovered, through painstaking trial and error, that planting the same crop in the same field year after year would slowly deplete the soil of specific nutrients, leading to weaker plants and smaller harvests. The solution, which emerged in various forms across the ancient world, was to rotate different crops through a field in a deliberate sequence. A classic method, used in parts of Europe and the Middle East, was a simple two-field system, where half the land was planted with a staple crop like wheat, while the other half was left fallow to recover its fertility. This evolved into more sophisticated three-field systems, where one section might be planted with a cereal grain, a second with a legume like peas or beans, and the third left fallow. The true breakthrough was understanding the role of legumes. While they didn't have the scientific term for nitrogen-fixing bacteria, farmers observed that planting beans after a grain crop somehow rejuvenated the soil. They were, in effect, practicing a form of natural soil science, leveraging a symbiotic relationship between plants and bacteria to fertilize their fields without any understanding of the underlying microbiology. This knowledge was so vital to survival that it became embedded in local almanacs and oral traditions, a secret of the soil that was passed from parent to child, ensuring the long-term health of the land that fed them. The role of careful, generational observation in these exchanges cannot be overstated. As thinkers like Jared Diamond have emphasized, successful societies were often those that paid closest attention to their environment and adapted their practices accordingly. This was not a rapid, top-down innovation, but a slow, bottom-up process of communal learning. A farmer would notice that a certain weed seemed to thrive in a field after a particular crop was harvested, and would experiment with intentionally planting it. Another would observe how water flowed across a landscape during a storm and devise a simple ditch to channel it to a parched field. These small, incremental discoveries were then shared within a community, and if they proved successful, they could travel. A trader traveling along the Silk Road might not just carry spices, but also a casual comment about a new way of planting seeds on a hillside that he had seen in a distant village. A migrant family moving to a new region would bring with them the agricultural knowledge of their homeland, which would then blend with the local practices. This created a decentralized global research and development network for sustainability, where the most effective techniques for working with nature, rather than against it, had a way of slowly spreading and being adapted to local conditions, creating a rich tapestry of regional environmental wisdom. Perhaps no single agricultural innovation better represents this blend of observation, ingenuity, and environmental harmony than the chinampas of the Aztecs. In the shallow, swampy lakebed of the Valley of Mexico, the Aztecs faced a shortage of arable land. Their solution was to create it. They wove giant rectangular rafts from reeds and stakes, piled them with layers of mud and nutrient-rich lake vegetation, and then anchored them to the lake floor. These floating islands, the chinampas, were incredibly fertile and productive. Canal water would seep through the porous sides, continuously irrigating the crops, while the decomposing organic matter within the chinampa itself provided constant fertilizer. The system was so efficient that some historians believe it could yield up to 7 harvests a year. This was a closed-loop, sustainable system that required no external inputs. But the concept of creating raised fields in wetland areas was not unique to Mesoamerica. In the high plains of the Andes around Lake Titicaca, pre-Incan cultures developed a remarkably similar system known as waru-waru, or sunk fields. These were raised planting platforms surrounded by canals. The water in the canals absorbed solar heat during the day and radiated it back at night, protecting crops from frost in the high-altitude environment. The parallel development of these raised field systems in 2 distant parts of the world is a stunning example of convergent ecological thinking, where different cultures, facing similar environmental challenges of wetlands and temperature extremes, arrived at nearly identical, brilliant solutions for coaxing abundance from a seemingly inhospitable landscape. When we reflect on the profound legacy of this ancient environmental wisdom, its relevance to our modern world becomes inescapably clear. The terraces, the crop rotations, the chinampas, these were not just techniques for survival. They were manifestations of a worldview that understood humanity as part of a delicate ecological web. These practices were built for the long term, designed to preserve the fertility of the soil and the purity of the water for generations yet unborn. In an age of industrial agriculture and short-term economic thinking, this ancient crossroad offers a powerful lesson. Sustainability is not a modern invention. It is a rediscovery of a very old and deeply rooted human tradition. Our ancestors, without satellites or chemical labs, developed a sophisticated understanding of their local ecosystems and devised ways to live within them productively and respectfully. They learned to work with the grain of nature, not against it. This hidden history of environmental exchange reminds us that the solutions to some of our most pressing challenges, from soil degradation to water scarcity, may not lie solely in future technology, but also in the recovered wisdom of the past, in the silent, enduring knowledge of how to care for the land that in turn cares for us. Picture a scene in the grand court of a Han Dynasty Chinese emperor as a delegation from the distant Roman Empire presents its credentials. The visitors offer gifts of exquisite glassware, intricate goldwork, and perhaps even exotic animals, all carefully chosen to convey respect and suggest the wealth and power of their homeland. In return, the Chinese emperor bestows upon them bolts of the finest silk, precious jade carvings, and other treasures from the East, a reciprocal gesture meant to demonstrate his own empire's boundless prosperity and sophistication. Though these two great powers never established formal, direct relations, their interactions through intermediaries were governed by a remarkably similar understanding of pageantry and protocol. This 41st crossroad pulls back the curtain on the hidden rituals of international relations, revealing a clandestine world where the delicate art of diplomacy, the practices of treaties, embassies, and symbolic gift-giving, was quietly shared and standardized across empires, creating an unspoken rulebook for how great powers could communicate, compete, and avoid catastrophic conflict. Without ever needing to speak the same language, the true architects of this hidden diplomatic network were rarely the emperors or kings whose names dominate the history books, but the interpreters, scribes, and multilingual merchants who functioned as the essential go-betweens. Historian Jeremy Black has emphasized that these individuals were the unsung heroes of ancient statecraft, the human glue that held tenuous international understandings together. An interpreter in a Parthian court, fluent in Greek and Parthian, did more than translate words. He translated concepts of power, nuance, and subtle threat. He was the one who would know that a particular turn of phrase from a Roman envoy was a grave insult in his culture and would carefully rephrase it to avoid an immediate diplomatic rupture. Similarly, a Sogdian merchant caravan leader, traveling the entire length of the Silk Road, acted as a walking intelligence network. He could inform a Chinese official about the political instability in the Roman Empire, or tell a Parthian satrap about the new military technologies being developed in the West. These intermediaries carried not just goods but gossip, news, and the subtle textures of foreign court cultures, providing the foundational knowledge upon which formal diplomacy could be built. Their presence in the background of every major negotiation was the secret ingredient that made cross-cultural dialogue possible, turning incomprehensible foreign rituals into a predictable and manageable political process. Every aspect of these diplomatic encounters was saturated with a carefully choreographed symbolism, a silent language that everyone at the highest levels of power was expected to understand. The protocol of a meeting was itself a message. The amount of time a foreign ambassador was made to wait before an audience with the emperor was a deliberate signal of his host's esteem or lack thereof. The seating arrangement, the type of chair offered, the number of bows required, each element was a calculated piece of political theater, but the most potent symbols were the gifts themselves. They were never simple presents, they were strategic communications. When a nomadic steppe chieftain sent a gift of fine horses to the Chinese court, it was not just a friendly gesture. It was a demonstration of his people's greatest resource and their primary military advantage. For the Chinese emperor to accept the horses was to acknowledge that power, but to reciprocate with silk, a product the nomads could not make for themselves, was to reassert a different kind of superiority, one based on refined civilization and complex manufacturing. The gifts were a tangible representation of the balance of power, a way of saying, "I recognize what you are good at, but do not forget what I possess that you need." This sophisticated language of ritual and exchange had a profoundly practical and often overlooked purpose. It served as a vital mechanism for conflict prevention. In a world without international law or supranational organizations, the only thing preventing a minor border skirmish from escalating into a full-scale war was often the framework of diplomacy. The very act of sending and receiving an embassy created a channel for communication, a circuit breaker that could cool tensions. A formal treaty, inscribed on metal or stone, was more than a piece of propaganda. It was a public commitment that raised the political cost of breaking one's word. The elaborate ceremonies surrounding these agreements, often involving oaths sworn to the gods of both nations, added a layer of divine sanction that could deter betrayal. By creating a shared set of rules for interaction, rules about the inviolability of envoys, the protocols for declaring war, and the terms for negotiation, these ancient empires were building the first, fragile infrastructure for international stability. They discovered that it was far cheaper and safer to engage in a war of words and gifts than a war of swords and legions, and that a well-managed ritual could be as powerful as a well-trained army in securing a frontier. A brilliant case study of this complex dance in action is the long, tense diplomatic relationship between the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, two superpowers separated by a narrow and fiercely contested corridor of land. For centuries, these two giants never managed to conquer each other, but they were in a state of near-constant rivalry, fought through client states and proxy wars. The focal point of their diplomacy was the control over the wealthy kingdom of Armenia, which acted as a buffer state between them. The diplomatic exchanges over Armenia were a masterclass in realpolitik disguised as ceremony. A Parthian delegation would arrive in Rome to protest the installation of a pro-Roman king in Armenia. They would not issue a blunt ultimatum. Instead, they would engage in days of elaborate feasting and gift exchange before finally, in a private audience, presenting their case. The Roman response would be equally measured, often involving a carefully worded letter and a counter-gift, perhaps a magnificent silver statue of the Roman emperor, a subtle reminder of where ultimate authority was perceived to lie. The negotiations were a slow, patient game of chess. The goal was rarely total victory, but a manageable equilibrium, a treaty that would place a king on the Armenian throne who was acceptable, or at least not overtly hostile to both empires. This delicate balancing act, maintained for generations through envoys and interpreters, prevented a direct, all-out war that would have drained the resources of both Rome and Parthia, demonstrating that the most successful diplomacy is often the kind that leaves no glorious tales of conquest, but instead the quiet, unrecorded preservation of peace. When we consider the immense distances and profound cultural gaps that these diplomatic rituals had to bridge, it forces a reflection on the very nature of statecraft. How is it that a Roman senator and a Chinese court official, who would have found each other's languages, clothing, and religions utterly alien, could nonetheless arrive at a mutually understood process for negotiation? The answer lies in a shared, pragmatic recognition of mutual interest. Both sides understood that uncontrolled conflict was destructive and that some form of communication was necessary. They discovered that certain universal principles, the importance of saving face, the power of symbolic gestures, and the value of a reliable intermediary, could transcend their differences. Diplomacy in its ancient form was the ultimate bridge-building exercise. It did not require the parties to like or even understand each other, but merely to agree on a set of rules for their interaction. This ancient, hidden network of envoys and rituals created the first threads of a global community, proving that even the most bitter rivals could find a way to talk, and that the most enduring connections between empires were often woven not by generals, but by diplomats bearing gifts and speaking the universal language of protocol. Now, let us step inside the hallowed lecture halls of a medieval European university, where a master in his robes is presiding over a formal disputation, a rigorous debate where students must defend their theses against all challengers. The language is Latin, the texts are by Aristotle, and the setting feels quintessentially European. Yet, the ghost in this academic machine, the invisible blueprint for this entire system of higher learning, hails from a world far to the south and east. The very structure of this university, the concept of a degree, the license to teach, the method of scholarly inquiry, was not a spontaneous European creation. It was the final, brilliant destination in a long, secret journey of educational models that began in the bustling intellectual hubs of the medieval Islamic world. This 40-second crossroad uncovers the clandestine transmission of learning systems, a story not of conquest by sword, but of conquest by syllabus, where the foundational ideas of modern academia were quietly passed from one civilization to another, reshaping the intellectual destiny of the West. The primary vehicle for this transmission was the institution of the madrasa, which flourished across the Islamic world from the 10th century onward. These were not simple religious schools, they were sophisticated centers of higher education, often endowed by wealthy patrons as charitable trusts, or waqfs, which provided stable funding for professors, students, and libraries. A student at the famous Al-Azhar in Cairo or the Mustansiriya in Baghdad would follow a structured curriculum, progressing through set texts in law, theology, grammar, and the rational sciences, which included logic, medicine, mathematics, and astronomy. The parallels to the later European university are not merely superficial, they are foundational. The eminent historian George Macdonald dedicated his career to tracing these connections, and his findings are startling. He pointedly argued that the very concept of an academic degree, the licentia docendi or license to teach, that was the precursor to the Master of Arts and Doctorate, finds its direct origin in the Islamic ijazah. An ijazah was a formal certificate granted by a master scholar to a student, authorizing them to teach a specific text or transmit a particular body of knowledge. It was a personal yet highly respected credential that certified a chain of scholarly transmissions stretching back generations. This system of certified mastery, of granting a formal license based on demonstrated competence, was an educational innovation that European scholars encountered, either directly in places like Muslim Spain or Sicily, or indirectly through translated texts and travelers' accounts, and they adopted and adapted it into the corporate degree-granting structure of their nascent universities. But the exchange was far more profound than just administrative structures. It was a transfer of the very spirit of scholarly inquiry and the methods of teaching. The quintessential academic exercise of the European university was the disputation, a formal, public debate on a set question where students had to argue logically for and against a proposition using authoritative texts. This practice, so central to medieval scholasticism, bears a striking resemblance to the Islamic practice of munazara, a highly formalized and rigorous debate that was a standard part of advanced education in madrasas. In a munazara, students would be expected to defend their interpretations of legal or theological issues against their peers and teachers, employing the tools of Aristotelian logic, which Islamic philosophers had long since mastered and integrated into their curriculum. The method of commentary, where a core text would be studied line by line with the guidance of a master's explanations and glosses, was another shared technique. When a European scholar in Paris or Bologna pored over a Latin translation of Avicenna's commentary on Aristotle, he was not just absorbing the content, he was absorbing a pedagogical style, a way of engaging with a text that had been refined in the lecture halls of Baghdad and Cordoba. This was a silent revolution in classroom practice, where the dynamic, debate-driven, and text-centered approach of Islamic higher education was smuggled into Europe, providing the methodological engine for its own intellectual awakening. None of this would have been possible without the physical movement of the knowledge itself, the books. This is where the role of libraries as the great preservers and transmitters of global knowledge becomes paramount. The most famous of these was the Beit al-Hikmah, or House of Wisdom, in Abbasid Baghdad. Established in the 9th century, it was far more than a library. It was a massive translation bureau, a research institute, and an academic salon all rolled into one. Under the patronage of caliphs like Al-Mamun, teams of Christian, Muslim, Jewish, and Sabian scholars were paid to systematically seek out and translate the entire body of Greek scientific and philosophical thought into Arabic. The works of Plato, Aristotle, Galen, Hippocrates, Ptolemy, and Euclid, texts that had been largely lost, ignored, or fragmented in a Europe struggling through its so-called Dark Ages, were meticulously translated, studied, critiqued, and expanded upon. This translation movement in Baghdad was one of the most significant intellectual rescue missions in history. It ensured that the legacy of Greek thought was not lost but was rather injected with new life, enriched with Persian, Indian, and original Islamic insights. From Baghdad, these newly translated and annotated texts traveled west to the libraries of Islamic Spain, to cities like Toledo, Cordoba, and Granada, where their shelves groaned with thousands of volumes on every conceivable subject, creating a magnetic pole of learning that would draw curious scholars from across the Christian world. The final, crucial link in this chain was the great translation movement that occurred in the 12th century, centered in the Spanish city of Toledo after its reconquest by Christian forces. Here, European scholars like Gerard of Cremona and Robert of Ketton, working often in collaboration with Jewish and Mozarabic Christian translators, undertook the monumental task of translating this vast corpus of Arabic knowledge into Latin. They were not just translating Islamic science, they were translating the saved and enhanced legacy of Greece, now filtered through centuries of Islamic scholarship. Gerard of Cremona alone is credited with translating over 80 works from Arabic to Latin, including Ptolemy's Almagest, Avicenna's Canon of Medicine, and Al-Khwarizmi's works on algebra. When a European medical student studied Avicenna, he was learning a system that integrated Galen's theories with new diagnoses and treatments from Persia and India. When a mathematician studied Al-Khwarizmi, he was learning the Indian numerical system and the foundational principles of algebra, a word that comes from the Arabic al-jabr in the title of his book. This massive infusion of translated texts acted like an intellectual supernova in the heart of Europe, providing the raw material, the textbooks, for the new universities that were springing up in Paris, Oxford, and Bologna. The curriculum of the medieval European university, the trivium and quadrivium, was suddenly supercharged with a wealth of advanced knowledge in medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and philosophy that simply had not been available before, all thanks to this clandestine pipeline of books that stretched back to the translation desks of Baghdad. When you pause to consider the profound implications of this educational crossroad, it becomes overwhelmingly clear that the engine of human progress is, and always has been, fueled by the free and open exchange of ideas. The European Renaissance, so often portrayed as a rediscovery of its own classical roots, was in fact a moment of glorious synthesis. It was the product of a collaborative, multi-civilizational project where Greek thought was preserved by Syriac Christians, translated and expanded by Muslim and Jewish scholars in Baghdad and Cordoba, and then finally transmitted to Latin Europe, where it provided the spark for an intellectual revolution. The university, that most iconic of Western institutions, stands as a monument to this hidden history of connection. Its degrees, its teaching methods, its very spirit of rigorous debate, all bear the fingerprints of a global conversation that transcended the religious and political conflicts of the age. This story forces us to abandon the simplistic narrative of isolated cultural achievement and instead embrace a more truthful and inspiring one, that education is humanity's most powerful collective project. It demonstrates that when we build libraries instead of barriers, when we translate texts instead of burning them, and when we grant licenses to teach rather than to hate, we don't just preserve the knowledge of the past, we create the conditions for a future that is brighter, smarter, and more connected for everyone. As we reach the end of our journey through these 42 unlikely crossroads, a new and more vibrant picture of the ancient world comes sharply into focus. It is not a collection of isolated lanterns, each burning in its own isolated bubble of darkness, but a vast, shimmering web of light where every culture, no matter how distant, was connected by countless, almost invisible threads of exchange. We have traveled from the Roman glass bowl in a Han Dynasty tomb to the Viking ring inscribed with Arabic, from the sweet potato that crossed the Pacific to the Greco-Buddhist statues of Gandhara. Each of these moments is a testament to a profound truth we have too long ignored. No civilization, no matter how mighty or seemingly remote, ever truly developed in isolation. Humanity has always been a collaborative species, and our greatest achievements, our philosophies, our technologies, our art are almost never the product of a single genius or a single people, but the result of a slow, patient, and often secret conversation that has spanned the entire globe for millennia. This radically interconnected view of history forces us to reconsider the very stories we tell about our past. For centuries, our education systems and popular narratives have often presented history as a series of separate, competing chapters. The glory of Rome, the wisdom of Greece, the mystery of Egypt, the sophistication of China. We are taught to see these as distinct, parallel tracks of human achievement, but the evidence we have uncovered reveals that these tracks were constantly crisscrossing, feeding into one another in a continuous, collaborative effort. The Roman aqueduct owes a conceptual debt to the Persian Khanate. The European university is a direct descendant of the Islamic madrasa. The mathematical framework that powers our digital world was born from a fusion of Indian, Arabic, and Greek thought. Understanding this changes history from a story of us versus them into a story of we. It reveals that the foundations of our modern world were laid not in competition, but in a grand, if often unrecorded, partnership. The Silk Road was not just a route for silk, it was an information superhighway. The monsoon winds of the Indian Ocean did not just fill the sails of traders, they carried the very seeds of ideas that would blossom in foreign soil, transforming the destinies of entire continents. Recognizing these deep, hidden connections is not just an academic exercise, it is an urgent necessity for how we educate future generations. When we teach history as a collection of isolated cultures, we inadvertently build walls between people. We foster a sense of cultural purity and separation that is both historically inaccurate and socially damaging. But when we reframe the curriculum to highlight these countless points of contact and exchange, we do something powerful, we build bridges. We show a student in Europe that their scientific tradition is deeply indebted to scholars in the Middle East. We show a student in the Americas that their continent was part of a global network long before 1492. This kind of education cultivates empathy and a sense of shared heritage. It teaches that innovation is almost always a remix, that culture is a fluid and adaptive process, and that our differences are far outweighed by our long history of learning from one another. It is an antidote to the poisonous myths of nationalism and civilizational superiority, replacing them with a more humble and truthful narrative of mutual dependence and shared progress. The globalized world we live in today, with its instant communication and intertwined economies, can often feel like a uniquely modern phenomenon, a radical break from the past. But in reality, today's globalization is not a rupture, it is an acceleration. It is the latest chapter in a story that began thousands of years ago when the first trader decided to risk a journey into the unknown, when the first monk carried a sacred text across a mountain pass, or when the first sailor used the stars to guide them to a foreign shore. The internet has simply replaced the Silk Road, the container ship has replaced the how. The fundamental human impulses to trade, to explore, to share ideas are the same. Our deep-seated connectivity is not a product of the 21st century. It is a fundamental feature of the human condition. The ancient networks we have explored were the original World Wide Web, a physical, slow-moving internet of people and goods that created a foundation of interdependence upon which our modern world is built. As we conclude this exploration, one cannot help but be filled with a sense of wonder and also a tantalizing curiosity about what remains hidden. For every crossroads we have documented, there must be dozens, perhaps hundreds, still waiting to be discovered. What other secrets lie buried in unread manuscripts in the deserts of Mali, or in the DNA of ancient plants, or in the chemical signature of pottery shards at the bottom of the sea? What if the fleeting contacts between Polynesian navigators and the South American coast were more frequent than a single chicken bone suggests? What other linguistic echoes or shared mythological archetypes are waiting for a sharp-eared linguist or a perceptive folklorist to uncover? The past is not a closed book, it is an infinite archive, and we have only just begun to read the first few pages. The enduring mystery of these hidden histories is a powerful invitation, a call to keep looking, to keep questioning, and to remain open to the possibility that the next great discovery might just shatter another one of our cherished assumptions about the ancient world and our place within its magnificent, interconnected tapestry. We have journeyed together through 42 astonishing crossroads, a grand tour across time and space that reveals a world humming with quiet conversations. From the Roman glass in a Chinese tomb to the Viking ring inscribed for Allah, from the sweet potatoes Pacific voyage to the philosophical fusion in Gandhara, each discovery is a thread in a magnificent, hidden tapestry. This is not the history we often find in textbooks, a collection of isolated empires rising and falling in splendid isolation. Instead, it is a story of a planet already deeply globalized, connected by an ancient internet of trade routes, pilgrimage paths, and the courageous journeys of individuals whose names are lost to time. These silent partnerships and chance encounters show us with undeniable clarity that humanity has always been a collaborative project. Innovation, artistry, and cultural identity do not flourish in isolation. They are sparked and refined at the busy, vibrant intersections where different worlds secretly meet. The flow of ideas, technologies, and beliefs across continents was the true lifeblood of ancient progress, a continuous, quiet collaboration that built the foundations of our modern world. The profound insight from historian William H. McNeill resonates more powerfully than ever. human societies have always been shaped by their contacts with others. This is the central, transformative lesson of our entire exploration. We are taught to see history as a series of distinct, competing civilizations, but the evidence compels us to see it as a single, interconnected story. The Roman aqueduct shares a conceptual lineage with the Persian Khanate. The European university is a direct intellectual descendant of the Islamic madrasa. The mathematical system that powers our digital age was born from a beautiful synthesis of Indian, Arabic, and Greek thought. When we internalize this reality, history itself transforms. It ceases to be a narrative of us versus them and becomes a celebration of we. It reveals that the very pillars of our modern existence, our science, our art, our governance, were forged not in competition, but in a grand, if often unrecorded, partnership that spanned the entire globe. This understanding dismantles the dangerous myth of cultural purity and replaces it with a more truthful and inspiring narrative of mutual indebtedness and shared genius. This new perspective is not just an academic curiosity, it is a vital tool for how we understand our place in the world today. I genuinely encourage you to take this sense of connection and look more deeply into your own heritage. You might be surprised by the unexpected links you find to distant lands and cultures. Perhaps a family recipe uses a spice that traveled an ancient trade route, or a local tradition echoes a festival from another continent. Maybe your surname or a piece of folklore holds a clue to a long-forgotten migration. This personal exploration makes the vast tapestry of history intimate and immediate. It reminds us that we are all living artifacts of this endless exchange, each of us a unique repository of blended traditions, stories, and genetic lineage that connects us to every corner of the ancient world. Your own family history is a microcosm of the grand story we have uncovered, a testament to the enduring human journey of meeting, mixing, and moving forward together. Our journey may be concluding, but the exploration is far from over. The past remains an infinite archive, and for every crossroads we have illuminated, dozens more surely wait in the shadows, their secrets hidden in unread manuscripts, submerged shipwrecks, and the silent language of DNA. What other conversations between ancient worlds are waiting to be overheard? If this voyage into the shadows of history has ignited your curiosity, I invite you to join us for future journeys. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss our next expedition into the past, where we will continue to unravel the mysteries that connect us all. And I would truly love to hear from you in the comments below. Which of these 42 crossroads amazed you the most? Was it the sheer audacity of the Polynesian voyagers, the intellectual synergy of Timbuktu, or the poignant meeting of Norse and Inuit in the Arctic cold? Sharing your thoughts continues the conversation and builds our own community of curious explorers. Thank you for embarking on this incredible journey with me. May the sense of wonder you feel today stay with you, and may your own curiosity always lead you to new and wonderful